What's going on, everybody? Welcome to Operation Tokyo, coming to you live from Tempo, the Shadowverse tournament series where players from around the world compete here for their chance at the experience of the World Grand Prix. A trip for two is going to be on the line, as always, here at Operation Tokyo. I am your host, Jeremy Vicious Lopez, and today is an absolute special one. We have the Eternal Awakening expansion here among us, and we get to see the best of the best duke it out with this expansion. And joining us, talking about the entirety of Top 8, before I mumbo jumbo everything else going forward, it's going to be Wonder Chef, Zones, and Noir saving me and teaching me a little bit more about the meta that's been going on. But before we get into that, how's it going, fellas?
It's going great. You know, the second Grand Blue set, I'm really excited that that's a thing, obviously, and it's a whole new meta to learn, and a whole lot new cards for me to immediately forget the name of. But at least I have an excuse this time, because the set is only, like a few, I don't even know how many days it's been out, but it's relatively new. But I'm really excited for today. And of course, as usual, I just so happy to see players that are super good from other regions, which we're going to see a lot of today.
Yeah, with Verdant Conflict rotating out, we lost a lot of the really well-known decks from the previous expansion. We see a lot of new decks coming in, decks like Bike Dragon, Gremory changing significantly, and the overall power level is actually very high, I would say, but there's a lot of variety. A lot of decks are still good. Aggro is still really strong. Control decks are really strong. Mid-range combo, you have a little bit of everything, so I'm really excited to see what's going to come out on top today.
Yeah, I think, and in fact, from our previous event, Shadow Mania, we saw some shades of what would be going into this format. With Aggro Shadow was the deck that sort of like really started appearing around that time, and it's taken that energy, the bike energy, and just carried on with it. It didn't get much in the way of additions. I'm kind of blanking on it. Skullfish, right? So like a couple of cards, but it lost almost nothing. So a lot of decks are trying to find their footing when they start the game at like 10 health on the first Evo turn, stuff like that. It's a really wild meta, but like you still see like really slow control decks making it through. So you have the whole gamut of like strategies that players are able to employ, and that's really cool to see.
And right off the bat, we have plenty to look forward to here at Operation Tokyo. If this is your first time tuning in, let's take a look at the format and how we do things. It is going to be the Conquest format with 2 decks only, different classes per deck. The game winner must swap to a second deck. The loser may swap decks if needed. The rules are no deck bans whatsoever, best of 3 games, and of course, it's gotta be single elimination. It's gotta be high stakes all the way through, because take a look at the pricing. We got a Japan trip for 2 to experience the World Grand Prix as a spectator, along with a ton of packs from Eternal Awakening, as well as a physical card set. We got the badges as well, but second place taking home $500 as well as all the digital packs, $400 for third place, $350 for fourth place, and of course, rounding it out, 5th through 8th place, $200 a piece. Everybody's getting packs today, except for maybe the casters and myself, but still, that's a lot. That's definitely a lot. And we see the players for our top 8 today. Any noticeable faces or names that you guys see here?
Yeah, we gotta love to see a few Shadowverse logos there, but there's a lot of Japanese players here.
Familiar,
yeah. And a couple of players outside of Japan, but Sawa-chan, I know him personally from the 2019 World Grand Prix. He was the man who ran 6, of the card that reduces storm damage. Dawn Splendor. He eliminated me from World Grand Prix. I couldn't win with Amataz against that, so I'm hoping that he does very well today. Paid actor,
he looks a little familiar,
sure, but we've seen him around. Plays several anime-related games with us. Arita-kun, also a well-known player, and Kairu, Kaito, Kuge, all well-known players as
actually,
well.
Arita-kun's actually a bit of a new face. He's actually extremely young. I think he joined Rev like sometime middle or late last year. I used to like talk to him about a bit in the Reddit community. I tried to pass off like writing take 2 and resources to him, and I think he took over that pretty well. I pretty much just like left that to his devices, and now that to see him playing like in competitive rotation and doing really well in a pretty major event, I'm pretty excited. I hope he goes all the way for this event for sure.
Well, and before we move on to the next part, can I just point out how great Sawa-chan's picture is? Everybody who has good pictures in Shadowverse Esports, it's all their esports pictures, right? Like Kaito's. But Sawa-chan, that one's just like, yo, you got some professional pictures taken. That is nice.
It looks like one of those like candid photos of him, like, but he was just ready for it, and the lighting's there too. It's really strange, just like how he was completely ready.
Someone raises the phone to him, he just gets in position, it's ready.
Yeah, it's kind of strange because it like the backdrop looks like his room. It's got like but it's like he's posed and it's lit like a professional photo shoot.
That's so
like
strange.
It's got that juxtaposition. Like
He is the splendor himself.
All right, let's take a look at the schedule and what we have for the lineup. The quarterfinals 1 is going to be Fee versus Arita-kun. Quarterfinals 2, Sawa-chan versus Kaito. Quarterfinals 3, Kaoru versus Paid Actor. And of course, rounding it out in quarterfinals 4, Mia versus Kuge. So we've seen what we have in store for our schedule. We've already broken down some of the lore for some of the players here. Now let's talk about what the decks are going to be like for this brand new expansion to Eternal Awakening. We touched upon it a little bit, and going into quarterfinals number 1, we're going to see exactly what Fee is bringing, right? Bike Dragon being one of the new ones. Go ahead and break it down for us.
All right, so I think this is the most popular deck that we're going to be seeing brought today. I believe there's more of this than anything else, but it's definitely one of the, if not the most popular deck in the format right now. However, it's a pretty evolving meta, I would say. But just talking about this deck in general, it is the new archetype that we're seeing for Dragon, a lot more aggressive. Why don't, Noir, why don't you explain a little bit more about this?
Yeah, so there's generally 2 different camps in terms of how you want to build this deck. There's one more aggro version that plays cards like Vagabond Lizard that curve out early, set up the bikes sort of automatically, and just sort of be really aggressive and just storm down the enemy. While this version, it runs more ramp with Fervor and Ramiel to reach the 7 play point and 10 play point thresholds, which are both very, very important. All the cards in this deck become really strong in Overflow, and of course at 10 play points, Bahamut becomes a legitimate threat. Jerva is in there as well, just adds a lot of value and can really help out against control matchups.
Yeah, and you know what? Maybe I should explain just a little bit more how the actual base idea of the deck works. There are a lot of cards that either have Storm or do damage to the opponent's face based on what their attack is. For instance, the 2 key cards that we see right here, Gondagoza or Razia. And there are some different ways either to create bullet bikes or to use Dragon Rearing to give some buffs to all of these, I don't know what they're almost, I don't even know what to call them because they're not storm followers, but the ones that hit face and you do a lot of damage. That's pretty much the idea.
We also have another deck coming your way from Fee. I believe it is the Gremory Shadow. This is a deck that we've been very familiar with. Why don't you guys go ahead and further break down what makes this deck go?
Oh yeah, it's like you said, it's a very familiar deck, very much based around getting a lot of shadows and activating Gremory, which refunds you play points and shadows when you use them. And then the key card that you're going to want to use with that is the Invincible Monster Trio, which can set up a pretty ridiculous board that's nearly impossible to get through, I want to say, but that's not necessarily true. But aside from that, I mean, the deck's just so good at everything, right? Right, Zones?
Yeah, so I think similar to Bike Dragon, there's a couple of different schools, dichotomies as to how this deck can be built. There's a bit more of like a rally oriented build. You see like 2 copies of Fearin in this deck. Goblin Queen is also played for rally. But there's also lists that kind of like eschew sort of some of the rally options and try to go harder. They play cards like Kasha to go to set up the Gremory more reliably. I think irrespective of which version you run, you're pretty likely to hit a turn 7 Gremory Invoke or Activation, at which point you're just popping off combos with your Necromancy cards, trying to set up a board that gives you a Necro Impulse lethal. You don't have a lot of options to kill from hand. One really notable addition I really like in this deck is EO Journey Mage. She can pick up a Shootin' Doji Storm buff, deal like a ton of damage, and then also storm with that damage. Like she just adds so much burst to the deck that we haven't really seen before from this deck.
Yeah, there are a few solid additions that got added to Shadow, and one thing that I think we're going to see a lot today from not necessarily just these decks, but all of the decks, is that there are a lot of different versions of each of the decks that people are bringing, especially a lot of different versions of each of the classes. Like, I think we have 3 different archetypes of Haven. I think we have... there was another one that I mean, there's generally a few different Shadow variants, but I don't actually know how many we are going to see today.
There's even one sword deck, right? That was kind of out of nowhere.
We do have Arita-kun showing us his deck as well with deck number 1, Bike Dragon. And you can already see off the bat, Quixotic Adventure is going to be one of the cards highlighted, but that's also in the previous deck list. But were there any significant changes in this deck list in comparison to Fee?
Oh boy. Personally, I actually didn't get quite enough time to look at the first deck list. I was too busy trying to explain the new archetype. Did either of you see anything different?
Yeah, well, the Gonda is missing, and what that's going to do is it actually makes your tutoring for Jerva a bit more consistent. So one of the sort of conflicts in the deck when you run both Gondagoza and Jerva is that Draconic Call would prioritize finding Gondagoza or finding Jerva. Now, sometimes you want to fill in your curve by playing a Draconic Call that isn't quite an overflow yet, which means if you play a non-overflowing Draconic Call, you don't have Jerva in hand yet, you won't find Jerva with that, and you lose like that option. So by cutting Jerva from the deck for basically like 1 extra copy of Bahamut, I think there's some other changes in there as well. Like the fighting Jerva is more consistent, and therefore like you're more likely to have that on-curve play that combos in with everything else you're looking for.
The second deck on board is Gremory Shadow as well. So you're right off the bat, you're going to experience the mirror match, right? So go ahead and give us a quick recap as to what we're taking a look at here with Gremory Shadow.
Yeah, so this copy, or this deck rather, it plays 3 Fearin. The previous deck only played 2. You can sort of go either way on that one. Just it's a matter of sometimes drawing Fearin is actually pretty good, so you can bury it, potentially get it off Milteo. In some matchups that try to leave your board up so that you can't generate Gremory points very easily, if you can hard play Fearin from your hand, that can be an easy punish there. There's no Friends Forever in this deck, which is an interesting tech. It restricts the amount of damage you can take at a time, which is really useful against Razia from Bike Dragon specifically. So we might see that tech come into play in this matchup.
So we already see the significant differences between the decks being brought by Fee and Arita-kun. I guess, like, can you kind of break down what could be expected between this matchup?
Well, it's pretty funny that we're going in starting off with a mirror, right? After we talked about how many different variations of decks there are within this top 8, but it's definitely 2 of the most popular decks right now, so I think it's going to be a good baseline for people who haven't been able to see a lot of the new expansion, like myself included. I'm definitely going to be learning a lot from all these players today. All I have is some ranked experience, but yeah, these are decks that are going to be seen throughout the rest of the tournament and probably for quite a while after this tournament, so good baseline to start off with, in my opinion.
Yeah, these are probably the 2 sort of top tier decks in the meta right now. Excel Force is up there as well, along with Aggro Shadow, but I think these are pretty much considered to be the top 2. Now, the head-to-head between Bike Dragon and Gremory Shadow, I think there are a lot of conflicting opinions about this. I think for most people, they feel like it's Bike Dragon favored. They just play really aggressive. It's hard to punish the ramp, and then Georgius is so good at clearing the mid-game boards from Milteo, and then even with the Fearin buff. But recently, Kocho is doing like first to 10s with just a bunch of different matchups with his Gremory deck. He was making it look favored against not only Bike Dragon, but Aggro Shadow and a lot of other aggressive decks too. I think it's a matter of how you tech the deck, how you mulligan, and just how you pilot those early turns and set up for the mid-game. The amount of healing that you can get sort of, and while setting up your Gremory combo really does make the difference. In this matchup, sometimes making the board is not that strong if they have Georgius. Of course, you want to force them to have it in some situations, but having World, having EO, and sometimes even Friends Forever from Rita-kun's list, these are the cards that really make a difference because you can actually outlast the Bike Dragon in a lot of cases.
Yeah, and you mentioned the techs. We actually have a little bit of tech for each player, right? Fee, I think, is bringing the Archangel of Remembrance in his version of Gremory Shadow. So we might look for, like, if they run into their Dragon and Shadows against each other, look for ways to sort of reduce the impact of Razia in particular. That card can often act as a major barricade for the Gremry Shadow deck when you play so many of these small followers that you try to want to have to get rid of to get board space. It's hard to avoid pumping her up, and it becomes, that might be one of the key parts of the matchup, is looking how to like mitigate the damage. The Shadow player was going to look for ways to mitigate damage from Razia, play around it, while the Dragon player might be looking for ways to like min-max that to get the as much closer to lethal when they can.
So we have our first game already lined up for us. We have Fee versus Aritakun here in the quarterfinals. It's going to be the first of many. First of many times we're going to see Bike Dragon and Gremry Shadow, at least from what I've seen. But here we go, game number 1 in the quarterfinals.
And it's a Dragon Mirror. All right, and right off the bat, we see Fee getting the go first card. That's one of the biggest advantages you can have in the Dragon Mirror.
All important go first card for Dragon. One of the most notorious classes that benefits from going first. If you go first, you get to ramp more easily. But as I say that, Oracle straight out of the Morgan with Ramiel already hand and on Wings of Tomorrow. Not bad at all for Ritakun.
Yeah.
2 ramps. Fee just taking its time there, but surely I think this is a keep fervor, toss the other 2 angle.
Yeah, it depends on how you want to leverage it. I think I think there's an argument for tossing Fur if you really want to like try to get, if your playstyle is to get out on board, but I don't think he has the Vagabond Lizard, so he's got to be going for the ramp angle, I think.
Typically in Dragon Mirrors, keeping up, like, tempo is one thing, but also you want to keep up in resources and in ramp as well. If you fall behind in play points, it's going to get really tough. It's going to be increasingly difficult to find opportunities to ramp as your opponent starts putting out stronger and stronger plays. And we mentioned earlier that 7 play point overflow is such a big power spike for this deck. Dragon Rearing that was drawn just now for Ritakun is one of those cards. It becomes so insane in overflow. It goes from being basically a gilded amulet or whatever, gilded necklace, as a non-overflow version to forged weaponry that also draws a card, which is just absolutely crazy for 1 play point in a class that ramps. So Draconic Call off the top from Fee. Usually you don't want to play this card too early. It only draws 1 card if you're not in overflow.
Only finds his Gonda Goze.
Pop it anyway.
Yeah, wonder if he's just trying to thin out his deck to try to.
Oh, absolutely. You have to thin here.
Thinning out your deck is definitely perfectly reasonable. In this case, there's not really much else for him to do over the next few turns anyway, and he already has potentially the Fervor into On Wings of Tomorrow setup, and that's already going to draw him a couple more followers. That might be part of the thought process there. So Oracle, of course, from Aritakun, you can't expect anything less. Another Wings of Tomorrow. That's a lot of card draw, so that Wings, or rather the Call on turn 2, definitely not so bad at all.
Yeah, wait. I think this looks like a pretty easy fur here from Fee, but Aritakun's got a pretty spicy turn coming up, I think. He's got 4 play points with the Reggie and the Dragon Rearing.
This is actually, hand-wise, Aritakun is looking pretty solid.
Yeah. He's taking his time to think about this a bit. He has a few options. The Reggie plus Dragon Rearing is like, is too easy as an option, I think. He gets ramping started now, but there is an argument for Quixotic and Ramiel. I think that combination of cards is like basically not possible for Fee to remove. And so then and he's gonna go for it. This puts out some tempo. The Ramiel can arguably ramp, and he can go for like a double ramp the next turn even off of this as well. So I kind of like going off the playing for tempo here, because he can take his time to ramp later. The Reggie doubles as a storm option next turn as well.
Yeah, Ramiel does seem a little bit difficult for this Dragon deck to remove in general, right? I mean, there's not a whole lot of raw destroy options. Obviously, there's more than enough stuff that you can, for instance, like Evo into it, but at that point, maybe that's not your optimal ideal play.
He can't. He's not turn
now,
turn 5,
sure.
turn 4. He can't Evo. Yeah,
he
would have to.
In general.
Oh yeah, the line to get rid of this Ramiel that I can think of would be something like the Wormfire Engineer plus a bike plus a 2-drop. But that is such a crazy expenditure of resources to get that done, and of course it's not available to Fee in hand, and this puts Fee on the spot, right? Like, I think he's hovering over the wings here. The wings won't even kill Ramiel here. It's really dicey to play out Dark Prison Dragon because if you just try to tempo out the Dark Prison to contest the board, you can get punished by a Georgius or a Wings. Yeah, no, like this 2+3 play really shows Inya. So he's gonna go with the Grand's Resolve, kill off the Quixotic Adventure, and get some draw. There was no way to remove the Ramiel safely, so he's gonna take what he can get there. Ritakun draws another Ramiel. Okay. I don't think he's gonna use this now. The little funny thing you can do here is like evolve Ramiel and Bahamut, and that is an immediate 6 damage to your opponent, I think. But
1 damage might not be quite worth it.
It may not be the best luck.
So with the Ramiel Evo face, you do reach overflow in the following turn. So Reggie will have Storm, Dragon Rearing will be fully active. You could potentially use Wings of Tomorrow just for the draw is one option. There's not a whole lot else to do. The Ramiel doesn't, the second Ramiel rather, doesn't do a whole lot to play it out here. I guess he's thinking about the Reggie.
I think he is, but when you're so close to overflow, I think you can go for Reggie here because you have once you have more play point. Yeah, double ramp here, and then you have the play points to play Wings the next turn, right? And like this is about like your play points are a resource, cards in hand are a resource. He's trading like the card draw that he would have the next turn for the ability to draw more cards while like dealing with Fee's board that he could generate. So
yeah, so knowing that he has the 5/5 Ramiel on board, no matter how Fee chooses to remove this, he will have a board that can get removed quite easily by On Wings of Tomorrow. So he's just setting up to have as many play points as possible going into his next couple of turns and beyond, and then get the card draw next turn where the removal will actually be useful. So definitely an understandable play here. And then he'll be at 10 play points for Bahamut in a couple turns from now too. So that's going to be something to watch out for.
Yeah, the options for removing aren't, I mean, George's Evo works, right? Which looks like that is going to be the option.
yeah,
Plus, it's up that leader ability.
yeah, and setting up the Quixotic off the Georgius seems like it'd be okay, but I really want to see this Ramiel. Yeah, this is, I think this is where you're gonna see these players like show their experience in this matchup. So like there's the Quixotic seems like such is, the card's glowing, you really want to play it when it's glowing. But like it's actually like slightly worse, right? Because your opponent's got low cards in hand. They like Arita-kun's basically showing that he really wants to play Jerva or Wings here to push his early start. And by playing this Ramiel, Fee's made both of those options worse. Now the Jerva's still pretty good. You could evolve Jerva, do 2 to the board, and then trade over the Ramiel for 5 damage face. But like Arita-kun, if he commits to that, is really like saying that he has to play Wings like the next turn. And like okay, he is committing. I like this. You having said some of the downsides to it, by committing to this, he's like, even though he's not giving himself more options, he's also restricting the options that Fee has, which makes his options better. Not playing the Ramiel, that's also good. That would negate Jerva's effect. So
had Fee played out the Quixotic last turn, the Jerva would have been a 7/7, which is considerably harder to remove than the 7/5 stat line here. There's a few options to remove a 7/5. Wings is one of them, but with 10 HP left, that might be a little too slow. Razia is another decent option here. Nothing's really too good though, because Arita-kun is just way too far ahead in terms of just health total. There's no healing in either of these decks really. I think one of them is playing World, but it's not a whole lot. Yeah. And Arita-kun doesn't have that many cards in hand, but as you said, Wings is going to be fine next turn, and then he doesn't need a whole lot, just needs a couple of Storm cards, and that would be the game for him.
If he top decks Reggie or Bahamut, he has a potential lethal with Bahamut No. You can't get the Jerva effect, but you it's like a 2-turn lethal because like you can use Bahamut or Wings to clear.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and then like
there's a lot
extra
of
damage. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, yeah, this is setting up so much damage right now. You know, getting down to 14, which I mean, I guess technically 6 doesn't sound like a lot of damage, but when you have 2 Dark Prison Dragons in hand.
Well, actually, no. If you had Dark Prison, you could Dark Prison hit face and then Bahamut get the 6 damage. So that would be a Dark Prison top deck would be lethal, right? I think. We don't have that, but wait. Razia, Evo, Bahamut, she does 6 damage, and then you get 6 damage from Jerva. That is. She would do 3. She goes to 4, 5 attack. Yeah, 6 damage from her effect.
That
from the
is
Bahamut
going
effect.
to be-
That's lethal. Yeah.
That is lethal, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
That is
yeah.
pretty crazy.
That is. Yeah.
Reasons to play Bahamut.
Yeah, Bahamut has so much synergy with like the +1 damage on all of these effects.
I mean, and the fact that it actually took out the Razia. You know, there was no way to
killing your
trade
own
out
follower makes the Jerva. Yeah, the Jerva Bahamut is, I think, one of the more recent additions to the deck, and that combination of cards has so much synergy. It also puts your opponent in such a rough position once you get the Jerva set up. They have to play followers to the board in order to keep you from just passing and getting Jerva hits to their face, or even Bahamut to add 1 damage, so that if you're so inclined. But if they don't pass and that exposes them to Razia trades, all of these other things, and you can just play Wings, kill 2 followers, and go. So it's tough to play that matchup from behind. Like any matchup against that deck from behind.
Now moving on into it again, Fee taking the first L with Bike Dragon. You're expecting to see maybe like Fee going back into Bike Dragon versus Arita-kun's Gramarye Shadow for the most part. Noir, you kind of dabbled a little bit about the matchup itself. Were there any further comments to be made now that we've seen how Fee constructed his Bike Dragon deck going into this next matchup? If it's not like, the Gramarye Shadow mirror match, right?
Yeah, so both of these players starting with Dragon does say to me that they both believe that Dragon is favored in this matchup, which since both of them have Jerva, that is reasonable. Jerva is a card that is just really, really good. It's not only good in the mirror, as we saw, and against control matchups, it can also help against Gramarye. It's just an extra tool to help you clear those strong mid-game boards, which Gramarye, that's kind of like one of their ways to win out with like Goblin Queen and stuff like that. So Jerva definitely helps out there. So I think they have a pretty good understanding of the matchup from either side, and it's going to come down to whether or not Arita-kun can sort of stay alive and keep drawing cards and keep making wide boards despite, being constantly under threat from the Dark Prison Dragon and the like.
We'll see how it plays out with game 2. It's all yours after this, honestly. Quarterfinals game 2 Fee and Arita-kun. Here we go.
Yeah, this matchup kind of reminds me of, even though the Dragon deck is completely different, it reminds me a bit of like the discard and Gramarye Shadow matchups from Fortune's Hand. And I think because like the discard deck has all this momentum that keeps like dealing tons of damage to the Shadow player, while the Shadow player is just trying to stick a board and overwhelm the Dragon player's removal. Now, Bike Dragon's removal is a bit more focused on like a couple of cards rather than the entire deck, but like it also has like this really strong momentum effect in the early game that the Shadow deck can't always answer. So I think Arita-kun, all right, he takes a pretty aggressive mulligan, keeping the Milteo.
Milteo, I can respect that. And the Sarcophagus Keep, drawing Parade off the top with his first card, that is the sign of great things to come, potentially.
Yeah.
Parade is such a good card in this deck. However, it's not just all, bells and whistles. You also need to have enough card draw to support the fact that you're basically giving up 2 cards in your hand to put those 2 skeletons on board. It's a 1 play point card that increases your rally by 3, which is huge for those really fast, Fearin invokes. But you do need to have the card draw to support it. Fortunately for Arita-kun, he has Sarcophagus Wraith, and he's going to have to get rid of them with Sabering Slash, but he has another one, so not a problem at all.
Oh, and he draws into... Wow.
Slash.
I was going to say, like, one of the cards I look for when I'm going second with Shadow is the Sabering Slash, but Arita-kun decides that he's not playing here to not lose. He's playing to win. He holds on to his proactive cards. I can respect that, and I mean, we can see that this approach has been doing really well for him. He develops the board. We get a slightly slow turn from Fee, just ramping instead of developing to the board. Did not have the Reggie to pick up the horse on the board, and Arita-kun just develops those Gramarye points. That board is definitely going to die.
Yeah, it definitely will. But in this matchup, as Dragon, do you generally have to play a little bit more aggressively, or do you try to go for more of a burst turn?
So the first thing you have to do is make sure that you can clear the mid game from the Gramarye Shadow with the Milteo board and the Fear and Invoke. You have to make sure you can survive those turns first of all. So cards like Georges, cards like Jerva are gonna be really important there. And then from there, you do look for the burst turns because once the mid game is sort of stabilized, you can sort of that's when you really are in the driver's seat as Dragon. In the early game, you are going to be more focused on ramping, as these decks typically are with the Furor.
Yeah,
right, so
I kind of like the idea of going for a Oracle plus Dark Prison Dragon here. This is my approach to this matchup. Sometimes with Dragon is to set up these Dark Prisons, especially in these boards from Shadow that are kind of full, where they'll have a hard time developing. Now, Fee doesn't have our advantage of seeing that Arita-kun literally has no proactive play in his hand right now, but he goes for the double ramp instead.
That's spicy. I can respect that, but Dark Prison is a safe play here. But perhaps playing safe isn't necessarily what got you to this point to begin with.
I mean, I'm a safe player and I'm here, so yeah. Motorcycles aren't known for actually they are pretty safe from what I hear, but yeah. And a pretty funny interaction there.
That's a great draw.
Yeah.
Psycho Pump Tour Guide off the top. Fill up the hand for the Milteo. Really excellent. And you might even draw a procession or something like that off of that. Okay, no.
No.
A procession would have been just game breaking to draw off of that, but that was still really, really good. It was almost a dicey situation for Arita-kun because at that point, he didn't have any playable cards yet. He went for the Sarcophagus pop with the Parade, and thankfully that drew him into other cards. But without Fearin and without anything else, that could have been a pseudo board lock from Fee, and that can often turn out really well from the side of Discard Dragon, or not this, from Bite Dragon. But I mean, Discard could probably do it too. It's situations like this where a deck like Gramarye Shadow sort of fills up their board with one attack followers early on. That can be an opportunity to just ramp up or draw cards or something like that. And then you can clear it all with Georgius anyway on a follow-up turn. That can be really strong. You can get the first really strong board swing because Milteo can usually only clear one thing at a time. It's usually better if you're already in a neutral or winning board state. If the opponent already has multiple strong followers on board, then Milteo is going to be way less effective.
A little awkward here from this Jerva top deck, really timely for Fee. A little awkward that it picks up the horse, but you can't really complain. You got one of your strongest cards in this matchup, the Jerva. I think he's most likely going to evolve the Jerva. He's thinking about whether or not to buff the Jerva. Now the buff on the Jerva doesn't do anything in the short term, because the Jerva is very likely to get killed on the next turn. But drawing the extra card might be important. But I think it's hard to justify playing this buff when you have a Storm Follower in hand that you want to pick up.
Yeah, so the thing at the 8-5 stat line though, he has to be thinking about Goblin Queen, right? Goblin Queen could trade into that, but if it's a 10-7, how is he gonna clear that? He needs to
my
draw.
God, that's massive.
I like this. That is playing to win. He has such a limited hand.
Yeah.
No!
Oh my God! You were just asking how to clear that.
Oh, always punished. Feels bad.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, well, the top deck on turn 4 was really good. The top deck on turn 1 was already very, very good. Keeping Milteo Sarcophagus was really brave. Parade was excellent. Top decking another Parade on 4. Now the Jack Shovel on 5 to clear the 10-7 German. That was a big investment for Fee. Without that damage and the limited hand size, it's going to be really, really hard for Fee to actually close out the game or clear, the turn 6 board coming out from Arita-kun. That being said, though, the Jack Shovel doesn't create the strongest board. It's not too hard to ignore that under most circumstances, but there's also Necro Impulse in hand.
Yeah, this is getting really close really quickly. Like, both of these players are just like taking hefty chunks of life totals, or even Fia is at a very unhealthy 11. That's literally 1 health short of Necro Impulse lethal. If Arita-kun, for example, gets his board cleared and top decks EO, right? So he would have 11 damage, but it's not like Fee has a lot of options. This is almost certainly a Bahamut.
Yeah, but that's the thing, is that now he has to use the Bahamut, which is really, I think, a huge part of what his endgame is from this hand. If he doesn't use Bahamut, he's very definitely dead with that Necro Impulse on board. I mean, even if he leaves just...
What I actually want to see is the Quixotic into Bahamut here, I think. You put that bike on the board, so top decking any buff with the Dark Prism becomes like a possible out. At 11, you're safe from just about everything except an EO top deck from Arita-kun, which, I mean, sure, it's possible, but you don't really have a way to... This hand doesn't give you a way to support that. And the Quixotic Bahamut will do 6 damage with Jerva. So that puts Arita-kun to 9, and you have, 4 plus 2 plus 2? You're looking for 1 more damage off the top after that with your Evo point. So that's got to be the line with this hand. If he can find something else, he's a wizard.
This might be a dumb question, but why would you do Quixotic into Bahamut instead of Bahamut into Quixotic?
Because Jerva's effect is that if you have a follower in play, it does not trigger. If you have any card that's not Jerva in play, rather. Jerva will not trigger.
Right. For some reason, I was thinking you just had to have 1. But yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I don't know why I was thinking that.
Yeah, so he opts to keep the Quixotic in hand. I think that's also reasonable. He doesn't have that many cards in hand, and he's going into 10 play points. So he's thinking he's going to have the opportunity to play it anyway, although doesn't really do too much in terms of having the extra 2/2 on that turn. But the Furin going to come out here. Now, already at 20 shadows with 24 cards in deck, Arita-kun is definitely looking at just a natural Grimoire Invoke next turn, despite playing the Miltio deck. With Parade, this is why Parade is so important.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So Parade not only generates 3 rally, it's also 4 shadows for 1 play point, and that is a huge reason why this deck can also hit the turn 7 Grimoire Invoke fairly often, not super consistently, but it can happen, especially with Parade. Now Miltio gonna come out. Now I like holding on to the Goblin, because if you get the Goblin Queen back,
you can. He hits 2 goblins, but they're not the right kind.
That's Goblin Princess, not Goblin Queen. Oh, that's not good. Okay, so this is actually so scary now. There's actually a real chance that he top deck his way into a victory.
That's what I was gonna comment on. I think it might have. There it is. Oh, well, you were just saying. Now I was trying to see. I was trying to think if Arita-kun had deployed like a what's the card I'm thinking of? If he had played the Grimoire out, I don't know if 1 ward actually keeps him alive against this. Off the top of my head, it might. It might have been enough, but you just walk that tightrope and sometimes you fall off. And
well, they did. He still had on Wings of Tomorrow. He could have done the 1-in-5 random snipe with a Jita.
With Jitas,
that was possible too, but not opting for a guaranteed ward on either of those turns, but that just top decks sort of back and forth between both players. But I did like how both of them were definitely playing to win, not sort of conceding anything where they didn't have to, keeping their outs in mind with their win conditions. I think it was well played from both sides, but in the end, that Jack Shovel top deck was just a little bit too much. Just not quite enough, rather.
I was going to say, wait a minute.
In comparison to the
a little too much, not enough. Not too much enough. There we go.
The beauty of that play, right? The beauty of buffing that Jerva was that Even though the Jack Shovel was top decked, the Jack Shovel is still like the slowest card as far as aggression, and already the match had been played so aggressively, right? So he was so close to closing his opponent out, but the fact that he didn't have to put 4 of those little like drones out and just sit there meant that he was just too slow to ever be quite within that lethal range. So regardless of the fact that even that the perfect card was top decked to deal with it, it still might have been the play that won him the game.
Absolutely, because you think about that same board with the Goblin King on Arita-kun side of the board, and the same play is just worse. Like you actually have to like evolve a Quixotic in to make the clear stuff like that. It was huge. Just gauging how to use his resources like that, very accurately, definitely made a difference for Fee. And we're down to a Shadow Mirror. Okay.
Oh, you love to see it. Dragon taking the first game from both sides. You expect nothing less from Bike Dragon.
Sent each other to the Shadow
It's so
Realm.
funny. Like I feel like the momentum from your voice, like the tone of voice, as soon as you saw Gremory Shadow up on deck in the mirror match, you guys are like, all right, well, this is something that's not new. So here we go, the final game.
No, that's not it. It's just neither of them are diesel powered, but they're not on gasoline anymore.
That's fair. Yeah.
They're running on.
Here we go.
We're not running on fossil fuels. It's just freshly dead things.
They're on the electric cars
Freshly dead things. I like that. Here we go. The conclusion of the first quarterfinals here at Operation Tokyo. Let's get it.
Oh, I think that was a full keep from Arita-kun. Oh my god, look at these gamers. Turn 1.
Didn't redraw.
Procession.
Turn 1 procession. You like to see it.
It's just that easy, huh?
I believe, isn't Fee running only 2 copies of Gremory? So he's actually...
Yeah, I think they're all running only 2 Gremories.
They're running 2.
Oh!
Yeah. And he draws into another one. That's not ideal.
Okay, so this Undead Parade top deck on turn 1 is also not quite ideal. So this is one of the issue with keeping 2 spells in your opening hand. It's really easy for this type of situation to happen. You really want to draw a decent number of followers. You want more followers than spells, certainly, in your early hand as Gremory Shadow because of Burial Rite. It's always a little bit painful to have to toss away... Okay, well...
You say it's painful.
Right.
By the time it took you to emote that, he moved on from the pain. But like, I agree though. I might hesitate in that spot, and it's still not like a painless decision set from Arita-kun here.
Yeah, I mean, what kind of a problem is having too many good cards, though? You know, like too many good spells, and then...
Well, the thing is, if you have too many spells and not enough followers, then the good cards are no longer good.
That's true, yeah. That's true.
Temporarily, at least. And now they're good again.
they're okay, but even now, right, all of these cards are worth... So if you want a Savoring Slash here, for example, I don't even know if that's the play. All of his followers in hand, Arita-kun's followers in hand, are worth like 4 to 5 shadows. Or what we call Gremory points, right? Like shadows generated or cards drawn from your deck, all of which work to get your Gremory activated. So, like, Savoring Slash cycles through, but he's pitching something that's worth a lot of shadows a few turns down the line. Jack Shovel Gravedigger's also, he's playing this just to contest the opposing Jack Shovel and to preserve his higher value followers in hand, which I think is pretty respectable. Goblin Queen going second is one of your like points of compensation for getting that first Evo point. Otherwise, you can fall behind really quickly. And in fact, I like a little bit of patience here. You're not always going at breakneck speed from Arita-kun. Very different from riding a motorbike.
So something about the Jack Shovel, it deals with the opposing one, and then it allows him to still have the Savoring Slash just in case a situation like this comes up. It gives him that option. If it wasn't specifically the Goblin Queen from the side of Fee, Arita-kun also had the option of aggressively tempoing out his own Goblin Queen. A little bit risky, but that would have been an option as well. But holding on to the Savoring Slash really means that he's trying to toss something like a Goblin with it and sort of have as much value as possible. He really wants to save the Burial Rite spells for after he plays the Goblin Queen. That's a common pattern that you see with this deck. A lot of the followers that you want to play early in the early game are also the ones that are, one attack or one defense. So they happen to be good procession targets and just good Burial Rite targets in general. So sometimes there is a little bit of a conflict there, but with Goblin Queen putting the goblins in hand, that just gives you easy targets. It's essentially like giving you real card draw because you have to pick followers to discard anyway. If you discard the goblin, it means you get to keep a real card. So it's almost like real card draw in that sense.
Yeah, you could say that sometimes with this deck, a goblin in hand is worth 2 on the board.
All right, I don't know about that one, but sure, I guess. Well, there's 2 goblins in hand either way. One of them is going to go out as expected for that parade. Going to go parade first and then sarcophagus.
That's kind of interesting. Not going for the immediate draw here. I think maybe this deters trades, right? Like, or deters face hitting. So
he knows that no matter what, Fee is gonna do something this turn. He's gonna make a board or play some kind of. So like he'll have the opportunity to proc the sarcophagus
treasure.
Anyway.
Yeah.
The treasure.
And so
Miltio gonna come out here as expected on turn 5.
Yeah, and this kind of like basically effectively gains 1 life, and sometimes that 1 extra hit point on the leader can make a huge difference. So I like these micro optimizations. He gives up a little bit of information for this, but well, if he was gonna make this play this turn, oh, speaking of sarcophagus wraith being worse than a goblin, once again we're in a situation where if that 1/2 were a goblin, he would become a king. Fortunately, no heirs to the throne here.
Not a pretty scary board.
Yeah.
Not a lot of great options here for Ridikun. 3 spells just drawn back to back to back in the early game really, really hurts this deck.
It's looking like a slash and jack shovel.
Slash jack shovel, yeah. You can slash the 5/2 jack shovel into something else. You won't necessarily get the full value out of the jack shovel if you want to value trade the 1/2 over the 1/1.
Yeah. I think you can leave the 1/1. It's a little dicey, but like, I don't know. The one thing I'm not great at calculating with this deck, absolutely not great at, is how much life I actually need. I play a little recklessly when I'm trying to hit the Gremory. But it's definitely a consideration when you're in a high stakes game like this. How much life can you afford to bleed out versus resources generated? And that's when like precise calculation really matters. So he's going to slash the 5/2 here. I think that's a pretty easy line to take. And it looks like he's going to try to clear as much.
Okay, so he's going to value trade then, it looks like.
Oh, this is going to go into the Goblin Queen, right? Yeah. Leaving the Milteo on board can restrict the opponent.
And then tempo out the other Goblin. Looks good to me.
Yeah. Okay. I like it.
Leave the world's widest, tiniest board.
Yeah. Well, it's we look at it as a board, but it's also just like 5 more shadows, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
when he wants to cash them in.
A lot of 2-drops in Fee's hand. Archangel into Psycho Pomp is one option. I believe both players should be running Shuten Doji, so saving the EO for a potential Shuten play is definitely a consideration as well. Fee has a decent amount of card draw with the Psycho Pomps, but no immediate value in his hand right now. He's gonna look for a way to make use of the Psycho Pomps this turn.
One thing to note is that with the Fearin in play, he really wants to try to get more cards on the board, but it's or more followers on the board. But it's kind of tough for him to he doesn't have anything that cheats out a lot of followers in this hand.
And he doesn't really want to play out. That is his last Gremory. So playing that out is really, really committal. I don't think he's going to want to go for that if he can avoid it. I think he will have to take the minor L here and just have a slightly weaker Fearin.
Yeah. I think he was trying to hit like an Undead Parade or something there. Conserving the Evo point, one option could have been to evolve the Archangel, but it's a little... Okay, so he actually does commit this EO to make his board stronger as well.
And the Evo point.
Okay.
Yeah, just trying to make a big swing here, as big of a swing as he can make.
Yeah. Necro Impulse looking very threatening. Whether or not it is in his hand, but like you got to make put the fear of Necro Impulse in a Ridikun as well.
Well, double Necro Impulse in Rita Kun's hand. But not enough Still, even with a decently built board, of course.
Yeah.
Kind of another weird turn, right? Maybe something involving Psychopomp just to get more?
I think this is an enhanced sarcophagus Wraith thing. What Iritakun's trying to gauge out here is how to set up the trades, because he needs 2 board spots for this.
Yeah.
So he trades one of the droids in. They're not the droids that he's looking for. This other droid, I think, finishes the trade so he can activate these 2 amulets. And now he can clear more of this board. Heals 2, right? Evo, usually he'll probably Evo the Lich over EO here, give himself the biggest board possible. And now he's on 22 shadows, 22 cards in deck, which means if anything on his board dies, he will have a Gremory invoke. And I believe he still has 1 left in his deck. I think that's the first Gremory we've seen from Irita-kun drawn out. Played cards. Yeah, or it would also be Followers Destroyed.
Well, also at the
'Cause
very
we-
least, could hard play the Gremory and then play a Necro Impulse since there's no monster in hand. So there's options.
Yeah. It's always okay. And so Irita-kun now actually has gotten to because of the slow turn relative to like Shadow Generation from Fia, Irita-kun's actually somewhat ahead now when it comes to activating Gremory, but his life total is looking a bit precarious.
Yeah, also no trio in Irita-kun's hand. Both of the trios stolen by Fee over there. He's gonna have access to the necromancy power plays, but he is also the one who's a little bit behind in that game plan. So a little bit of a weird situation here. He probably wants to draw with the Psychopomp, but you don't really want to give up the Furin.
Yeah, and since he has to play the Gremory from hand, he has to use a Necro Impulse to reset his play points this turn, right? If he's going to try to make a Gremory play this turn, which means if he commits to the Psychopomp, he cannot activate Gremory this turn, I believe. So that would be a tough commit from him as well. Okay, well, as I say
so
that.
he could go for 1,
This parade
3,
is
4, 5. Oh, he's a little bit off from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he just commits the Gremory now, signaling. Now Irita-kun does have some info to work with here. Like, I think if he's tracking, he should know that Feed cannot invoke a Gremory from his deck now, which definitely a consideration in this kind of position for what kind of board slots your opponent has to work with. And in fact, Irita-kun with the double invoke kind of hurts what he can commit to the board, I think. Those board slots are very much occupied. But then again,
he doesn't have trio this turn anyway, so I think if there was ever a turn to have like a bit of a slower turn and just draw cards, this would be it. And it's not too bad either, because this is also just the turn where I believe that's his last Furin is going to be out of his deck now, so he'll have a little bit more board space to work with next turn. And that is his last Gremory as well. 1 was in his hand earlier. It's in his hand right now. So Savoring Slash first.
No.
No?
Rethinking what he wants to pitch. I think he pitches a Psychopomp. Interesting. Okay.
Oh, Grudge
Draws into a
Knight.
Grudge Knight. Okay. Would you ever go? I was just asking if he would do this. He uses 1 Necro Impulse to reset his play points here. And
Go for the
I
7th
guess,
play point, Grudge Knight? Really?
is that it?
No.
he's-
Okay.
No, he's pitching this Gremory as well to draw deeper in his. Okay. Top deck to Mateo.
Is not bad. Not bad at all.
That's actually quite good here. It helps him draw into more relevant cards. All right. He made that is a tough decision. He dispensed with one of the Necro Impulses from one of the strongest cards in the deck just to make sure that that turn could be as strong as possible.
Yeah, using
Really
Necro Impulse just to boost your play points, not necessarily as a combo tool, is an important thing to do in this deck. It's often in those sort of awkward situations where you have to do it, but it can be a game-winning decision in all sorts of situations. It's the type of thing that pushes you from like a 60% win rate to, higher than that, right? That's the type of thing that
Absolutely.
will get you to the next level. But speaking of next level, Fee has all the tools in the world right now, with Sarcophagus as well.
He slams the first trio because that's gonna you need those board slots and you need those play points. And now he's taking some time to think about the next line. World
I
makes
definitely
a
like
lot of
World
sense
here.
Mm.
Get a bit healthier. You just saw your opponent commit one Necro Impulse to just restore the play points. So first of all, you know there's one fewer Necro Impulse in deck. And also, you can kind of read that there might be another Impulse in hand if they're willing to throw one of them away. Not always the case, but I like this play.
Now we have Liches on parade.
Yeah. Okay. That's a really, really strong board. 2 value trades with the trio. We've seen this a lot from Storm over Reveal. Get the value trades, and once the trios die, they clear the opponent's board for you.
Yeah,
this is
very hard
really
to kill through
scary,
this.
though. I mean, it's well, I mean, obviously there's the risk of pinging or getting the last words from the trios, but on the big followers, but like a Necro Impulse could have it target ghosts, maybe. You know, like obviously it's not a play maybe that you would really go for, but it's scary.
It's incredibly scary, but I think it's just the optimum play. Like it's very unlikely for you to be punished through this. And Arita-kun, all right, processions
finally
for
trio.
Finally finds a trio. All right.
You hate to see it. That was a lot of damage on board, but there's no choice but to get rid of it.
Yeah.
That's just how strong trio is. Even if you fall behind on board a little bit, as long as you hit the Grim Recount and you have the follow-up, trio is just so insane that you can make that concession early on, restore your health with World like Fee just did, and this is the strength of Gremry Shadow. Even you have the insane mid-game power spikes, but even if that falls through, you can make such a strong comeback just like this.
Yeah, like Bike Dragon, you know, like if we want to draw a contrast, like often starts running out of steam partway through the game, but Gremry Shadow, you know, it's not running out of steam until they're out of cards in their deck.
Right, exactly.
And Arita-kun goes for another value Necro Impulse into his trio. Very interesting, and he does a similar play here with the trio setup.
So I believe this is a game, right? At this point, because you can trade in, you can
that
play
is,
on the trio.
The triple Necro Impulse is
there's like there's several ways to get lethal here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is like every win condition in deck was drawn by Fee over the course of the this game, so eventually it adds up.
Trios will annihilate the board. Necro Impulse. And 2 Necro Impulses, that's 14 damage.
Yeah, so double Necro Impulse on an empty board is 14 damage, exactly. That's going to close out the game for Fee. Well played from both sides. I think Arita-kun did his best to keep it as close as possible, but in the end, even though he had a good advantage in the mid game, he was ahead in terms of the shadow count and the Gremry points, but the trios were just not there when they needed him to be, and he had to play 2 Necro Impulses just for the play point regeneration. It just wasn't strong enough. Fee had a slower setup, but the much better follow-up, and that's what pulled through for him in the end.
And we saw how it played through between Fee and Arita-kun. Again, Fee coming from behind, essentially, getting that first L in that Bike Dragon mirror match, still pulling it through, as Noir mentioned. Still pretty interesting to see how it's fleshed out with Bike Dragon. I'm starting to like that deck a little bit. Maybe I'm going to try to sell some cards from Verdant Conflict and make my way towards Bike Dragon City. Who knows? But moving on into quarterfinals number 2. Again, you just witnessed Fee versus Arita-kun. Fee taking it down over Arita 2-1. Up next, I do believe we have Sawa-chan versus Kaito in a little bit. Noir had a good amount to say against, or towards Sawa-chan, excuse me. Not against. What am I saying? Towards Sawa-chan.
Well, I mean,
and
I
Kaito.
was against him at once upon a time, but...
At once. One time. Now you're all for it. Now you're a part of Team Sawa-chan, right?
Yeah. Of course.
Now, facing off against Kaito, did we have any sort of info, any more info in regards to Kaito as a player?
I think the main thing, place I've seen Kaito is in our tempo tournaments. I think he's been a consistent, strong contender in these events. I don't remember the specifics off the top of my head, unfortunately, but I remember like I think it was another Operation Tokyo or Shadow Mania where he also showed up in the top 32 top cut, and so like he's a force to behold in these events as well. As far as overseas exposure, I think he may be one of the like an echelon of like higher level amateur players that just hasn't really seen exposure. But consistently hitting top cut in these tempo events definitely shows that he's got like a lot of potential there.
Yeah, and another interesting thing to point out is that we usually see a pretty wide variety of like team representation within these top 8s of these, like for instance Operation Tokyo or Shadow Mania, but we do actually have 2 people from the same team here, which is Kaito and Kaeru, which I believe we'll see later on. So it's really interesting to see how teammates use their for instance, actually I think these 2 are bringing totally different lineups, which is pretty rare, I think, for teammates to enter and bring something completely different, unless it's like a very, very large team. But the fact that they both showed up and both, you can see right there, I believe they have 2 different Haven archetypes. One brought Shadow and one brought Excel Forest, and I believe Kaito might be the one with Aggro Shadow, although I can't remember. Do not quote me on that. I'll look it up in a minute. So it'll be interesting to see how far they both get, and they are on both on opposite sides of the bracket, which is great for them. No early team kills.
Yeah, it could have a core grand finals. They would certainly love to see that.
Absolutely, especially with their different lineups too. Although you say they have different lineups, but one of them. Oh my God! Wonder Chef's pulled out of the deck. Oh God!
Somebody top deck.
That's a fighter chef right there.
I'm still here, but Skype died.
Oh, okay.
Well, we hear you.
Yeah. In any case, I think we mentioned that the core players Kaeru and Kaito had slightly different lineups, but they are both bringing Haven. Now, I think that's a deck that like kind of just very recently appeared in a more prominent location in the metagame. So.
Yeah. And as we prepare ourselves for the upcoming match, we want to refresh your memory with how we do things here at Operation Tokyo with the current format. 2 decks only, different classes per deck. Game winner must swap to a second deck. However, the loser, they can still keep playing with the same deck if needed, right? The rules are no deck bans whatsoever. It's gonna be, again, single elimination. There's so much on the line here, as a Japan chip for 2 is gonna be what's in first place for the first place winner, as well as a good amount of cash too. Second place, $500 USD. Third place, $400 USD. Fourth place with $350. Fifth to eighth place, $200 a piece for those players, along with a ton of packs. Don't be fooled from what it says in first place. It's definitely Eternal Awakening all the way through and through, but that's 10 packs, 10 digital packs. That's a good amount. We saw some of the players earlier in the first quarterfinals. It was Fee versus Arita-kun. Fee took it down 2-1 after coming from behind, and the rest are here to play it out. Sawa-chan versus Kaito, Kaeru versus Paid Actor, Mia and Kuge. And of course, the schedule of what to anticipate for the rest of the quarterfinals here, as Zones can hardly contain himself. He's ready for it.
We have a lot of Haven coming up, and that's exciting, especially Paid Actors. That's
no, yeah, Paid Actors on Haven. That's an SVO special if I've ever heard of one. Yeah, but I'm sure Paid Actor. I have a lot of faith in him. He doesn't often go by the name of Paid Actor, but is a pretty well-known player. Definitely top list standings in his region as well. So definitely expect a lot from him.
All right. Side note: I'm back. Skype signed me out because it said that I was doing something suspicious. So I don't know if they like me cheering for Japanese players. Maybe that's what it is, or maybe
background kind of.
Yeah, they're not Grand Blue fans. But I'm back.
In the meantime, before we lose them again after all that Grand Blue talk, as well as cheering for Japanese players, we have Sawa-chan with Aggro Shadow coming to the table.
Ooh, yeah, aggro Shadow. So we've seen a good amount of Shadow today already, but this is a very different Shadow deck, a very aggressive deck, and one that, like Zones was saying, we saw before the expansion switch. However, it did get at least one new option, which is the Skullfish, and I think that's the only one that's in this deck. How does it work out in the meta? Let's ask Zones, since you were talking about it earlier.
All right, well, this is the, if we're talking about decks that define the meta, this is the one that every other deck has to survive in order to even see serious contention, or you're just giving up this match completely. This is the fastest deck. It goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know if you need to keep counting, because usually you're already dead by then. Now, there's generally a sort of like core 12 cards that are run, and we see all of them here. The maybe so 12 times 3, 36 cards. Grudge Teller, Necro Impulse are the prominent damage dealers of the deck, but we've seen a lot of that. Skullfish adds a lot of ward breaking potential to the deck. I actually have played against played a game where I think I reanimated like got 8 Skullfishes total out, and just like, because I kept having to get through these really big wards and won the game like grindfest style. So not something that you usually see from aggressive decks, but like that dimension of play to the deck is kind of mean. And so, well, one of the unusual things about this list is the Wandering Chef and Goblin Queen. The more traditional variants of the deck, sometimes we'll see have reanimate cards to interact with Grudge Teller, but this version cut out the reanimation spells for more followers. Wandering Chef, huge Mirror Breaker in aggro matchups, extremely strong in an aggression-based metagame, and Goblin Queen just also dumps a lot of stats on the board. So this is a bit of a more mid-range take on aggro deck than something you might see on ladder, and I kind of respect that. He's going for consistency here rather than some of the more explosive plays that you could get for the deck.
Yeah, I've seen quite a few versions of this deck, and by versions I just mean some different cards around, like stuff like Shao, the new card with the reanimate, the 1-drop, I believe that's the name, and just a lot of different options. So I'm excited to see how this one plays out, as I think it's the only aggro Shadow we have in the top 8.
I believe so, yeah. Sawa-chan is also bringing Acceleration Forest, so let's take a look at what's different this time around for this deck.
All right, so I'm really excited about this deck. I was a huge fan of the Accelerate package back when it was pretty bad, and by pretty bad I just mean it didn't have really a good way to win, but it can still create boards and such, as the majority of this deck is from previous expansions. But some of the new cards that it got are, for example, Walder, a Forest Ranger, which you can see right there, a great way to fit in a lot of damage from just your accelerates. And then there is Levin, another great new win condition. And the final one I would say would be Fairy Flowering, which allows you to get into pretty massive storm damage. But yeah, I was not finding too great success with this deck, and then Zones, we talked about this yesterday, and you got me to try it again, and I am absolutely in love. I stayed up way too late playing this deck, and so you know what, Nor, I'm skipping you this time. I want to talk to Zones about this deck again.
Sorry, Noir. Okay. Yeah, so Excel Forest, this is this deck uses a lot of the cards that were basically overshadowed by Loxus in the previous expansion, as well as some nice additions. Walder Forest Ranger is a quick blader that sometimes can take his time and just hit for like 10 instead of 1. Sword player is going to be a little jealous of that power level, and he's also just such a fast blader that he comes out of your deck instead of having to be played completely. But a lot of what we're going to be looking for in Excel Forest is like chaining these 1-cost cards and combining them in ways to advance your game plan, get an extra damage, and just look for an angle to get some damage in on your opponent and find a win. I think Wonder Chef, you're a huge fighting game enthusiast, so like you see a little bit of that dynamic with like looking for openings in your opponent's defenses and then punching through at critical moments. And I think that's probably why you have such a nice affinity for the deck.
I mean, it's just fun. Also, weirdly enough, there's like a lot of fighting game players that have Shadowverse experience. Like Vicious is a huge fighting game player. We have like East plays a ton of fighting games. That's the word I'm going for. Noir plays Smash, which is definitely a fighting game in my eyes.
And then Cien, who actually qualified into WGP one of the years, who's
he was one match away.
Oh, he was one match away. Okay,
yeah,
gotcha.
but it was on the same date as Capcom Cup, which would have been unfortunate. But yeah, Shen was extremely good at this game. There's a weird crossover there. There's Street Fighter leaders. I don't know. But
there are,
definitely though, like resource management and stuff like that, which is, I guess, definitely more important in card games, is still something that's really fun to fighting game players. So that's why, like, choosing your moments, I guess, is why Excel is so fun.
And we're moving on to the second player that Sawa-chan is going up against. It's Kaito, bringing Gramarye Shadow. We already saw what went down. And, this time I'm going to have Noir talk to us a little bit more about Gramarye Shadow this time, because he's been locked down for a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I've been locked down for a little over a year now, but I mean... Okay, so Gramarye Shadow, now this is a real callback to Fortune's Hand, which I can respect a lot. We see some classic cards here, Bonanza Necromancer and Conquering Dreadlord. These are sort of the burial rite buddies here. Bonanza draws cards every time you perform a burial rite when he's on the board, and once you perform 5, 7, or 9, then Dreadlord will invoke from the deck and summon the 4/4 Lich. So just a lot of explosive mid-game plays with the Dreadlord. Just one Dreadlord, just allowing one more potential 4/4 on board on your Milteo turn in particular. Milteo burials twice, so if you can get 3 beforehand, potentially on turn 4 with like Bonanza +1/+1 is a really strong play. Bonanza gets you 2 extra cards, and then you can set up for the Dreadlord on turn 5. You can hit some really, really insane high rolls with this type of deck, and just have a much more explosive mid-game at the cost of potentially a little bit less consistency overall, but I can respect this build a lot.
And the other deck that Kaito is bringing to the table is Sanctuary Haven, and that's the deck that requires a lot of patience, right? From both sides of the fight. Noir, why don't you go ahead and break this one down as well, and for the other casters as well, if you want to talk about the long-term strategy of Sanctuary Haven, feel free to do so.
I do not want to talk about that.
That's fair.
You said it requires a lot of patience from both sides. It requires more than 2 sides. It requires patience from everybody involved. But, I mean, at least it's not going to be a Sanctuary Mirror, at least not in this matchup. But this deck has been coming up a lot recently. It's performed very, very well in recent JCG tournaments. And Archangel of Evocation shown there, with the Evo effect of increasing your maximum defense, is a really, really good effect. A lot of the decks right now, even the aggressive ones, have a combo-based win condition or lethal setup. Even Aggro Shadow often relies on Necro Impulse to finish off the game. Or, you have Bike Dragon with its multiple Storm Follower lethal setups. Increasing max HP is really, really strong against all of these decks. So Archangel is just a really great setup. And the rest of the deck with Yukari, Lorena, all of the traditional heal support, you see a lot of defensive tools there. We've seen it before. Great for surviving, stalling until you play, World Raw on turn 10.
Yeah, I was actually just joking, to be fair. I actually think it's a really fun deck, and I do really enjoy watching it. There are some Controller Haven variants that are a little bit slower even, I think, and that I have less fun watching. But actually, Sanctuary Haven was my most played deck in the last expansion, so that says a lot about me, I think. And it is true, though. I think the past 2 JCGs, the winner was using this, or at least it was, both of them were using Haven, I believe. It's all the lists are getting a little bit confusing to me, but yeah, it's interesting to see how this works out in such an aggressive meta.
Yeah, and I think one of the other things that can be noted by Haven is that it's the class with the most access to Banish, right? Like, especially it's sort of like flavor-wise. And Banish is actually pretty key in this current meta game. You have cards like Milteo and Razia, where you get a lot of value for banishing them rather than straight up killing them. And well, as we're talking about Haven, we're not going to see it in this game.
Not yet, yeah. Well, we already see Forest going up against Shadow here. It's Sawa-chan versus Kaito in quarterfinals 2. Here comes the first game.
Oh my god, they both have blue check
look
marks.
At these blue check marks. Fancy gamers here. Okay, Solo keeping the Elf Queen. I like that. great draws, really great draws from Mr. Splendor himself there. So 2 accelerates in hand already, Kokoro and Elf Queen. You can't really ask for much better than this, especially going first. Considering whether or not to play the Reclusive Ponder on turn 1 or not. Now, the thing is, if you play 2 accelerates on the same turn, then you invoke a 1/1 Storm from your deck. In this game, he's called Walder. In this game, he's called Walder. But so a very, very strong card, obviously. So the consideration there is whether you want to save for a potential Walder invoke, but with no other accelerate that he could play right away, he just goes for the turn 1 accelerate, which I think is fine. Looks for a bounce or my boy Xeno Sagittarius. I didn't get to talk about him earlier, but I was about to say I'm a huge tier 3 sub for Xeno Sagittarius. I love this card. He is so cool. One of my favorite cards of this expansion. Now, unfortunately, he's not really that popular anymore because a lot of players are either opting for cards like Limaga to get more consistent accelerates with a better early game, or Varmint Hunter for the insane combo potential. So Xeno Sagittarius doesn't really do the best of anything, but if you draw him early on and you use him as a bounce target, he'll give you an extra card. So he can help out your early game in a slightly different way compared to Limaga. I like him a lot though because I just love drawing cards. Yeah, Savoring Slash could be the option here on turn 2. Get rid of that Kokoro. Don't let him bounce it. That's a very important thing to do.
He's giving up some of his own card draw to do that though. So but yeah, with another copy in hand, I think you can afford to do that.
Yeah, understandable. And the Parade top deck, really, really good. Can go Parade, Psycho Pop next turn. A great combination. Giant Patches off the top would have been pretty good if he had the other Accelerate in hand, but he just top decked into the Giant Patches, so there was no way around that one.
Yeah, you could still go for like Xeno Sagittarius, bounce it with the Wolf, and then
play Giant Pastures for the
or play one of the other accelerates you get. But that's a pretty hard commit because Sabo-chan's deck has 1 copy of Xeno Sagittarius, which means once you commit this to Crystallize, it can never become its original self. That said, he's going for this line.
Yeah, I think it's just more card draw. I think it's just too strong of a play. You should just do it. It's just developed so much.
Yeah,
gets the 2/2 Storm on board.
Walder.
There he is, Walder, out of the deck.
Yep.
Great design.
A lot of your sequencing also is around this card. You know, like you use 2 accelerates to invoke him, but then sometimes you want to bounce him back to your hand since he has that enhanced mode. But we're on Kaito's turn, and he's thinking about how to deal with this predicament.
We're receiving some backstage insight right now. Apparently, Kaito was a Rage finalist back in Starforged Legends. A lot of the Zoomers in the chat probably don't even know what that is, but that was back in 2017, back in the first World Grand Prix.
Oh my!
A long, long time ago.
Well, that kind of history is definitely a boon when you're. Especially when you're learning a new set like this, right? I mean, all you can use is your past experiences, really, to figure out what you want to bring.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of experienced players in the bracket for sure. Elf Queen gonna come out here, turn 4, going first, just a cycle.
Nice draw first play into the Levon. This is another one of your possible win conditions in this deck. Once Levon, Crystallize, Fanfare, kills any follower with 2 defense or less. Later on when you play him, he can kill any follower, and if he's killed 4 followers on Fanfare, doesn't even have to have killed someone on that Fanfare, he does 5 damage to the opposing leader. Now, so one of your bread and butter combos is to play Levon, kill something, deal 4 damage, give him a Fairy Flowering, evolve him, because you can do that, and Stormface for another 9 damage, and that's a full 14 damage. And not like, you know, not insane amounts of damage, but usually enough to end the game.
Yeah, Conquering Dreadlord drawn off the top there, not quite what you want to see. A little unfortunate. So the free 4/4 is going to be off the table now from Kaito. And
he set such a good pace for it, yeah.
Yeah, we really were, yeah. We had, I think, at least 2 already with the Slash in hand and then the Miltio to follow up. So it would have definitely been on deck there if just another follower was drawn instead. forced to go with the Sarcophagus Evo.
At least Conquering Dreadlord isn't gonna be like filling up the like reanimate pool quite as badly as I believe when we first saw it.
Oh wait. You mean like because of like Fatal Order?
Yeah,
well, yeah. I mean, I feel like the first time we saw it, there was a lot of like Fatal Order, He Who Wants Rock stuff, where you didn't want Conquering Dreadlord if you got rid of it. That was like even just as bad, maybe as drawing it. So.
Oh, you actually usually did want him for.
Yeah,
for
sometimes you
Brawlhalla.
did want him. The thing is, you could choose almost whether you want him or not, because like if you have like He Who Wants Rock buried, that it's always going to be him. But then sometimes you want Dreadlord for the early, the 4/4. But that aside, Varmint Hunter, insane card in this deck. Not so insane on this turn, but he actually is pretty good. Yeah, never mind.
Because you can.
It is turn 5.
Yeah. You can evolve him to recover 2 play points and follow up with a 3 play point play. Chipper Skipper, already a reasonable follow up here, but he's gonna evolve. It looks. I feel like this is an Elf Queen, but you can trade into the 1/1, and then. Oh, he could also go for Chipper. No, Chipper and draw is also pretty good.
Invoke?
Yeah. I think that's what it looks like.
Another one.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, and he gets a Wind Fairy. That's insane.
Huge. That's really, really huge.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now he can bounce one of these Walders back, and that's the second mode of Walder in play now.
That's so strong. Yeah. So being able to invoke Walder and then bounce it back is a key play for this deck. Walder has the enhance effect. It already has 6 accelerate.
6.
Oh my god, that's what you call.
In his first 5 turns, he's already accelerated 6 times. Yeah, and like, so Walder now gets +6/+6 on the enhance, but that Fairy Flowering is now also has its Storm activated. You look for something like a Elf Queen, Fairy Flowering combo. That's just so nasty.
There's just a million ways for Sao-chan to look to close the game here. But that enhance effect from Walder, you push the early chip damage with it, bounce it back to your hand, and once you play for the enhance, it becomes at least like a 7/7, or perhaps even bigger than that based on how many times you've accelerated. And hitting 6 accelerates by the end of turn 6 is normally sort of what you're looking for, but we've hit it at the end of turn 5. I'm gonna say it's all off the back of Xeno Sagittarius, that card draw. Really coming in clutch there.
You're not wrong. I mean, you can't accelerate cards if you don't draw them. So
exactly.
And we have another Goblin cosplay.
It's a little bit better than Goblin Princess. At least we can clear the Varmint Hunter.
Oh, but he's looking at. But he's just dead, right?
He's dead.
That's
He's literally dead.
9 damage plus 5 on the board. That's lethal because he couldn't clear another follower. Oh my god.
That's Shadowverse.
Yeah.
And that is a huge weakness for Gramarye Shadow. The Miltio board almost always can only clear one thing at a time unless you are very fortunate and revive a Jack Shovel, which gets Rush right away. But that aside, you can usually only clear one thing. And then that's where the Walder Invoke is so strong, because if you can get something to stick, you can, with just a little bit more extra chip damage, the Storm is going to be so much more impactful from Excel Force. Yeah. It's a deck that can already win the game very easily with just the Storm damage alone. So it's kind of like old school Roach, where if you're lowering the threshold by pushing chip damage, then you just win super, super early. And that's what we saw.
How crazy was that Wind Fairy top deck to get the Walder back in hand? Just at
that was absolutely amazing.
Jeez.
I mean, I think even without Walder, that still would have been lethal, right? Because you could have played the Levin, they drew another Levin, and you play that, and then Fairy. So there was it just shows how strong the deck.
Oh no! The Wind Fairy was also the 6th accelerate.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't have Storm.
Yeah. So regardless, one way or another, the wind fairy was really the key there. But still, like if there was, say, another 20 life, there was still a lot of burst damage in hand. But somehow, I'm glad that so far we've got to see really the strengths of all of the new deck archetypes and really what they're good at. Most of those are just burst damage.
I think there's 2 other players that are bringing XL Force, if I'm not mistaken, other than like Sawa-chan, which we're going to get into eventually. But we see just a sample of it right now. And now Sawa-chan only left with aggro Shadow. And he's just killing you with a smile. No single emotion has been shown other than that one so far. And a photogenic one at that. So we're going to expect aggro Shadow coming from the side of Sawa-chan. Kaito still trying to duke it out with Grimoire Shadow as well as Sanctuary Haven here in game number 2 in the quarterfinals. Let's see how it goes down.
All right.
I
haven't really run into this matchup often, but you know, going second for aggro Shadow, Sawa-chan's on a little bit of a back foot, I believe.
Oh yeah, this is one of the reasons to play Sanctuary Haven. With all the defensive tools, all the clear, all the healing, it's a very good matchup into aggro Shadow. Definitely still winnable for aggro Shadow just because the power level of the deck is just that high. But we're already seeing a lot of great tools here from Kaito deciding whether he wants to actually play double Sanctuary going first. Might not necessarily be what he's
It's actually not a guaranteed
yeah, it's not guaranteed.
Sanctuary.
Yeah. Yeah. Because he could pull the Unicorn as well.
And the Unicorn also would actually be a pretty sick tempo tool, I think,
wow.
if you get it
keeping
early.
Gold Rush Ghost. Interesting there from Sawa-chan.
I think he values the Evo effect. He's like already in it. He's already in it for the long run, knowing that he's going second. So having the option of like a consistent 2-drop, as well as getting the Evo effect, because you evolve that on turn 4, you'll have all of its effects done by turn 7. And if you haven't won by turn 7 or 8, right, like you're not winning. So
Exactly.
So he wants that. I think he's already thinking about how he's going to win the game. That's how I'm going to choose to interpret that.
Yeah. Now, the Lurching Corpse is actually pretty nice in this matchup. With the Holy Sanctuary, you do have the option to set up the untargetable ward. And if the Lurching Corpse comes in at an opportune time, it could actually help you break through that ward. And that can be really, really huge as well. Bone Fanatic versus the Unicorn on the turn 1 and turn 2. Great starts from both of these players. Skeleton Dreamer off the top. That's a good play this turn.
Yeah, I don't think he wanted to play the Gold Rush on turn 2. So having that as another option would be... Oh, and another Sanctuary drawn. Now, but the...
Fluffy Angel, yeah, good new addition. Definitely going to slow down the aggression.
Yeah. Fluffy Angel, I think might be. I think I noted that Sawa-chan's not playing the Reanimate 3 package. I think it might be one of the considerations is the addition of Fluffy Angel to the defensive decks. When you Reanimate 3, you get 2 damage from your Grudge Teller, but if you get your opponent's Fluffy Angel back for them, suddenly you're not really looking like you're completely ahead on that exchange. So not terribly equivalent. So he's gonna have Miyako pick up this bike. She's a pretty good bike rider because she has that defensive shield. But is he gonna use the shield here to convert for a little damage? I think Sawa-chan's gonna... I think he might play it a little slow now. The shield on Miyako, not guaranteed to really convert to much on the other hand, so this is a tough decision, I would say. Oh, nope, he's just going for the extra damage. Alright, so... Okay.
Maybe even just like a little bit more stickiness in a way. Just because even if Miyako did have the shield, something might be able to like banish her or something like that, but... If you banish the Skull Fanatic, Bone Fanatic, then it's like a weak choice, right? So maybe a little stickier.
All right, an Abysmal Wraith with a full board.
No burial right, though.
No burial right, but that might be good given his hand. Yeah.
Yeah. With Milteo in hand, you want to have 2 followers, and then you also kind of want to have the option of either the Enhance Gold Rush or the Sarcophagus. Both of those are great targets there. Already looking a little bit rough here from Kaito. Blight almost clears the board.
It's not a full clear from Blight. That's a little dicey.
Yeah, it will clear the 4/4, I believe. The 1/1 will summon afterwards.
Yeah. Well, there's 2 4/4s though, right? So
there's 2 4/4s.
Yeah. So that's the catch. This is terrifying for Kaito.
So, speaking of, still winnable for Shadow, this is pretty much how you would want it to happen. 1+3 or 1+2 rather on turn 3 with the rush and the Miyako is really disgusting. That is the best way to get through Fluffy Angel.
Yeah.
And then follow that up with the Abysmal Wraith into the Miltio is just picture perfect, honestly. Like, it really could not get any better here for Sawachan.
Forced to Lorena here, I think, to clear off the 2 largest followers. But what is he? Oh, so Kaito. Oh, he's gonna kill off the 2 4/4s. So the ping has a 50-50 of going on the Miyako. That's gonna be how he mitigates as much damage as possible. He's really hoping for this one. Oh, draws a set.
Set is huge here.
That's
Another
huge.
Heal for 3, and you get the Tiger. That's gonna help you stabilize the Milteo turn.
Okay,
It's looking winnable again.
He's living.
We live in, boys.
All right, and oh my, this game was looking really dicey.
And
but
the Unicorn is gonna pop next turn too. That's gonna be another 4 damage ping onto anything that Sawachan plays here.
Unicorn
And
altar
heal for
popping.
1.
Yeah, he heals for 1, and then the 2-cost Unicorn in hand sequences really well with a variety of options in Kaito's hand. That allows him to heal himself for 3 as well. So maybe, don't want to jinx Kaito too hard here, but he may have turned the corner off of that top deck. Because the difference between that
the Lorena set was so good there.
Yeah.
Stabilizing on that turn was really sort of the turning point for this game, because now the 2-cost Unicorn, if you get a chance to play it, it's insanely strong. It's just that it doesn't affect the board right away. So oftentimes on your first Evo turn, you're forced to use cards like Lorena, which don't necessarily heal you for the maximum amount. But once you get through that point and then play the Unicorn, you are in such a favored position. Miltio is going to come down, decides to toss away, I believe, the other Miltio. Yeah, and plus the...
the Gold Rush goes. Oh, no, a 1-5.
6-0.
Wait, no, a 6-0. It's not a 1-5. Oh, my God. It's worse than a 1-5.
That sucks.
Oh, and good. Oh, my God, those pings from... those are 2 good pings from Kaito. He wins a 2 and 3, and then a 50-50 on the pings. Oh, jeez.
And I mean, another huge thing is that the shadow count for Sawachan is so low that like Necro Impulse is not even a threat. I mean, if you leave Milteo up and just heal this turn.
Oh my God, we're at 18.
Wait, the Fluffy Angel picked up the buff?
That's disgusting.
Oh,
You can even Evo face here. There's nothing to be afraid of.
yeah, the Milteo is gonna oh, jeez.
You might as well just try to win on turn 7.
I think so.
I like this a lot. Turn the game around on turn 6. Really recognizing sort of his weak points and the strong points in this matchup. Playing super carefully on turn 3, turn 4 to make sure he was on the edge. He was so close to dying. If there was no set top deck, if Sawachan had another Storm in hand, that could have been the game on turn 5. But what a difference that is from not dying on turn 5 to winning on board on turn 7. But that is Sanctuary Haven. That's the draw of this deck.
He drew pretty well. You're right.
Yeah, I mean, living on the edge of the knife and then barely coming back with a strong finish is how this deck wants to operate. Goblin Queen not going to be nearly enough here to win the game for Sawachan. Now that was a really strong Axel Forest to start it off, but Kaito biting back with his Tigers here in game number 2.
Tigers and unicorns, what a weird like set of creatures to beat you down with.
And set, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I mean, in true Haven player fashion, he brings out just the entire zoo here.
Zoo Haven. But I don't know if does he have an outright win this turn? I don't think so. He's one off from the raw.
There's no lethal here.
There's no lethal, but I mean the game is almost a formality at this point.
It's pretty doomed.
Okay.
Ooh, not a lucky
luck for
ping.
Sawachan on those pings. Yeah.
Okay, so we're not winning on board on turn 7, but raw in hand and even more board clear potential with On Wings of Tomorrow. Yukari is there just to chill.
Yeah. If an aggro deck has to train to survive, I think you can say that you're already winning. There's no like surprise Necro Impulse.
Whoa!
Well,
I mean, fair, but
That is a Necro Impulse, but it's not much of a surprise at this point.
Yeah.
I gotta watch what I say.
Yeah, not much here. I mean, even clearing this board is, it's impossible, right? I mean, best you can do is clear the Tiger.
The Skullfish Necro Impulse would be a clear, and then you
Right,
have
Skullfish.
no way to win.
I mean, at this point, it's gonna be rough anyway.
Yeah, it's tough. And he's all right. Let's see what Sawachan's doing. I don't think this is a complete concession. He's in it to win it. He's making a board. This is a clear too. He saw his
A
last
single
Evo point.
5-5 at the end of this.
I didn't realize that there was an Evo point left. I'm very stupid, but
No, it's all good.
Then
It's
I
all good.
thought-
Like honestly, it's just the aggro mindset. You know, if that Evo's not going face, why do we even have it? You know, like that's so gross, right? Like, okay, this is yeah, I feel like could just be Jita and Raw.
Vegeta Ra is definitely a great option here. I think certainly something plus Ra, and I think Jita
Yeah.
just lines up a little bit too nicely.
Yeah, if you were a bit more patient, he could also Grands, but I don't think you need that level of patience. This is you can
No,
just stick
if
your
you're
fork in
really
Sawachan here.
disrespectful, you could just straight up pre-evo here, but that's a little bit too extra. Oh my god! Okay, well he's drawing his
Okay.
Necro Impulses in the right order, but in another game this would have been enough to win, but not this time.
Not from 18.
Yeah.
That's not enough damage on a full on an empty
Not
board.
from the SFL Rage finalist. Back then, Alana Haven was pretty good. This deck is like kind of like a distant cousin of Alana Haven.
When was Tenko's Shrine? That's like a.
That was like a year. That was a year later.
Ah, okay. My bad.
Yeah, yeah. But Storm Alana was pretty good in SFL towards the end there.
Yeah.
Sarcophagus Wraith, might as well just see what your next few cards are.
Yeah. Let's see what's in the box. Okay.
And it's absolutely nothing. Great.
Well, if we had gotten that Quixotic Adventure first, we would have cleared. But this is doomsday for
wow.
Sawachan.
3 sanctuaries just to add insult to injury. There's a lot of ways for you to insult your opponent here, but go face pass is very respectable.
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
I don't need to do anything.
I definitely would have played all the sanctuaries for sure.
You would have.
Yeah, well,
They only cost 2. I mean, it's a great deal.
great value, great value.
50% off on Holy Sanctuaries.
You know what's unfortunate about that is by like what turn 4 or 5, Sawachan, it looked like he was gonna seal the deal and get it like 2-0. I wrote it down on my card. I was like, all right, well, I think this is pretty much it. But then the top deck from Kaito really changed it around, being able to survive the Milteo turns. I didn't see it coming. As soon as I heard Noir scream, I looked up from my notes. I was like, okay, so this isn't happening the way it was supposed to.
Well, two things went right for him, right? He won the 50-50 ping on the Miyako, which mitigates a lot of damage, and then he drew the set to pull him out of like terrifyingly lethal range. Like that was. Whew.
And the set, it gave him the Tiger too. And let's not,
Yeah.
Discount the value of that Tiger. Helping him fight for board there, and also threatening lethal on board. Really is just everything coming together on that all-important turn 5, the first Evo turn from Kaito.
Yeah, and taking advantage of, I can't remember which one of you two said it, but just the fact that that the strongest play, like to create a board on Shadow side, is going to be Milteo, but it's so hard for you to play Milteo and then clear out more of their board. So the fact that we saw Kaito build up this board right before a potential strong Milteo turn, which ended up being not that strong anyway, but it meant that there was no real winning situation there.
Yeah, I hate to see the 6-0 on Milteo. That
6-0
Once
in
upon a
bracket,
time-
6-0 on Milteo.
once upon a time, 6-0 on Milteo was good, and then
Well,
they
back when, and then look at what they've done to my boy.
Sacristan.
He's massacred my boy. Here we go. This is quarterfinals number 2, game number 3 between Sawachan and Kaito. Which of the stronger Shadow decks will prevail?
All right.
Okay, tossing Just the Fury, keeping Sarcophagus Wraith and Procession. Pretty standard keep there. Procession is just a good card. Don't necessarily have to play it on turn 1. You just want to have the card available at some point, and then you can pick and choose what target to discard with it throughout the early game. Now, he might even choose to toss the Wraith, but it's definitely a dicey decision there because Wraith is a big source of card draw. Procession isn't actually... It doesn't increase your hand size, but he is going to go with it, it seems like.
I think it's because this hand has no immediate plan for turn 2, and you're up against an aggro deck. So, like, you want to hit something like a Jack Shovel here, right? So you can, like, fight for the board, start fighting for the board. If you're skipping too many turns, you could be in a really troubled spot. And
no, dude, not again.
Speaking of skipping turns, oh gosh.
Oh no.
You know, as a conquering Dreadlord drawer myself, I really feel for Kaito here. I think you've been in a similar spot as well.
We can all relate, you know.
Yeah.
This is a 1 Dreadlord deck, by the way.
Okay.
Goblin Queen is a solid draw off the top there. 3/3 to contest the board. The goblins there to give you a little bit more flexibility for the burial rites as well. Can also just tempo them out. Not too bad there. Double Goblin Queen. Oh my god, the 4/4 Goblin Queen is going to be awful to deal with here for Kaito.
But is it possibly a Chef angle here?
Chef is also a great turn. They're both... You're choosing between really good play A versus really good play B.
Yeah.
Chef definitely just even stronger on board here. Prevents the value trade on the 2/2 as well.
Yeah.
And now there's a lot of pretty guaranteed face damage coming up on that next turn.
Yeah. You even have like the option of going like Goblin Queen, Evolve Chef, and then make like a APC buffed Goblin, which like is really weird, but like that's a stat line that's actually kind of annoying to punch through, right? Like, I mean,
so
and keeps your
yeah. You're looking at both of these players' hands. It's sort of, you know, the long aggro versus mid-range debate has always been like, you know, mid-range can stabilize, they're really consistent, they have a lot of game plans. Aggro sometimes has to rely on the high roll, but these days it's kind of a different story. You know, unironically, Aggro Shadow is one of the most consistent decks right now. They have so many good plays, and with Sarcophagus Wraith in the deck, it's actually really difficult to run out of steam. And especially if you're playing on the level of Sawachan, if you're maximizing every single turn, playing for board when you have to, holding your resources when you need to, the deck has a lot of consistency. And we're seeing on the other side, Gremry Shadow is a consistent deck, but...
My god, what is that board? Is this an aggro? Like,
yeah, that is an aggro deck, but when you draw Trio, World Trio, Dreadlord Trio, there's just not a whole lot you can do against...
You've got to look for your Jack Shovel here.
Okay. Double trade Slash, then Evo Jack Shovel, and then you're still left with the Chef Evo face. Or you could trade into the...
first. Wonder what he prioritizes getting rid of here. I think he wants to get rid of the Chef,
okay. Oh yeah, this gives you the most clears. You leave just the 5/5 on board. You can slash off the 3/3, double trade it into the 2/2. This is optimal, yeah.
Because then your world will pick up the 5/5, right? Because the Chef making an APC is going to make it really hard for you to deal with whatever nonsense that could also go on. So like, that's always a threat. But this is still a lot of damage. Like, this is 5 attack on the board here.
Miltio off the top.
Oh goodness.
Yeah. Oh
I could see. Oh my, and there's a Goblin King in the pool now, so like a 4/2 could be really disgusting. Can you go for like the 4/2 with the Gold Rush Ghost possibly? So like you get 4/2 is the most likely outcome, right? And he has a Quixotic in the 2 pool. so you don't even have to necessarily go for Gold Rush
you could ditch the Skullfish and go for the double Skullfish reanimate for the double Galley Trip just to really
so
demoralize
nasty.
your opponent.
Yeah, then you're covered on 4-2 and 3-3. Jeez.
All right, let's
okay.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, neither of those was a Goblin Queen. Oh, my Kaito's reaction. Oh, jeez. He's not. Why do I have to deal with this again?
You're like, why do you say these things? Why have you doomed me like this? I mean, well, the game was in an almost unrecoverable state regardless, but...
Do you?
Oh,
okay,
there it
so-
is. Hit the clock with the ghosts.
He's giving up the ghost, all right.
Someone's gonna pass away this game, that's for sure.
I think he's going for double Jack Shovel. Is that possible? No, he has a Wraith in his Deadpool, right? So he can't possibly get double Jack Shovel.
Yeah, it feels like Milteo won't be enough. I don't think. But not much is, so...
Yeah, and we don't have a Goblin Queen. Oh, do we have a Goblin Queen in the grave?
We do.
Yeah.
The Goblin Queen was killed by a chef. There's a Goblin Queen and a Sarcophagus Wraith.
So there is the angle of keeping the Goblin in hand. Go for the Goblin Queen revive, and then Evo onto the Goblin.
We can hit a 4-2 with a Jack Shovel and a Goblin Queen.
That angle.
Let's go. Let's see it. That's a Gremory. Gremory? Oh,
weird.
geez. that was a 4-2, but it was the wrong 4 and the wrong 2. Oh.
Yeah, that's you really hate to see that one. Evo into the 3-2, the 3-1, and then get hit for 2 anyway.
Oh,
They're sad. Oh god.
I think
They're just dead on board.
that's all she wrote.
That's it. Gremory Shadow with possibly the worst draw possible against a really, really dominant game from Aggro Shadow. That's just happens. Sometimes aggro just blows you out, but Aggro Shadow should not be underestimated in terms of its consistency. We've seen how strong it can be, even against a Sanctuary deck. That was a strong game from Aggro Shadow. It's just that in one of its worst matchups, it just barely didn't pull through. But here we're seeing how strong the deck still is, despite all of these players teching against it, knowing the matchup very well. In the end, the power level is just so high.
Yeah. I mean, there were so many resources left in hand from the Aggro Shadow that, like, even if there was maybe a little bit better like rolls on Milteo or a few more early answers coming out from the more mid-range Shadow, it still would have been able to contest for quite a while longer. I mean, the weird thing is that we saw like no Necro Impulses within those last 2 games. It was just totally unnecessary, which is pretty wild to say because Necro Impulse is so good. But yeah, it just has so many good win conditions, and we saw it.
Yeah, I think Nora, you said that Kocha, one of the players who had it didn't quite make the top 8 cut, was playing the Gremory and Aggro Shadow matchup, and he eked out like in a bit of an advantage for the Gremory Shadow side. But when it comes to specific games, sometimes the numbers just don't fall your way. You go second. Oh, he went first. You go first. You fall behind on tempo. Your opponent gets a sick turn 4 board, and you just have no way to clear it. And that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
As we saw the cookie crumble for Kaito, unfortunately. He still has a teammate in Kairu coming up next in the 3rd quarterfinals, going up against Paid Actor. And of course, the final quarterfinals is Mia versus Kuge to round it up. What's so funny over there? I'm just kidding. We've seen what happened in the first quarterfinals up above. Fee versus Arita-kun taking it 2-1. Sawa-chan taking it 2-1 over Kaito as well. There's still plenty more to play out here in Operation Tokyo and plenty more decks to look at, right? You see Haven and Force on the side of Kairu. Paid Actor has Dragon and Haven. Mia with Dragon as well. With Evo Sword, by the way, that's a big reveal. And Kuge using Forest and Dragon. As to which variations, I'm sure you guys can pretty much put your finger on it. But for the most part, it's been very refreshing to see how the current expansion has been played out. So, I mean, with that in mind, going forward with the next couple of quarterfinal matches, I guess, which ones are you guys looking forward to the most between these upcoming quarterfinals?
Well, I'm interested in seeing Evo Sword and how it got quite so far, of course. But Also, that's not the only like weird pick that we're going to see throughout the rest of this bracket. We do see a lot of classes that we've seen already, but one of the players, I can't remember who, has Ward Haven, which is really interesting. And then there's another Haven archetype, which we're going to see, like Rally Haven. So a lot of weirdness coming out here of decks that I'm way less familiar with in this current meta.
Yeah, I gotta say, I want to root for paid actor. You know, he's also like a guy that we've been hanging out with a bit. You know, off out of Shadowverse and playing around and some just enjoying some anime culture, as it were.
Nice.
And he's just a great guy all around. He's pretty funny. I think he reacted. He was like giving me some positive cheers also when I managed to spike my way on back in August in SVO. So you know, I got to repay the favor and give him a bit of boost there. Hopefully a boost. I've been also cursing players today apparently. So,
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be rooting for paid actor as well. So, given that Arita-kun has lost out in the first round, paid actor is now the only non-Japanese player left in the entire bracket already. So I'd at least want him to make it. Like, I got at least to the semifinals, man. If not the finals, it might be a little too much to ask for him to win the whole thing. But I want him to go as far as possible. As Zones mentioned, we do know this guy. He's a cool person, very funny as well. And, you know, you can't be a paid actor if you don't make it on stream. But I think in order to be like, to really manifest the paid actor meme, it has to be a higher stakes match. The further you go before you lose, the more of a paid actor you are. So I think at least get to the semifinals for me.
Well, remember though, there's been the curse of all of the Tempo Storm tournaments where every single Operation Tokyo and Shadowmania has been a Japanese versus non-Japanese grand final. And now that means there's only one option left for that to come true. Otherwise, the curse is broken and Japan has defeated us all.
We'll see how it plays out. Let's take a look at the first deck that we have coming from Kaeru. I believe it's Ward Haven. We've seen a good amount of this. We see the key cards Wilbert and Anvelt. There's also some other significant cards. Why don't you guys tell me a little bit about what's going on in this particular version of Ward Haven?
Oh yeah, this is a blast from the past. It feels like I honestly didn't even know that this was really a competitive deck in this current meta until today. But it's exactly what it sounds like. A lot of wards. What's cool and new about this deck this time, Noir?
So you say you didn't know that this deck was competitive until today? I didn't know either. Apparently, this deck is good enough to make top 8 in Operation Tokyo. Really stacked tournament, by the way. Now, what I will say about Ward Haven, so a lot of it is familiar. You set up a ton of wards. Almost all your followers have ward. You have Wilbert, you have Rod to just push a lot of incremental damage. Anvelt for the early game high roll and get the board clear plus the 5/6 on board. Now, this deck is actually quite favored into a whole bunch of matchups. With everything having ward, it's pretty good against aggro Shadow. It's surprisingly good against Gremory as well. If you can time Anvelt to clear the mid game from Milteo or something like that, then you can actually stabilize. And then once you set up a ton of wards, it's actually really difficult for Milteo to win through that without just, you know, defeating themselves by attacking and proccing Wilbert effect. And in fact, usually Gremory needs to have Ruin Blade Reaper to win this matchup in the late game, which people are not playing anymore. Doesn't really fit well with the whole rally package. So Ward Haven, kind of a dark horse deck, but you can definitely see where it shines.
Yeah, well, I mean, this tournament had over 680 entrants, which is a pretty ridiculously high amount. And of course, a lot of them being world-class players. I almost want to say like the majority being world-class players, which might totally be true. So the fact that it made it this far says a lot. So I'm curious. I'm excited to see it. And I'm excited to see Andrey, who has the vicious facial hair.
That's what I'm talking about.
You mentioned world class players, but we've got a ward class player here. So
boo, boo. But it also uses the world, so let's take both.
We also have Accelerate Force coming your way from Kaeru. We saw a little sample of this from the previous match. Why don't you go ahead and tell me a little bit about if there's any significant differences in this deck?
Well, there's Twayan. I actually have no idea how to pronounce it.
I think they're old
Wanted
English words for their English names for the Eternals. So I think it's Twen or Twan. It's like it just like runs really quickly. But yeah, she's the she's kind of the extra addition to this iteration. No Varmint Hunter in this list, and an extra copy, or even just 2 extra copies of Resolve of the Fallen, which works really well with all the evolutions that you tend to get in this deck. Twan's a card I've been playing a bit with. Her Super Skybound art is like really hard to activate, like before turn 9 or 10, but her ability to buff your board can actually come in clutch. You run a couple of storm effects, so if you lower your play points to keep Walder down, or you stick something with like the Reclusive Wanderer, right? He has ambush. Sometimes he will survive. You might be able to stick a Wisp just because your opponent's on Gremory and they can't clear your whole board. Suddenly, Twain giving +2 attack to all of them with her Skybound art, which is pretty easy to activate. Combined with like a Kokoro Union Burst, you get a lot of damage out of nowhere, and that's enough to win the game sometimes. So she works to fulfill that angle for the deck.
And so we saw the 2 decks that Coyote is bringing through. Paid actors actually up next. We have Bike Dragon coming up to the plate. And we see with this current deck list, we see Razlan Quixotic Adventure being the 2 key cards. This one also has a Gandagosa in it, by the way. So you guys can go ahead and take it away as to kind of reiterate and refresh our memory as to what is so significant about this version of Bike Dragon.
Yeah, we saw, I think, Gandagosa in one of the 2 lists earlier. I think it may not have been in one of the others, but
Correct,
it's really
yeah.
hard to remember at this point.
It was in Fee's deck list.
Right, but we did see that it was a little bit too slow when it needed to come out. So we'll see if we get to see the full value of it. It can be a huge damage swing, obviously, but we've already seen the strength of this deck. You know, I don't think we need to go too far into it. And I don't think there's nothing super weird about this list or super neat, right? I'm gonna take that as a yes.
Yeah, I was waiting for it. And then, you know what? I think
This is the more aggressive version of the deck. It has Vagabond Lizard instead of Curse Fuhrer. It has a little bit less ramp. It still has Ramiel to ramp a little bit going second, which is arguably where you need it even more. A triple Ice Dancing Dragonute, just adding a lot of early pressure, and the Vagabond Lizard with the bike automatically spawning can set up a lot of just damage right away on that first overflow turn.
Yeah. You have a bit of a rougher time against like some of the slower decks that play to your aggressive plan because you're running less ramp. I think like Haven, for example, can like the Sanctuary Haven deck that we've seen can play like punch for punch what this deck does. But by being so aggressive, you shore up your matchup against other aggro decks, and you can just win the game if you go first before your opponent even gets their plan going. So that's where the trade-off kind of lies. And can we see Paid Actor's second deck here? Oh my goodness. What is this?
My god.
So literally, as we got into today, I was like, hey guys, what is this deck? Like literally,
Abomination.
it's not anything that I am familiar with at all. So please, somebody take it away. Explain it to me.
It's called Rally Haven. It's usually called Rally Haven. Sometimes people call it Westwind Haven. So we see it there, Goddess of the Westwind. Summons 2 Haven followers with 2 attack or less, and that's exactly going to be Noah that you see right there, along with the set that we usually see from Sanctuary Haven for the Accelerate effect, but he's a 2/8 ward with Bane and untargetable. So setting up that turn 6 ward, he plays set. It's really hard to get through. And then Noah gains stats based on your rally, and it's not a fanfare effect. So it works even when it's summoned from Goddess of the Westwind. So you just play out all of these neutral rally cards that buff each other, have a little bit of like an aggro early game, build up that rally count, play Westwind, and just hope your opponent can't clear.
This list looks like a Take-Two list or something like that, or like one of the like pre-made decks that you get in the game.
Hey, I mean, Noah is a strong card in that format, but I think one thing that's remarkable about the deck is a lot of these decks are really good at cheating play points, right? Like if you think about what Gremory does, she once you're on turn 7 and turn 8, your opponent plays with 7 play points, you're playing with 14. If you want to get technical, Goddess of the Westwind dumps 20 play points worth of cards when you play her in this deck. Now, maybe they're not, the most effective 20 play points always, but still like just sounds really unfair. and I think a lot of decks actually have a hard time getting rid of both Set and Noah, which is where you're really trying to shine with this deck. So
yeah, I could definitely see how this deck is work. This is one of the decks that I'm definitely going to try after today. But also, I mean, so Set has Ward, right, and 8. So
and it can't be targeted, so it's very hard to get rid of.
And then Noah gets to get buffed and then hide behind that Set. So I love the concept. Plus, the deck seems pretty aggressive to begin with. Has a lot of the vehicle package, so I'm excited to see it.
As am I. We're going to see the quarterfinals 3. First game between Kairu and Paid Actor. Let's see how it goes down with the different decks that they're bringing on board. Let's get it. Game number 1.
Well, off the bat, I have to cheer for any non-eliters for sure. But also, immediately we're going to see some two weird.
And there's the full pitch from Paid Actor. That card doesn't have anything. That hand doesn't have anything you want to play before turn 3. We can't pass that many turns. Let's go. Okay, and.
Oh, well, that's not great. I'm a little surprised that he didn't keep the Vagabond Lizard, though. That's...
It is against Wardhaven, though. I think if they go, like...
You might need a little bit more ramp in this matchup.
You might, or just, like, getting on the board. Because their first ward... So, like, if your first play is on turn 3 and they go, like, 2/2 ward into Luxor and Sarissa, you're like already losing on board. And the one of Noah played out doing an Anvelt impersonation, I suppose. Now Noah will pop in 4 turns and gain stats based on how many followers have been played by then or put into play.
Ooh. A lot of different options here from Kairu. Some of them certainly better than others. Zones, what do you think you would go with here?
I might just banish. No, no. The banish, you want to save that for Razia. Andrey, I think, is... Yeah, I was getting to this, but Andrey can test the board the best, and this Ramil doesn't have any threat of growing. Andrey trades. You really want to save that, and the Sacred Stone Apostle, you save that for a 3 play point combo play. So yeah, the Andrey by Proselytination became the best play. And Paid Actor, I hope he's not getting... I don't know if he's getting paid for this one. This is a really slow start from him.
Might be acting already. Okay, Boom Devil off the top is not great. So we're not seeing either of the really strong openings from either of these decks. We're not seeing Anvelt early on from Wardhaven, and we're not seeing any kind of ramp from the side of Paid Actor on Bike Dragon. So we're going to have to see like the depth of their matchup knowledge in these sorts of situations where both players have a bit of a... Holy jam.
Yeah, that's interesting. He actually went and used the scripture there, but I think it's because he got 2 more banish effects in hand with those Vengeful Snipers. But putting a little less value on the scripture itself. The 2/2 would contest the board just like
And Wardhaven doesn't have too many great Evo targets. A lot of the time you end up just evoing cards that don't have an Evo effect just because you might have to, like Ra or Wilbur, something like that. So having the few Evo targets in your deck, in your hand, you probably want to hold on to them. I think it's a good decision there. Hitting into Vicious the Enlightened there, setting that to 1.
And another... Oh god, just looking at this board from Paid Actor's side, it is already so painful.
Now this is a take 2 deck. We haven't even gotten to the board yet, but this is the take 2 deck.
Oh, jeez, he just plays out the bike. I like showing a bit of strength. He wants to use the Quixotic to generate a bike.
Out the Harley Davidson.
Yeah.
So
don't really want a horse.
Accelerate Wilbur would be the highest for the Noah, the highest rally for the Noah, but it's gonna be the Vengeful Sniper.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested
now,
if he commits a second one.
He should hold on to the other one. I really would not like tempoing out the second one here.
Yeah.
I feel like that, if anything, just gives you more ways to lose.
Yeah, because if this is a Razia follow-up from Paid Actor, right? You've lost all your banishes in hand. Paid Actor has the bike, so Razia would rush into or even evolve into your unevolved Vengeful Sniper, and now you have no banishes left in hand. You're looking to take a huge chunk of damage from that. So it would make sense to show some restraint here and hold on to the second Vengeful Sniper.
Yeah, our ever so keen spectators pointing out the Shadowverse is life flare from Kyra. And what can you possibly expect from someone who plays Wordhaven? They just love Shadowverse, huh? Clearly.
Yeah, okay.
All right, good, good. I like that pass.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody who plays Haven loves Shadowverse because they just want to play more and more of it. You know, they want to get in like the most condensed amount of time possible.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, when someone plays Haven, there's just usually at most one person who loves Shadowverse at that moment. But
all right, so Paid Actor has some options to clear this turn, but they don't look great. I imagine he wants to play the Dragon Oracle, so he has access to the Dragon Rearing. Might be like a Quixotic trade in Dragon Oracle, but it's also possibly now because there's no threat of Anvil or anything, you could try to Dark Prison and Dragon Oracle, so you have the setup already for the Dragon Rings the next turn. You take some damage doing that.
It's a lot of damage, and the thing is, like, you can't even afford to take too much damage against Wordhaven because Raw Wilbur, they're gonna contribute a lot. So the early chip damage, Wordhaven is always so much stronger if it gets to contribute a lot of early chip damage.
Yeah.
Because the damage later on, it's all like very linear. It's not going to get better depending on how you play, more based on how you've already played, if that makes sense. So yeah.
Might be a Quixotic and then leave the Dark Prison ambushed, trade the Quixotic so you can Dragon Oracle, Dragon Rearing next turn. You definitely don't want to lose the Dark Prison here. Okay, he goes for this instead.
The Oracle.
The awkward thing about this is the Dark Prison will de-ramp him next turn at this rate, so...
It's gonna de-ramp him, and we're losing out on the potential cycle from the Oracle itself, which is an important thing to keep in mind. Soul Sister, nice top deck here.
Soul Sister Enhance, you don't see that very often.
Not a common play, but that's the thing with Wordhaven. All of your cards are basically just tiny word followers that don't do anything. So that's where normally Enchanted Knight sort of comes in and just carries the entire deck on its back. Or failing that, you have some enhance effects in there. From Holy Jam has one, and Pious Fox also here from Soul Sister. Okay, Razia is a draw.
The Razia is nice here.
Razia, yeah, but thankfully for Kairu, he did hold on to that extra banish, so this isn't even that great of an option. Now, from the side of Paid Actor, he doesn't necessarily know what's going on. He knows that he floated 2 play points on the other turn, might be reading that he floated some kind of 2 play point card, could be anything. Yeah. But he saw 1 Sniper already, he saw 1 Blackened Scripture already. At this point, you don't have that many options.
Yeah.
Okay, I like playing out the Ramio here. Don't commit both of the Rearings here. One is fine.
This leaves Razia, the ward slightly protects Razia. She's at 4 health, so it's kind of difficult. No. With 2 amulets pop, this Vengeful Sniper can just use her fanfare.
Oh, my Enchanted Knight. Oh.
And the Enchanted Knight. Oh, jeez.
Oh, it's too good. I love Shadowverse.
She snipes.
Oh my!
Razia. Oh.
Okay, but well, thankfully for Paid Actor, I guess there wasn't Anvil early on this game.
Yeah, if that would just the game might be over already. If and the Georgius off the top. That's good enough to
Georgius
clear.
Will at least clear if he trades over the 4/4.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, you're so far away from being able to push anywhere near enough damage, right? And I think the fact that Wilbur can come out
I think
soon,
this is.
You can still use all of your play points here, though.
I think this is like Georgius Evo Dark Prison. You just have to get damage in somehow. Like
Georgius Evo, clear the board. Dark Prison, put the rearing on, just cycle it, and look for call. Call would be great here. It would get the. I don't remember if Paid Actor is playing the 9-drop or not.
He is playing 1 Gondagoza.
Okay.
So would you rearing before the Dark Prison to try to find a call here? That makes sense, I think.
I think I would want to make sure the rearing gets converted into damage. So I would like Evo first trade and then Dark Prison, put the rearing on that, push that damage. this is not too
That's 6
shabby.
damage.
We're pushing him to 12. It's still
Ooh.
okay.
That's a little shabby.
Yeah, that's about as shabby as it's gonna get. That's
With
terrible.
no Evo points left.
Oh, okay,
oh gosh,
Anvil.
and an Anvil off the top. Ooh.
It doesn't clear the Dark Prison, but it does at least kill the Georgius.
Karu does have an Evo. Does he have
He
an
doesn't.
Evo point left?
I think he has an Evo point left. He does, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
One more
and-
Evo point. Yeah, he will Evo just to clear the 6-1. You better do that. It's a little too dangerous otherwise.
I haven't seen how tenacious he can be. This is pretty tenacious. Okay, a Dragon Oracle off the top.
Wait a second. Oh,
Draconic
okay,
Call. So
Call
this could
is
be a
huge.
Georgius. It's not a George. Oh
Wait,
no.
Weird champ. That's not
He had
so
a.
good.
It was 50-50 on Georgius and Razia for the second pull there. If he had the Georgius, that was winnable.
He has to
Oh,
slam Razia, right? If he slams Razia and then top decks like another rearing, he can win next turn. But
yeah, but is he?
does he ever die here? Like Anvil is not actually in the pool, so Sarissa doesn't do anything.
Anvelt's not in the pool. Boom Devil only gets
Sarissa
5 face
revived,
here.
I believe, the Pious Fox in this position.
Yeah, and wait, is this just a Wilbert pass? Also, no, that's not good enough for. Is paid actor can find his way through this situation? Is there any kind of damage mitigation option for Kaeru here?
Yeah,
wait,
no,
the best play. Kaeru knows there's a Gandagosa in hand now, right? So he actually has to. So he could. He goes
Can
to
you just
10?
you trade in the
he goes-
Anvil and then just do nothing and just not give him a Gandagosa target? Maybe.
No, you still have
there's
to
no
play to win. The
It's impossible to win if
Gandagosa
you do
is
that.
not lethal. It's
not
almost
lethal.
never lethal unless he draws rearing. You better set up your own lethal though.
Don't say
which is
that.
what
So, rearing or Wormfire, right? Those are the
or
two.
Wormfire.
And that.
Oh, it's shabby.
Ah,
Oh no. Well,
and
that's
that puts him. Yeah,
that's the game right there. There's no
that's
way for
Shadowverse.
paid actor to prevent lethal.
Mhm.
Oh,
I was
man.
really close down to the last moment, but yeah,
This is the downside, though, of not only running this version of the deck, but if you play Vagabond Lizard, I feel like you're almost forced to keep him in a lot of
finishing the game with a Boom Devil.
the Boomer coming in for the finish. Excellent. Well played there from Kairu. Pretty solid display of the Ward Haven, even though he didn't quite have the Anvelt high roll like they normally do. The Enchanted Knight alone was enough to keep him in the game, draw a good amount of resources, hit the things that he needed to stay alive just barely,
Mhm.
and find lethal on board. But the Bike Dragon, as I was mentioning earlier, the Vagabond Lizard, I feel like you almost have to keep it in a lot of situations when you play that deck because it's by far really good if you play it on turn 3 compared to like any other time you play it. Sometimes if you have like an open turn, you could play like double Lizard later on and then set up a Storm after that is okay as well. But you look at that type of situation, so often Bike Dragon is in this sort of state where they have a lot of damage pushed already, but they have minimal cards in hand. They have to start top decking really well. And that's where Call comes in really clutch. But that's also where Vagabond Lizard is at its worst possible state. And if you keep him early on, play him on turn 3, you minimize the chance of that happening while making sure you have an early game. Just things to consider.
Yeah, we saw that exact downside where like the damage from the vehicles from the Vagabonds would have actually won the game, but there was just within like the final like 3 to 4 turns, there was just no time to actually play them because nothing that they do impacts the game until really the turn after. And there was just a threat of lethal just too many times.
And having that Razia, the first Razia be banished, speaking of impacting the game, that was huge, right? That was like a nice chunk of like 7-8 damage that was prevented. And that more than made up the difference. I mean, Kaeru is 1 defense on his leader away from losing that game, and he mitigated 7. So it's a pretty big. And so now we're gonna see completely different decks.
Deck.
That's right. Yeah, we
Yeah,
got the Acceleration
alright.
Forest and what is it? Rally Haven coming from Kairu and Paid Actor, I believe.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, interesting to note is that Kaeru is not playing Varmint Hunter. Varmint Hunter is one of the that card is one of the cards that can have some potential of dealing with the set and Noah board, depending on how big the Noah is. I think without that option, he is playing 2 Resolves. So he's going to lean on Resolve to answer a Westwind board if that's what the game comes to. Aside from that interaction, I've not run into this matchup enough on ladder to really see. But I think if the Haven deck starts off strong enough, and this is definitely looking really strong from Paid Actor, it can be pretty tough for Accelerate Forest.
The early game progression here from Kaeru, there's a lot of different ways to take this early game here. So of course, like you need a bounce target for these for your accelerates, but you want to also use the Levon to clear these early boards. He wants to aim for potentially the Invoke on turn 3. It would allow him to clear this 4/4. So you could go like Wisp, bounce, Giant Pastures, trade in Levon. Yeah, I think that's exactly going to be right here.
Yes, you can give up a Walder here in order to get the and he chooses to go for the card draw instead of the I like it. Yeah, that's the Walder Invoke, and this is almost certainly a Levon follow-up.
Yeah. I think really well planned there from Kaeru. Didn't take too long to think of it, but took a while on turn 1, have this sort of all envisioned in his mind, and this is exactly how he wants to play out this early game. Westwind is top deck. There was already one in hand from Paid Actor. These are pretty much some of the only cards in the matchup that matter.
Yeah, and he's thinking about whether to crystallize the Noah. I think the constraining factor here is board space. This Noah comes into play on turn 8, so that's pretty late on, right? Countdown 4.
Late, but most of your cards don't take more than 3 board space, so I think it's okay.
Yeah, one of these goblins will certainly die, and then he can make the full Goblin Queen play, which is gonna be pretty good. And by setting up this Noah on turn 8, he's also looking to go possibly turn 6 Westwind, maybe even chill for a bit on a turn 7 set. I don't know if the game will be over by then, who knows. And then turn 8 Westwind with double Noah. You know, that if one Noah's answerable, maybe 2 won't be. You know, who knows. But, or even just like turn 6 Noah, turn 7 Noah, turn 8 Noah. That sounds all pretty scary too.
Yeah, that seems pretty tough to deal with. I mean, the Resolve can deal with the Noahs, right? Like with a single Noah, of course. But then even still, then like the sets are still there, and I mean they don't do a ton of damage, but they're there.
Yeah. Well, the Levon can also deal with Noah. So that's one of the dynamics of this matchup is this Levon from Kaeru. This is the 3rd follower Levon has killed. So he basically no longer needs to go out of his way to bounce Levon's Crystallize. That converts into a full Levon card for him on his turn 7, and that can start shooting down Noahs and dealing damage. So now that's sort of like one phase of his plan that he can not have to really think about if that's his approach to this matchup.
Yeah, and speaking of shooting down Noah, Resolve of the Fallen is a really excellent card in this matchup. Perhaps it is like just a game-breaking card for this matchup. Honestly, if you can snipe out the Noah from behind the Westwind board, I mean, the set is still annoying, but it's only 2 power on board. So it's not that threatening. And if you can get rid of the Noah, there's not a whole lot that this deck can do to follow up on that. Whereas Excel Forest and, pretty much every single other deck in the game is just going to keep getting stronger the longer the game goes.
Absolutely. And like, while this board looks pretty scary if this are an aggro deck, it is somewhat of an aggressive deck, but like, a 5/5 on board, not much to Forest players that are running Lionel. That guy just, for 1 play point, deals 5 damage. That is an insane degree of efficiency, like Kaeru's just running through his options here. I think he has a couple of ways to clear the majority of his board, but he can take his time to think about how to optimize. Yeah,
the ordering could definitely come into play here.
The hard
might even be thinking about hard playing Reclusive Ponderer. I'm not too sure about that one.
I don't think you can do that. I think you need to draw into more options. But the thing you might be thinking about is whether or not to use the Fairy Flowering for cycling here.
Right.
Now, Fairy Flowering is one of your win conditions in the deck. Giving Levon Storm is like, the bread and butter combo. But when your hand is like this and you may be running out of plays, it's rough. He's going to Fairy Wisp, Evo, use Lionel. Because, Lionel, that lets him clear off the... And he might end this with a Reclusive Ponderer?
It's time to recluse.
Ian is!
Oh, okay. That's interesting. And
during lockdown.
you do a lot of pondering, huh? And so we're gonna see the West Wind combo, a 10-10.
Oh my god!
One rally short of the free evolve on the Noah, so lose a little bit of stats there. Okay.
Well, we do know this one's definitely getting answered anyway, so maybe it's not so bad that this is the one, because the next one definitely gets the free evo.
The nice thing about this Ponder is now Kaeru has the option of just evolving it to get the third evo for this resolve, but the downside to that is your last evo point. So, I'm not sure
it might not be worth it.
You could
also, if you get the reduced cost on the resolve, I'm not sure what else you're following it up with on this turn.
Yeah, one thing you can do is, because another downside to this Rally Haven deck is that it doesn't have that much follow-up damage unless it kind of relies on Raw to finish out the game. So Kaeru could take the slightly greedier option of just playing this Giant Pastures. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I kind of like this actually.
Yeah,
this is really ballsy, but I like it.
He doesn't even have to necessarily clear from here. He cleared off a lot of the damage. He can possibly evo the Recluse into the 2/5 set here. Although not doing that is also kind of nice because with only 2 board slots, paid actor can't get full value out of a Goddess of the Westwind. Okay, no, he's choosing to evolve
Pastures into that.
Okay, and going. Wait, he's playing to win.
We've got full Unga.
He's saying you don't have another set. This he's trying to win the game with his Levon.
That is really brave.
That's 14 damage.
Wow.
It's another goddess here, right?
Yeah,
but that's another goddess. And this Noah does evolve.
Another set to heal himself if he really wanted to.
Yeah.
He knows his opponent has no evil points, 3 cards in hand. Okay,
and
it's not necessary, but...
And the fact that set cannot be targeted is going to keep Kaeru from being able to win on the spot here. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, you can...
Nice.
Clear both the Noahs. Right?
I think you have to clear both the Noahs.
Yeah, you have to clear both the Noahs. I mean, it's pretty amazing that you can clear both the Noahs, but we are going to see another Noah next turn, of course.
But with no bounce for this Levon, Kaeru is actually forfeiting.
It can trade into the set.
It can trade into the set, but the problem is you have another Noah popping.
The other one is coming back. Yeah, this was coming back from turn 4. He did choose to play it out, and now it's paying dividends.
Yeah.
Paid actor should hard play the other set so that it's like you get the full West Wind experience without.
You get it. You get the West Wind again. It's the 3 combo deal.
I think it makes sense because this protects him from a Levon top deck. So
yeah, and tempo up the bandit might as well.
He does play Gabriel, so that's
I mean, it also gives you like a ton of healing.
Okay. What do you have to do here as Kaeru? Let's see. Aaron and Fairy Flowering her to try to draw into your second resolve. Is that enough? You don't have enough play points for that. He only has 8 play points.
Yeah, I just don't think there's a way.
Aaron bounce and try to draw resolve off of that?
That would be the only way. Okay, but we're not.
Okay, we're not doing
it was a
that.
different card anyway.
Yeah. Because I don't know what he can do to deal with this.
Well, I mean,
now.
That would have actually still been lethal, right? Because there's just still enough on board to.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, and Kaeru realizes
it's doomed. Triple bandit.
Can we? I just want to see the Revolver Eagle. Let's see him played.
Oh, paid actor.
Paid actor.
He's
Thinking about it.
He's
how
thinking-
best to
What's the
deal
optimal?
mental damage going into the game 3.
All right. Just gonna.
Roping the 16-16 face is that's like a sort of like a
That's-
medium rare. Not too much time in the oven, but not bad. Regardless. A good showing though. I think Kairu sort of did his best to remove the strong boards there. We did see Resolve being useful in that matchup. It did clear. I mean, he was able to get through 2 Noahs at least, but the third one was just a little bit backbreaking. And in general, just drawing 2 West Winds back to back there.
Yeah.
Almost no deck can deal with that. So
Although he did have the
Paid
set in hand,
paid
so he
actor.
had all the. I think this is where set shows its strength. A lot of the it's just so hard to get through a set. Especially without for Forest without Varmint Hunter. Your cards all have to target or trade. They don't really get 7 attack easily. So with the lines that Kairu took, he didn't have a way to get through that and win.
Yeah, I mean, evoing the giant pastures over the set felt really bad, and that was a really important evo point that wasn't able to be used later on.
That was his all-in. No, he
Yeah,
actually I think he had to Evo there
I
to
think
get
no,
Resolve.
was the best
Yeah.
line for him, but
I know, yeah. I'm just saying, I mean, it was definitely necessary, but it just still felt really bad, is what I'm saying. Just because like you have to spend so
Absolutely.
many resources just to get over that set. Just showing again the value of set, which. Just exactly like you were saying. And just as a side note, we've now seen 3 different archetypes of Haven with a 100% win rate in this top 8.
Yep,
Haven's the best class? Oh.
Maybe.
Oh
Maybe?
God!
Don't do that. Don't
Please,
strike up that
no.
conversation. 'Cause I feel like that never ends well, no matter what forum it's on.
Okay.
That's fair. So we see again, as Chef and the rest have mentioned, Haven has prevailed almost every single one of these games. We're not saying too much on that, but that leaves us with Kairu and Paid Actor running with Axel Force versus Bike Dragon up next, if I'm not mistaken. So that's going to be pretty interesting to see. Again, the 2 decks that are prevailing in this meta, or at least the most common ones we've seen thus far, especially here at Operation Tokyo, are going to be going head-to-head here in Game 3.
Now, this one, with this version of Bike Dragon, I think the especially with the Go Second card, geez, this is going to be an uphill battle for Paid Actor.
Yeah, especially if he doesn't get anything better than this opening hand, that's going to be an easy toss all from our boy Paid Actor.
Yeah, you don't even want to keep the Wormfire Engineer because that's a Lev on target.
Oh, that's so, not much better.
You should have kept.
God.
Should have kept.
Oh,
No, you can't keep. But
Keeping Wind Fairy, interesting. I can
dig it. He's
yeah. Oh, turn one quick
and-
later.
turn 1 Quick Blader.
Kept Wind Fairy
Okay.
because he knew he was going to draw a 1-drop on turn 1.
He
of course.
can,
you have a
he can invoke it next turn. If he bounces it and then plays the Wisp and then bounces the Wisp, he could go for.
I think that's a reasonable line, but the
Oh,
okay, he
Reclusive
even has the
Wanderer is a great play too.
It seems like it's really important to keep this Walder because there's nothing else to bounce for a few turns.
yes. Okay, draws with the Ponder first.
Oh,
It draws another Walder. That's
great.
not ideal. I think this is a Deepwood Wolf here. Yeah. Well, I don't know. The Wind Fairy needs a target, but you'll have a Walder in hand and draws a twin.
Imagine if he top decks the 3rd Walder.
Oh yeah, that would be the biggest risk with that
Yeah.
Deepwood play. So maybe it was Wind Fairy if you optimize, but I think you can't be afraid of that. Like you need to draw into something that does something here, and so you take the chance to draw. And well,
That's not so great.
no.
Now, Walder is not the worst invocation card to draw, but it's still not very good.
Yeah, the worst.
Especially, with the hand with Twine and Fairy Flowering that don't do anything at this point in the game.
Do you just play Aaron? I mean, I know that feels really bad.
Tempo Aaron is kind of awkward here. There's also sometimes what I might do here is you're already at 2 excels. right? You've excelled 2 times. Yeah. You're not close to 4 excels, unfortunately, so you might just use Fairy Flowering here. Okay, he's not going to do that. He's saying he can accelerate 1 more time before he has to play the Fairy Flowering. But one option, if you were not close to the 4 excels, which gives you a buff, is to just cycle with the Fairy Flowering, so you have you're keeping more options for the next few turns. Like if you draw a Levon, you might regret that you lost that bounce. But I think that's when this deck becomes really difficult to pilot. Now, he still has to think about if he's going to go for some extra damage here, or even trade off this 1/1. But Kaeru's... Ooh. Yeah, okay, he's going to take it a little slower, because he's cognizant of how quickly things can get out of hand for against Bike Dragon.
So even without Ram, Paid Actor going with a really aggressive curve, slamming the Dark Prison on 3, getting the 4/3 buffed in ambush. I can... Pop is great, but there's no more bounces.
Yeah, and so this is where the Fairy Flowering line might have yielded some dividends. I don't know. It's hard to say. That's why this deck is...
It's really tough because, like, you don't really want to give up Fairy Flowering too easily, but at the same time, like, sometimes it can just clog up your hand in situations like these, and it's just really, really tough. Tempo trying to make the 2/2, unable to attack for your turn.
Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah.
You don't like being in...
Okay.
Oh, jeez.
I mean, Paid Actor is also kind of drawing his cards in just the wrong order completely. Now, the 3 Bane is pretty annoying. There's not a great way to deal with this because we don't have Georgius.
Yeah, and Razia doesn't get her greatest effect just trading once into this. So, kind of curious how he handles this. What option might be? If he's really spicy... he's not that spicy.
Tempo Razia pre-Evo the Dark Prison?
I was thinking about that, yeah.
Pre-Evo the Dark Prison, try to clear with Wings next turn.
I mean, there's so much damage in hand.
He's
gonna Evo the Razia. I think I actually really would have liked to Evo the Dark Prison in place and then try to clear with Wings next turn. That would have been pretty cool, I think. But he's just gonna do maximum damage immediately and reveal the Dark Prison.
Yeah. Because the hidden Dark Prison can...
Okay, the Elf Queen top deck is playing around.
Okay, yeah.
Big brain.
That's a good consideration. There aren't a lot of cards that can get rid of ambushed Dark Prisons, but Forest does have access to Elf.
To be fair though, he only had a 6 hand size. So if you had pre-evo the Dark Prison, that's 7 health. Even if he trades the Twyan into the Razia, so not a guaranteed clear either way.
You're right, yeah. Okay, and this is looking like a Levon and a Shipper Skipper play. You get this immediate healing off of Aaron and make a bigger board.
Yeah,
also,
all there's left to invoke.
No. Well, you couldn't, right? Levon is a crystallize, not an accelerate.
Oh yeah, you're right. I don't know. I was
no. It's a common.
I mean, I knew very well that wasn't it. For some reason, I was just thinking go.
No, it's actually one of the things that's kind of annoying about the deck. Sometimes you're playing cards that crystallize and accelerate, and you're like, this one. You have to actively think about it all the time. This one's a crystallize. This one's an accelerate. Ah, darn.
So I think the nice thing about Paid Actors line though is that this actually guarantees that on Wings of Tomorrow will for sure be playable on this turn.
Yeah.
Because there was some of 3/7 being left up. And then
if it was Lionel, that was the Excel that Aaron fetched, then Aaron would survive, right?
Right.
But yeah, so there's still some risk, but you can't cover all your angles.
It increases the chance. Okay, we're just gonna Evo face here with Walder. Just go all the way face, 7 attack.
Okay.
We're gonna race the Bike Dragon here.
Yeah.
Not in overflow yet.
No, he's taking advantage of the fact that Paid Actors got off to still in a bit of a slow start. But the Bullet Bike Razia here.
Razia Evo does clear the 7/7, and it pushes a whole boatload of damage.
That looks really good.
Yeah. I think I would just do that.
I think so too.
You've also seen every Walder in the deck, right? So you at the very least know that's not an option next turn.
Alright, Walder wouldn't even be lethal either.
Yeah, it's true. Too short.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute.
Pause champ?
Oh no.
The lava's going off in the background.
Oh, he might be. This could be double dragon rearing, just to put more stats on Razia. Valuing this ward.
Okay, respectable.
He gives up a lot of his potential card drop, but the game isn't lasting long enough for. He's saying
has enough damage in hand either way.
Yeah. So leaving himself with a board, gets rid of. I don't know what storm options are left for Kaeru off the top of my head, but definitely.
Yeah, I think it might be even better, maybe.
It could be one more damage too, right? If Kaeru had to trade something into this Razia, so.
Fairy flowering
+2/+2, and the allows him to evolve without using an Evo point, and draws a card.
It has storm, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't.
No, he's at 4. He's at 4 Evos.
Right.
Walder.
It was it was Evo'd Walder. Never mind. Okay.
Alright,
I think that 6/7 is going to be really good against these storm followers. We're not even close to dealing 4 damage yet, but
wait, no. We had 4 damage with the Razia.
Yeah,
that's it. Yeah. And he saved the bullet bike for this. I mean, he could also Evo, but
yeah.
But the bullet bike would be better here if, let's say the Elf Queen were a lower stat line. Sometimes you play this game where you're trying to kill off your own follower.
Yeah. True.
Oh, but what if
bounce
Kyler's
it?
thinking, do I want to bounce this?
Oh,
I mean,
bouncing it
bounce
would
it,
be
you
so
die to
heads up.
storms. No, okay, he's going for more buffs. He's going all in on this Elf Queen, and wow.
Now let's go paid actor.
Let's go paid actor.
The last couple of turns. This was not the first line that I saw, but it was really well played. I think this, it would have been a win either way, I'm pretty sure, but I think he maximized his odds this way. Really good awareness there, making use of the Dragon Rearing, even out of Overflow. Set up a ward on that turn just in case something wild were to happen, but is really, really well played from Paid Actor, knowing the ins and outs of both of his decks, even with his, I guess, less than orthodox Haven.
Orthodox Haven. I see. I was thinking more about how he made the best out of his really awkward situation with his dragon opening. Like you don't really want to open with your dragon deck like that, but he people, what's the term, Johnny Dragon, right? When you play you're never ramping and you're just playing on curve the whole game, and it wasn't even like a glamorous looking curve. It was kind of rough in a lot of spots, but he put together enough damage from his Razias and his storm effects, forcing Kaeru to play around his options, and made it through. Now Kaeru did not have an ideal start on Excel either, accelerating only 4 times by his 7th turn. That's a bit on the low end. So he missed his own lethal out that way. But that sometimes you have to find your win from that position in over the course of a tournament. And so Paid Actor managed to prevail when both players experienced some setbacks.
Yeah, and frankly, I thought that last play was pretty cool, and it was a great choice because that was the 3rd Razia, right?
Yes,
I think. Yeah. Really, I don't think there was any way to win past that 3rd Razia, right? I think they were only at 8 play points. So I like the play, but sometimes you just get all 3 Razias, and that's life. Razia's a great card.
God, Shadowverse, man.
Yeah.
Indeed. So we have our 3rd quarterfinals match over and done with. Let's take a look at the bracket and what we have left for the quarterfinals. Mia going up against Kuge is what you're going to see, as we saw Paid Actor take it down 2-1 versus Kaeru with a very impressive play with both the Rally Haven as well as the Bike Dragon. Now with Mia and Kuge, we mentioned this earlier at the top of the show, one of the more interesting deck choices that we're going to see is going to be coming from Mia. Again, we see the Dragon on that side as well as the Swordcraft coming in. I believe it's Evo Sword, if I'm not mistaken. And then Kuge is bringing Acceleration Force as well as Bike Dragon. So right off the bat, we see some of the more common decks being brought out to play. But we're going to take a look at how that's going to play out between Mia and Kuge in just a little bit. Now, we've mentioned Bike Dragon being one of the more popular decks, so we are going to be seeing that a little bit soon. But Evo's Sword, as a matter of fact, is something that's I thought was going to be kind of played out as soon as Eternal Awakening came in. But we see it here in the top 8. Do you think, have you been able to see, I guess, the deck list as to what Mia is bringing so far before we get into the matchups? Like, why do you think it's been doing so well and brought this player into the top 8?
I have no idea.
I like that. How about this?
Saying it like it is. I mean, same. I don't know either.
I can't appreciate that.
Like, so normally you would think that a deck like Sword should match up well against aggro decks, but actually it doesn't. Not in the current meta.
Yeah.
Aggro Shadow was a little bit too fast. It takes too long for Sword to set up its healing and its ward and its other defensive tools. Arthur, the leader effect as well. Even that is not too great against the likes of Necro Impulse. So in general, like, it just gets run over by Aggro Shadow, and then Dragon just it runs them over too, and Excel Forest, and everything. So
I think
out,
on that note, though, Mia does have like a bit of unique deck construction, right? I'm actually looking over at the list right now. 2 copies of Fluffy Angel and 2 copies of Radical Gunslinger. Radical Gunslinger shows up for time and time again, but Fluffy Angel, I think, is acknowledging the fact that aggro is terrifying to face with Sword. You don't often, and so like, sure, you'd like to play Kagemitsu or Gelt on turn 3, but sometimes you just, if you're falling behind by enough, you just play that Fluffy Angel, and you buy enough time to get, your ramp into, you possibly Ramiel, rally some more, find your Honorable Thief plays, and then they also have Outlaw Gunner.
Wait! Don't spoil the entire list just yet. So don't spoil everything. We're just talking about the little sample.
I'll hold some surprises.
I'll tell you what. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break to get ourselves adjusted and ready for these 2 players, as well as break down their list. So don't go anywhere. After this break, we'll be back with more Operation Tokyo. Welcome back, everybody, to Operation Tokyo. Vicious here with the casters, Wonder Chef, Zones, and Noir. We had a little bit of a spoiler as to what's to come for this quarterfinals. We do have, I believe, as I get through this, Mia and Kuge getting ready for their quarterfinals. We talked a little bit about the deck choices being brought from both players. But before we get into that, we've seen a handful of Bike Dragon, Excel Forest, for the most part. I guess in terms of the deck variety, is this something like we would possibly see even more like down the line, like these next couple of events? Do you think it's like consistent enough to stay? If you were to make like an early prediction, do you think it's like, okay, this is the deck that's going to be staying for a very, very long time, up until like maybe the next like buff or nerf patch?
Well, if I was to make an uneducated guess, because I am uneducated, I would say that there tends to be at the start of pretty much any meta, there tends to be these cycles of how greedy you want to be with your decks, right?
Yes.
And like aggro is always the greediest, and then the things that shut out aggro, will stop that. And then there's the decks with the harder win conditions that will beat the decks that stop aggro. And then there's there's always answers for everything. So my uneducated guess, I have no idea.
I would say within the scope of this expansion, I do expect like Bike Dragon, Gremory Shadow, and Aggro Shadow, all of Excel Force for sure. All of these decks, I expect them to stay really good. I'm not sure if they're gonna nerf anything. I am personally kind of undecided whether it's necessary or not. If they were to nerf something like Bike Dragon, though, then certainly it might fall out of favor. And certainly looking towards next expansion, I know we're only like a couple weeks in, but like Dark Prison Dragon is going to rotate next expansion in time for World Grand Prix. So that would be a big loss for Bike Dragon. So that could be a big deal over there as well. But Gremory was from World Uprooted, so she will stay around for quite some time.
I think one of the intricacies of a 2-deck 0-ban format is that in Conquest is that you have to get both of your decks through to win, which means if one of the decks has like 2 decks that it's particularly weak to and is really popular, You know, that can be like that can be an angle for someone to bring a lineup where they expect to just be able to target that deck. And so I think some of the Haven decks we're seeing are already doing that for Bike Dragon. It's hard to say that you have two decks that can outright win that matchup, but like, let's say you're confident in Gremory and Haven, and they're both pretty good and that might be why you bring that kind of a lineup. If you can find like another out there deck, let's say Bike Dragon, takes up an even bigger share of the metagame, and then you have a deck that's even more favored, you can see some really crazy outlier decks, from that angle, and that might add some diversity. Especially if those decks have crazy matchup tables against the rest of the format. So I think going out, we might be able to see some, like, there's innovations going on in other classes that we're not seeing here. So there's definitely room to see some more classes down the line.
So with that in mind, again, Mia and Kuge is going to be what we're seeing for the quarterfinals. I do believe we have Mia's first deck. Bike Dragon is going to be what's going to be on the field here. So we've talked a good amount of this already. We see Gandagoza as one of the key cards being up here. Razia, of course, Georgius. We're talking about how this deck has been brought through like over and over and over again for a majority of the players here. What I do actually want to talk about even more, as Zones was getting into it right before we shot to break, was the fact that Mia brought Evo's sword. So we're going to be switching over to that instead and focus on that a little bit more. So Zones, as you were speaking on in terms of like Evo's sword, what are we seeing here that are for some of the small changes what's being brought to Evo's sword this time around with this current expansion?
Yeah, so one of the issues with Evo Sword is that you take so long to set up what you're like. You don't really make power plays until turn like 4, 5, 6, and you can already be in a pretty losing spot like against Shadow by then. So one of the things that's been brought to acknowledge that I mentioned is the Fluffy Angel, right? She gets on the ground, does a lot of healing, blocks damage, so she helps you get to your later game. But one of the funny things about this build is the Outlaw Gunner. This is a card that was added in Storm River Reveal, had some synergies, but never really saw play because she doesn't really do much in the format. But now you can do a really funny combo in this deck, and I don't know if we're gonna see this, but the Seophon combo allows you to make a nearly invincible ward follower, and some decks cannot get through that. Well, that's one of the notable weaknesses for some of the Gremory decks in particular that don't run Ruin Blade Reaper. If Seophon sticks in the board, they can be in a spot where they can't get through him, and I think getting that kind of unlosable position might be one of the angles for the deck. But generally, Evo Sword is one of the slower decks in the format. Its big power turn is like turn 8 with Ada, God of the Blade, and he's like he makes you play every card in your deck for free, or hand or deck for free basically, and that's really powerful. But you have to get there, and you have to not be lost by then. So it's pretty terrifying.
Yeah, I'm really curious how this deck did in all of its matchups, like up to this point, because I just don't know like what it was winning over, but clearly it's won over a lot. Like I said, like almost 700 entrants. That means you had to play quite a few matches to get to this top 8. Plus, I mean, they played out from top 32 to top 8 even this morning. So just tons and tons of matches.
And we've seen the kind of stress that comes along with that from the last Operation Tokyo. Even in Shadow Mania, when we had players just playing all night, and you kind of see the mental and physical stress they're going through. But before we get into that, we have Kuge bringing Axel Forest. Again, another deck that we've touched up upon a little bit earlier throughout the day. I think this one not as common as Bike Dragon, if I'm not mistaken. I think only 3 of the 8 players, if I'm not mistaken, have brought Acceleration Forest, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Sawa-chan, and then
it's close.
Kaeru brought Excel Forest as well, and then Kuge is the last player with this deck.
Okay, so we've seen mostly what these decks have to bring, but I got one thing to say, and that I'm angry that there's a deck entirely based around motorcycles, and it's not the deck that's called Accelerate. Like, what kind of cruel world is this? But yeah, anyway, this is pretty similar to what we've seen. We did see the build without the Varmint Hunters earlier. This is back to the Varmint Hunter build, which may have helped in the previous set.
And I can see why you were angry, because instead of it going to XL Forest, Bike Dragon is where it went to, as we take a look at the other deck that Kuge is bringing. Wandering Chef as one of the key cards. That's what I'm talking about.
There he is.
I like that.
That's really impressively good. I'm not gonna lie. Can you just replace my picture with that for the rest of the show, please? That big shout outs.
Nice.
We have now found his new profile picture.
Top tier photo editing mechanics. Great to see there. So Chef obviously is a great anti-aggro tool, gonna help out a lot in the early game against aggro Shadow, sometimes in the mirror as well, especially if they're playing a version that plays Vagabond Lizard. 2 Jervas in this list, but uniquely there's Jerva and no Bahamut. You often see Bahamut paired with the Jerva alongside more ramp to have that synergy there where you can sort of have a slower turn, clear the board, and still push damage with that Jerva. But without that synergy there, we're gonna see whether that is worth it or not for Kuge.
Yeah, that +1 damage with Jerva. Love it. The weirdest little effect that Bahamut has, but it's a cool card. It's a very cool card, and we see it a lot. And it was very expensive for me to make 3 of, but very worth it. Yeah, so we've got we're going back to like the more common builds, I would say. No Vagabond Lizard in that dragon list, and we see the Varmint Hunter in the forest list. So back to more of at least what I was expecting. But a lot of the decks that I wasn't expecting at all. So what do I know?
Now I'm kind of just curious to see how, in this particular matchup, how Evo Sword is going to fare up against both XL Forest and Bike Dragon. Because I mean, that is easily the most, familiar deck I'm about so far from everything I've seen in Operation Tokyo. Well, other than Wardhaven, but we've seen a lot of Evo Sword, right? So I guess the biggest topic right now is to see how that is going to be played out versus these 2 new decks from Kuge. So we'll see what happens here in the quarterfinals. Game number 1 between Mia and Kuge. Here we go.
We do get to start off by seeing the sword, which is really exciting. Going up against
Starting off with sword, I can respect that kind of confidence.
Yeah. He's getting it out of the way. Now, I remember Kuge has one of the most standard builds of the XL Forest, and he chooses to keep a Levon, rewarded for that with a second Levon. I don't know. That's okay.
Harpy Angel, and then drawing a nice curve to go with it.
Yeah, I think he's...
Oh. Wow.
The Radical Gunslinger.
That's pretty radical.
How do you do?
Gunslinger, pretty annoying card.
I don't know if you would run this out, because Levon is one of the cards you have to be mindful of in this matchup. One of the good things about Sword is that you have a lot of plays that can actually sit out of Levon range. Arthur, for example, on turn 2. And so seeding that option may not be playing to your strengths. So he's taking his time to think about this line. I don't know what I would do here. I think I might pass. The Gunslinger doesn't do that much on the board.
Yeah, Gunslinger on turn 4 could be really good as well, because looking at turn 4 for Evo Forest, oftentimes it's something like Aaron plus 1 Accelerate is really common, and to fit Levin on that turn is also possible for sure, but it might be a little bit less convenient just in terms of getting everything out on time for Forest. Ooh, so Shield Flanks, not really a real choice there.
Yeah. But now we're gonna see the
double. Oh my god!
Yeah.
Never before seen.
I really wish we had some reactions here. I might be a little upset if this happened to me. But then again, you're like, yeah, because like
I mean, you're playing Sword. You got to be a chill player. Like you can't. Sure. You're playing Sword in this meta. You can't let the small things get to you. That's for sure. No. Don't let it get to you.
Play for the big picture.
Don't let it get to you. The Dragon Mirror is
not passing the not passing turn 2, deploying the Phalanx. I think is overall fine, because there's always the threat when you see a turn 1 path from the Excel Forest that they're going for a turn 2 invoke of Walder, and like letting them hit for free with that is a little too much to allow. So, and I think the Gunslinger is also acknowledgement of that. We dodged Well, we baited out 2 Walders. There can't be a third one here.
Think strong and carry on.
Okay.
Oh wait, there's
2
an
Levons.
there's an actual Walder.
That's a Walder, yeah.
Yeah, Walder Pastures here.
Walder Pastures, trade 1 Walder into the Gunslinger and then send the other one face. Seems okay. Would it ever be Walder and then not Pastures? Pastures. Oh, Pastures Walder. Okay, same.
Same
same
idea.
difference. Yeah.
Yeah.
We might hold the other Walder because with no bounce in hand, it's kind of hard to rescue your Walder.
Yeah.
You give up the board advantage, so to speak, but you preserve your win condition. And you might even excel this. Nah, that's a little too spicy.
Well,
I think you have to hold the Pastures.
I mean, you could Pastures, and the next turn you could Varmint Hunter if something gets played, and then Evo Varmint Hunter, and then keep going. I don't know. That's a pretty scary line of play, potentially.
That's true. That's true.
It's possible,
Even
but we're looking at Amelia on turn 5. If it's Amelia plus Gelt, then the Varmint turn isn't going to be that great if you played that before Amelia.
True.
Mhm.
And turn 4, going first for sword is not a scary turn either.
Okay. In fact, he actually
bold offensive.
takes
Oh,
it
okay.
slow. Yeah. It's interesting that I guess he excelled just to get the Walder out of the deck to improve the quality of his
Yeah.
draws. Because it's getting the card out of your hand for that excel is a pretty hefty price to pay. But it's hard to actually play 2 Pastures in any other fashion, so it makes some sense. And having a free turn 4 like this is kind of a luxury for Sword, I think.
So
It is a bit of a luxury, but at the same time, there's not a whole lot to do with it.
Yeah. You just run out the Aliaska here?
What if you just slam the Outlaw Gunner?
looking into the future, if you were to say APC and Aliaska, that seems like that could be pretty hard to get rid of, unless
Well, for Varmint Hunter, yes, but we do have these 2 Levons, and Levon, at this point, with 2 Levons for Kuge, he'd be pretty unembarrassed about he can choose to crystallize one of these again, but they're really close to damage threshold, even just by playing them out, right? And so at that point, the stat line on your followers stops mattering as much. You kind of have to just try to use the you're using it to leverage how much damage you're preventing versus how proactive you can play with it, and that's kind of a tough call.
Okay, so playing out a follower on this turn means that even if Aaron trades into it, then she's not going to be at 7 health, so Amelia will be able to trade back at least.
Mm-hmm. That said, I think you play the Aaron here anyway. You just want to draw another accelerate and keep accelerating.
You certainly want to play the Aaron here.
Mm-hmm.
But this does set up a little bit better for the Amelia turn from Mia.
Mm-hmm. Now, Pastures versus Chipper Skipper.
Ice crystals spring forth. Oh, fluffle cake.
Chipper Skipper kind of puts...
Yeah.
Chipper Skipper puts the sword deck to the test, right? It's basically saying, do you have something to follow Amelia up with? Otherwise, I'm going to get into damage. So that would be the angle for that. The Giant Pastures is like a setup for Varmint, but it's also a bit of a commit. I think I like the Chipper here because they need to hit a Gelt or
Oh well, okay.
You did it again. Stop it.
Yeah.
I'm really spoiling everything, I guess.
Oh, Ada off the top. That's
Ada off
pretty
the top
important
for
to
your
draw.
first Evo, yeah. That opens up
Carry on.
a lot of potential.
Yeah. Now we also want to see Seophon so that we can get the dream combo.
Dream team.
The toy car into Seophon.
But this is not without risk, right? The Levon's here. You're gonna get an easy 3rd kill for Levon, which makes him a lot stronger. Well, maybe not that easy. You have to. One option here would be like Elf Queen, and then do a slightly wasteful Levon on the Gelt, and then evolve the Elf Queen to finish off Amelia. That gives you the option of waiting to see what you draw. Varmint Hunter also gives you clears, but so I think Varmint Hunter's a better card than Elf Queen at this point. But you could also just be.
Hard
He's
playing Levon is an option as well. I think as long as you don't play the varmint here,
Yeah.
playing the varmint would be really not
I
good.
think this turn, as the forest player, I'm thinking about how to best use my how to best conserve my resources while clearing this. I don't
Right.
know, but I also would want to be getting more accelerates off. You have the Levon setup. You need to find fairy flowering. You need to find. You need to get to the 6 accelerate threshold, and that's gonna be the most
What if
likely
you can
angle
just
to win.
double excel here, get another Walder out of the deck?
That
Walder
is what
number
I'm doing.
3.
Okay.
I think I can like this play.
Yeah.
Put a little
This-
bit more pressure on Sword in this
And this
sort of
is
mid-game trough.
Really hard to clear without a not. Okay,
Oh,
and-
Seofon.
Seofon. I didn't want to say not before the draw. I don't know. Maybe I'm a little too forest biased as but
All right. Well, how do we build up to these options? How many evos are there currently for Ariette?
I think
Like
it's
one.
Yeah.
We've only
I know.
evoed the one Amelia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, this is the thing. Like, you not only need to hit the Ada for turn 8, you have to hit Seofon most likely as well. But then your deck also is just not that good if you don't have Kagemitsu.
Absolutely. Like the loss of mirror image, I think is I personally have forgotten that was a verdant conflict card for a while, but that really hurts a lot of Sword's early game potential. You know, back in Storm Over a Veil, we could see like 5 or 6 evos by like turn 5 on a really strong Sword hand. Nowadays, it's really hard to see like 5 evos before your Honorable Thieves get online. So this is where actually, and to acknowledge that point, Mia's gonna go ahead and use the Jitas to get an Evo point, just so he can get some some more evolution points to trigger his Evo based effects.
Already got 5 accelerates on Walder, no Fairy Flowering in hand just yet, and no other accelerate cards, but we do have Kokoro. It's going to be a little challenging, though, to use her for the double draw on this turn.
Yeah, you would have to use the Varmint Hunter or the Resolve, and neither of which is particularly effective, or efficient, rather.
Yeah.
Do something really
He's
silly.
really mousing over the Walder.
Yeah.
Levon.
Thinking about the Walder.
Really
I
not
think-
a lot of straightforward good plays here.
I do like how Mia navigated this. He knows that he's like acknowledging that Kuge likely has a lot of options to clear big boards, so he takes a slow turn. And he knows about 2 Levons, right? So any
Yeah.
follower stats aren't gonna matter as much. And like he's just saying, all right, well, I'm gonna make annoying boards that you might have to answer. You're not the fastest developing.
Okay, so we're
Commits.
just gonna slam Walder Evo Face?
Okay.
Okay, Evo Face with the fighter. Okay, I like it.
Yeah, spread out your stats a bit.
Alright, let's get it.
I'm down
So
to 8 already.
hopefully we can top deck one more Axel, and then after that, top deck Fairy Flowering. We do have quite a bit of time. Not too
Yeah.
much time, though, because Thief is a great top deck. That's going to add 2 more Evos. We're going to be at 4 now.
Hey, Wonder Chef, you mentioned the APC on Aliaska, and we are gonna see it here, and it's gonna do a bit of stuffing on the Varmint Hunter in hand, gonna make it really hard to try to use that for
So
for an
we have
effective
3
hunter.
We have 3 Evos on the Skybound art for the Seofon right now, I believe.
Mhm. Yeah. So he can Evo a whole board
Yeah.
now.
If there's a board to Evo, which would be the
8.
question.
Yeah, so we're still not quite there on the turn 8 Aegis, but
No.
we will at least have Ada active, and Seofon is playable.
Yeah, and he can, if he gets enough followers to evolve with his trigger, the second area in hand can hit 7 Evos and refill a hand, which gives him some dimension of, oh, that's an accelerate.
Oh, that is an accelerate, and he can just clear the Aliaska with the Levon.
Mm-hmm.
However, he still can't play the Kokoro if he decides to accelerate right now, unless he wants to use Resolve instead.
Yeah, Union Burst 7 out of 8 is being hovered. I don't know if the Union Burst is that relevant in this matchup. One thing, Wind Fairy, a few too many turns out from being playable, but sometimes the double striking storm can be kind of funny. Levon Bounce might be the play here. There's some other tricks you can do, but this is like probably the most, yeah. And this just threatens 10 damage over the next 2 turns with it. Purely on Levon, but I think that's a little too slow.
Was that the third or the fourth Levon kill?
That was the third.
Okay, so yeah, still a little off.
Mm-hmm. So the next
Here.
Levon is going to do 5 damage.
Yeah,
This
there it
is
is,
where we get the
Ada
fair
on
point.
8. So this is, you know, the dream state for Sword. This is you know, where they're supposed to be winning the game. Now, to be fair, Kuge had a pretty slow mid game there. We saw a lot of games where Axel Forest had like 6 Axels by turn 5 even. But here we're looking at 6 Axels by the end of turn 7, which is a world of difference. Now at this pace, I don't know if Kuge is going to be able to actually clutch it out, because with 2 Ariats, he can heal all the way back to 18.
Yeah, and in fact, here's the first area. Not quite at 7 evos yet. I would think that Mia wants to save the second area to redraw a whole hand. So this could be like Exterminus Weapon into Seophon to get the next. That gets you up to 8 evos, right? Yeah, or 9.
That's pretty scary.
It's 4 followers evoing here.
Okay, well, that's a board.
Not pulling a Skybound Arc, but yeah, that's yeah.
That is what some might call a good Shadowverse board.
Yeah.
Right, well,
Oh, there's the
Resolve,
third level.
for sure.
Oh, jeez.
Well, we were supposed to have lethal or something around this point in time.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, it's not quite panning out.
No. This. I think this is like resolve Levon and Kokoro and just remove lethal damage from the board and hope that's enough, because you can draw into a flowering here.
Oh, we're actually removing the 6/7?
We have to remove the ward, right? Because if the opponent double wards, then I think that's
Are
the
we?
idea. I think we're.
Oh, we're gonna
evoing this.
evo into something. Or are we-
Yeah, I think so.
Or is he gonna pass?
There's no way that you pass, right? Maybe?
Well, there's 19 on board, right?
That's. I mean,
Yeah.
Because like if you were planning on evoing anyway, then you clear the Seophon and you evo into the 6/7.
Yeah, that's true.
is this just like infinite confidence?
I mean, like the thing is, this is the ultimate show of disrespect. It's like Sword is so bad that with 19 damage left on board that you still can't win. He might be right.
I
Is
think there's no face damage from the circle
Yeah.
that I'm aware of.
Is there any way that he can
There-
get rid of his own Exterminus weapon? I don't think so, right? That would be the
No.
only
No.
way that I could think of.
Oh, there's Arthur drawn.
Arthur is pretty good here.
Mm-hmm.
However, if it's Varmint Hunter who picks up the Fairy Flowering, which we haven't drawn yet, then it's only going to soak up 1 damage.
So I think this might be the area. Is that an area?
Support the vanguard. Carry on.
No, there's no. Yeah, there is an area. Okay, no, he's gonna Gelt in. And is that area afterward? Yeah, okay, and that heals again, puts up another ward.
Yeah,
And
you can
that's
trade
2
in
forms
the-
of cheating.
Oh
and
my
the draw
God.
7.
An honest day's
Okay.
work.
Something's
well.
not quite honest about that board, but whatever you say, my guy.
An honest day's work.
No, it's turn 9.
Spell blow.
Like, I think the fact that it's a board is what makes it honest. You
Yeah.
know, a lot of other decks.
That was the real prank from Swordcraft the whole time. Okay, I like this line. Now play the Arthur. Good.
Yeah. And this is right, and this is the win condition for Sword. We play to not lose.
Well, this was just too many Levon draws over the course of the game. Not enough like real card draw, not enough accelerates, no fairy flowering period.
Oh, the bounces came too late after getting the Levons. Like you either needed them earlier or later. Nothing lined up. Really awkward. Okay, Fairy Wisp into Levon. You have to play the Wisp in one of the first 2 cards, or it'll disappear. Kokoro for... Does he have Union Burst? No Union Burst. He's just trying to see
He's
what
already...
He's
given up on this game. Just seeing what's left in the deck.
Yeah.
Wow, Evo Sword OP.
Yeah. And, we didn't see some of the fancier plays from the deck, but just defending in the nick of time is good enough. He was on the ropes for a bit there, but all the Ariats came out and just took him out of lethal range.
Yeah, Ada with double Ariat in hand, plus the Seophon, and even the Arthur at the end there. Just all the defensive tools in hand for Mia, compared to just everything was way too slow for Kuge. Just not what you want to see at all. But they say that's the win condition of Sword. It's you're having your opponent brick, but now, thankfully, it is out of the way now for Mia, so he doesn't have to worry about Sword anymore. Now he just has to focus on getting his last deck through, which I believe is Dragon, and Dragon surely doesn't lose twice in a row.
There's no way.
Say
Dragon
that now.
loses twice in a row. There's no way.
Well, we'll see how it pans out. Again, Mia just only has Bike Dragon left. Kuge also has Bike Dragon as well as the Acceleration Force, as what we just saw. So, I mean, from what we're looking at, you were saying that Mia does have like a pretty solid chance. Not losing 2 in a row is something that Bike Dragon doesn't do, right? So who knows, right? I hope you're not casters cursing it. It's weird saying casters curse instead of commentators cursing it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's the first time I actually had to do that. But anyways, I hope you're right about this one, because that would be really unfortunate. Either way, we're gonna see at least 2 more Bike Dragons on the table between Mia and Kuge here for the quarterfinals. So it's gonna be very interesting to see. We've seen different variations of Bike Dragon. Do you recall any significant differences between these 2 players in terms of the Bike Dragon list that they're bringing to this battle?
There was one that had Jerva and no Bahamut, I think, something like that.
Yeah.
It had Jerva, but it was more focused on the early game as well.
Mia's was pretty spicy too. I don't think Mia has the Jerva, but Mia has like the one of Rolla. And a Thunderous Roar.
Roar.
And those are cards that some players like to have these like really spicy tech one-ofs that can come in clutch at the right moments, and Mia's made it this far. Maybe we'll see those cards make a stunning appearance.
I mean, every deck so far has, you have to, sorry, let me rephrase that completely from the start. Every player has had to have done well with all of these decks. So anything that has any spicy tech clearly has worked through whatever their path was. And again, like every single weird deck that we've seen today has won, basically, which is classic, I guess. We should have expected at this point. But yeah, now Evo Sword 100% win rate, all of the Havens 100% win rate. What else do we got?
Sanctuary Haven, yeah. Also, yeah, you said all the Havens. You're right.
Yeah.
So we got to see what's weirder than Jerva with no Bahamut or Rolla and Thundering Roar.
I think it's got to be Rolla Thundering Roar, right? That's weird to me.
Yeah, it's pretty weird. The funny thing is, like, when Rolla was first released, like, people were like, okay, it's not a bad card. It's a good thing. It's a good card to, ramp into. Pretty decent Stormfaller, clears the board. But then right away, there were just like other cards that were just like already power creeping Rolla to the point where she was basically like a tech card, even in like World Uprooted. Here we see her again, not a bad way to pick up your vehicles. She can pick up some bikes and clear your board while like, actually converting the bikes into damage, which Razia can kind of do, but it can't clear multiple things. So it is sort of unique in that regard. Georgius doesn't convert the vehicles into damage directly. So that is where Rolla can shine.
I think one notable difference between back then and now is that back then we were playing Rolla for like her Machina effect, right?
Right.
She's, like, you weren't likely to enhance her because she was likely going to cost 0 after a Natural Machinus activation, but she's going to have Bane and Ward, very tough to get through. Now you don't have any other Machina cards in your deck, so almost certainly she's playing for Enhance or as a tempo play. So kind of two sides of the same coin there.
What an era that was. Natural Machinus era. Boy.
Yeah, man, I love Natura Alchemist. Oh, Machinus. My favorite card. Take me back.
That was like an entirely different game. It was kind of fun. It's kind of fun because you see the wild turns. You're like, what do they draw? What do they draw? And you see 7 different things that all had the cost reduced. And you're like, okay, what does he do now? But,
yeah, I was still winning tournaments back then. It was crazy. Imagine that.
Keep it down back there, will you? You're doing just fine. Hey, aren't you going to the big thing that these guys are fighting for?
Yeah, I'm kidding, mostly.
Yeah. we wouldn't be able to tell otherwise, honestly. Here we go. It's going to be game 3. Or excuse me, game 2 of quarterfinals 4. Man, I'm already getting ahead of myself between Mia bringing Bike Dragon versus Excel Forest. Here we go.
got that new Valdane leader coming out right as Valdane disappears.
You said Bike Dragon doesn't lose twice. Oh, we see both of the interesting cards in Mia's opening hand. But, yeah, so Bike Dragon going first, always a very nice place to be. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay, that's a hand.
That's quite the hand.
That's
That's also a hand.
Whoa.
Oh my god. Okay, hold on
It's
a minute
time
here.
to engineer a victory.
Mia's like, I suffered through with sword. Now face.
He dropped the training weight. Do you know how hard it was to get sword all the way through to this bracket? I deserve this. Die.
Yeah.
Take the Wormfire Engineer on turn 1. Okay, Kuge. Okay, well, we are hitting an Accelerate card here.
Yeah.
Now, do you play this one on turn 1? Do you look for a better turn 2 play?
I think you do. You might be looking for level. Oh no. He's showing some patience. Okay.
Razia, we're just drawing a little bit of everything here. Hit him with the Oracle.
Oracle into Razia might be the line here. That's a pretty strong sequence. And we're looking at some great plays from Mia, but the Wind Fairy with no bounce targets is a little awkward. And I mean, this is a consequence of going second, right? Like if we had gone first from Kuge's side, you'd have the Walder, you'd have a bounce target for Walder.
Right. Could have had the Walder on turn 1, but that Engineer really making Walder on turn 1 is not a play anymore.
I'm trying to draw into something like 11. And
the second Varmint Hunter is a little bit clunky here.
Yeah, and choosing not to... I respect the idea of not using the... Rolla, okay. Do you just Razia here?
So far, we've seen Razia like come out and then immediately trade into something pretty much this entire day. Yeah. So it'll be nice to see see her as like an actual on curve, hard to deal with follower.
Yeah,
it's really ahead of curve. But
remember when Oracle Rahab was a good play?
Oracle Rahab,
that used to be a good play, and I'll take a look at. Oh my god.
Yeah, Oracle Rahab, the new Draconic Fervor, and then the Sahak heals start coming out. Oh jeez, I have some PTSD now.
All right, but well, this is probably way scarier than that. Giant Pastures off the top from Kuge. Not any great ways to use it on this turn.
Yeah.
Not any great ways to use any of this hand on this turn.
Okay, so here's kind of a weird play you could go for is what I'm thinking about is I might want to end up with the Giant Pastures in my with the steed from the Giant Pastures on the board at the end of this turn. Because you might have to use Varmint Hunter to try to stake out an advantage. So it might be like this could be like a bounce. Okay, wait. He is gonna bounce here. He's gonna play the Giant Pastures, and that gets a Walder Invoke. I was gonna try to say maybe he could aim for a play where, it could have been Giant Pastures, bounce the steed, get the Walder into play, and then play the horse. But guarantee the horse in play. But Kuge just opts to go for the 2-2. Not attacking into Razia. does not want to
course.
trigger her clash effect. So.
Yeah, force them to trade into you. Of course, this is still the saddest Walder invoke you've ever seen. And Mia has the option to set up like Bike Ramia, Reggie, I mean.
Yeah.
Like Reggie,
And-
seems pretty nice.
Bike Reggie behind the 2-2 or the 3-2 rather ward here
Yeah.
is going to be a little bit difficult to clear.
Yeah, he might even tempo trade this Reggie because he suspects that the Reggie would die anyway. I've seen that kind of line from some of my opponents during the course of the tournament.
Yeah, I think it's just too strong to not trade with the Razia here.
Mm-hmm.
I'll blast my way through.
Or just go big.
Yeah.
Oh.
This is good.
No, this is only
thing-
one
I
less
know,
damage than going
This is only
Sage.
one less
Yeah,
damage.
yeah.
That's
I know.
how absurd Razia is. Yeah, the Elf Queen, basically forced here. And then Evo, and takes 3 damage while clearing. Ugh.
And another Rozzy in hand, of course.
Gonna tempo out the Fairy Wisp just to get it out of the hand. And then Quick Blader.
Yeah, he's not playing around a Georgius at all here. Fortunately for him, he's not going to see one, but you just can't afford to play around anything.
Okay, but what about the Rolla double snipe on the 4-5?
No. Rolla.
Oh, it's
if there's,
two- oh, it's two
Rolla's
different
AOE mode now. Yeah, that's why.
Oh.
That's why you play the
Oh
Wisp.
my
You play
God.
around the one of Rolla.
Oh my god! What a play!
Wait, there's the Georgius.
Okay, then
Hold
I
on
guess
a
we're going
minute.
for Razia this turn then. Yeah,
Razia,
looks
yeah.
good to me.
Oh, that's a massive Razia.
It's time to end this.
Is this gonna be another triple Razia win?
Following
Boy,
the
do I
footsteps
love
of
this
Hannah.
card.
Oh my goodness.
To get rid of it, you have to take only half your life right now.
Yeah, a mere half your life. Yeah.
Well, at least we heal 2 when we do it.
It feels good, man. Okay, Aaron, Lionel is okay. Another Lionel. These are
Another
good cards to
Lionel.
see at this stage.
Pairs really well with the second Aaron in hand.
Think strong
And draws
carry
again. Okay. Invokes that's the third Walder, I think.
I believe
Yeah,
that is
so-
the third Walder.
Yeah. But he has no time to think about like winning the game. He's gonna think about not losing the game for a bit. Here.
Yeah.
But
So-
the Aaron in
Pretty like simple setup here. You can Georgius Evo clear and then just have Gandagoza for lethal in the following turn through basically anything.
Yeah.
You even set up the bike for him as well. Go Georgius first and then play Quixotic.
Could he be thinking about Rolla? No, there's no way it's Rolla trade, right? That's a little too.
Well, if you want to demoralize your opponent even more, I mean, they're going to be out of the tournament if you win this game. So I don't know what that accomplishes, but
Yeah.
you can say you won a tournament match with Rolla. That's pretty cool.
Okay, the Georgius exotic that's the discipline play.
Yeah. You could tempo out the Rolla before the Quixotic because, I
You
mean,
just want to play
there's
Rolla.
there's no real reason to do it, but
Well,
Okay.
it would eat up Varmint Hunter hits potentially.
Well, we're not.
yeah.
we're-
But
I
if he
think
plays
we're not-
Varmint Hunter, then he's guaranteed to be dead to Gondazola.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
Well-
unless he has a lot of bounces. There's no wealth of bounces here for Kuge though. Kuge has to like find a bounce off of this Aaron to survive. He needs to play Aaron, evolve her, Lionel off the Georgius, one of the followers, trade it to the other one, and then bounce the Aaron so as to not give a Gondagoz the target.
Yeah, that seems pretty much the only way.
And then
To
he's
live.
one off lethal with Rolla, right?
Yeah. No. Aaron will heal. Aaron will heal too.
Three
Yeah,
off. Okay.
Aaron heals too. But
Okay.
yeah, but that's the only line. I don't see anything else. Maybe
Unless
he's
he-
looking for what lines give him more draws. But I think it's like you could use. Oh no, there's another line. You could Kokodo, Evo her into Georgius, suicide her, and then Lionel off the Quixotic. That's a guaranteed clear that clears your board. Okay, but maybe this one is a little less stupid looking than what I suggested. I think you can suicide the Varmint Hunter as well. and set up a okay. Okay, and then we don't play anything, right? Okay. So
now
a similar idea, but we're
Oh my goodness! Another one.
This is
Razia
okay,
number
okay.
3.
If that was double Georgius, the game would have just. Well,
You could just
couldn't
slam
play both,
Rolla.
but you just Rolla here, yeah.
slam Rolla.
One off of lethal with Rolla.
Why not?
I want to see the Rolla.
Just
Not the
use the
leader
waifu,
Rolla.
man. Yeah, I don't know. You were using Valdane. That's gonna be a Dan's game for me.
Yeah, well, no, that's not the leader Rolla art. So I think Mia may just not have gotten the leader Rolla, especially considering he's playing a one of. Yeah, that's unfortunate, but.
Still, I think I'd rather use Rowan than Valdane.
Is there any possible option that you have to be afraid of? There's not enough to give Storm. Sorry, there's not enough accelerates to get Storm off of Fairy Flowering, right? So you don't have to worry about that. And
there's also just no way to take There's no way to take over 14 damage with 7 play points.
Yeah.
With only 1 horse in play as well, even if all of that were set up. Yeah, this is too nice. Kuge has to find now that Kuge knows that there's like a chance of a Georgius in hand. I think there has to be a Georgius because there was only 1 Razia left in the deck. He has to heal to like at least 5 to not be guaranteed dead, and then like if he leaves a follower in play, he knows there's a Ganda Goza as well because that was the second call played, right? I think. So
what you're telling me is Evo Sword is in the semifinals.
Oh wait.
Anything happened to the palace?
No. Never mind.
Okay.
There's nothing. I don't think that does it. I was like, what if he somehow found Primal Giant?
Ice crystal.
Boy, Primal Giant back in this deck would be something.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I missed the most. We lost a lot of our control options when that card rotated, and yeah, I think
Sag.
Kuge accepts his fate here.
Oh, and the dragon rearing.
Dragon rearing off the top. Not even gonna have time to play it. Georgius doing his full damage here.
So what I'm telling you is Evo Sword is in the semifinals.
Yeah.
All right,
No
well,
way Dragon
you asked
loses
about which deck is
even
weirder. Evo Sword was certainly, I think, the weirdest deck in the entire bracket right now. So that was, a clean 2-0 for the weirdest deck. I think that's fair enough.
We even saw both of the weird cards in the dragon deck. Rolla twice, right? She put back in the deck
in the mulligan, and then drew her again.
And then she made an appearance on the board. Cool.
Yeah. Very cool.
On top of that, if you're really taking a closer look at the stats, Bike Dragon has been beating up Acceleration Forest throughout the entire day, or actually one time over. I won't say the entire day, but we saw it in the previous quarterfinals between like Paid Actor and Kaeru, where we saw Bike Dragon take it down. I think that was like the winning deck for Paid Actor over Acceleration Force. So we're seeing it again, right? Bike Dragon from Mia taking down Acceleration Force. Yeah, that's pretty rough, right? Acceleration Force taking double L's in that last set. I think it's the first 2-0, if I'm not mistaken, from the entirety of Operation Tokyo this month, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, it's because Evo Sword's too good. So
Yeah.
Thor just blessed the next. I mean, after struggling through the Evo Sword game, those dragon draws were kind of nice.
I was hoping they would run through the brackets, but we do have it ready. I gave him the biggest alley-oop on that one, but we do have the brackets ready for the rest of the semifinals as we take a look into it. I was right. Yes, that was indeed the first 2-0, all because of Evo Sword, right? The the outliers prevail. You're looking at Fee over Aritakun 2-1, Sawachan 2-1 over Kaito, Kaeru falling 1-2 against Paid Actor, and then Mia taking it down 2-0 with the Evo Sword. See, now I'm thinking about Haven Craft, or I'm thinking about like a Ward Haven, Sanctuary Haven, and Rally Haven. From out of all the weird decks we've had so far in Operation Tokyo. Not like weird too much, right? They were pretty popular in the last expansion, but just seeing it now doing this well is, I guess, a surprise for all of us, right?
Well, it's pretty cool. I think I'm pretty sure. I was just looking over it very vaguely, but I'm pretty sure that of the 8 decks remaining, technically, because we have 4 players, there are 6 different archetypes, right? Which is Vehicle Dragon, Accelerate Forest, 3 different Havens, Evo Sword. Wait, Aggro Shadow? No, it's no accelerates.
Wardhaven was eliminated, right? So
Was
I think it's
Wardhaven
just
eliminated?
Sanctuary.
Yeah.
You're
it
right.
was-
One of them had to be.
Oh,
Yeah.
There was a Haven on Haven match, so
Right. So no Wardhaven, but replace it with Aggro Shadow, I think. And so we have 6 different archetypes, which is pretty wild, pretty cool.
yeah.
Yeah, you were right about having Rally Haven available, though, on the side of paid actors. So that is something to keep in mind. As we get ourselves ready for the semifinals, we're going to take another quick break so the casters can refresh themselves as we go into more Operation Tokyo. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be pretty wild from here on out. When we return, we'll continue with the semifinals. Welcome back to Operation Tokyo. My name is Vicious here with Wonder Chef, Zones, and Noir. We got through the entirety of the first set of quarterfinals. We're into the semifinals now, and with a good amount of decks to go with it, right? We have 4 players remaining, 8 different kinds of decks. We talked about a little bit of them before we went off into the break. Why don't we refresh the folks at home what we can expect with the format before we dive into those decks. And here we go. The Conquest format is what we're going through. 2 decks only, different classes per deck. The game winner must swap to a second deck. However, the loser doesn't necessarily need to swap, right? The rules are there are no deck bans whatsoever, best of 3 games, and of course it is single elimination because there's so much on the line. Specifically, a Japan trip for 2 for the World Grand Prix experience, along with 10 packs of Eternal Awakening, and of course you get to see the badges as well. But if you don't happen to get first place, there's still a ton of cash on the line. Second place with $500, third place with $400, fourth place with $350, and fifth to eighth place still getting $200. And so far we've seen the top 8 players here today playing pretty much all weekend. We had Fi, Arita-kun, Sawa-chan, Kaito, Kaeru, Paid Actor, Mia, and Kuge. But the ones that have made it thus far are the following, right? We have Fi going up against Sawa-chan pretty soon. Paid Actor going up against Mia as well.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, every single grand finals of an Operation Tokyo or of Shadowmania has been a Japanese player against a non-Japanese player. So we'll see if Paid Actor can win this next matchup, or I guess it would be 2 matchups from now, and continue the streak going, because if not, then things will have changed, and we'll get a lot more of the Japanese players going to Japan.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure they're going to just, take maybe a train over and I'll tune in to the WGP. That'd be pretty nice. But overall, again, we've seen the caliber of players in each and every one of these Operation Tokyos, right? It's been some of the best plays we've seen thus far. Now, going into a new expansion like Eternal Awakening, we've seen some things shake up in the current meta. But one thing is for certain that we've been touching up upon a little bit is the consistency of the old guards, right? We had something like Grumry Shadow still hanging in there pretty consistently. As a matter of fact, we have other decks like Evo Sword making huge waves into the top 8, right? Which is through ways of Mia. Going into it, again, Fi and Sawa-chan, Paid Actor and Mia, which of these matches are you looking forward to the most in the semifinals? Let's start with Chef.
I mean, I think we're probably all going to say that we want to see how Evo Sword does again. But
fair enough. Yeah.
I mean, how can you not, right? It actually kind of dominated that match in one way or another, so it's like flabbergasting. But I mean, also on the other side though, I really want to see how that rally I'm so used to saying rally portal, oh my god, that rally Haven deck works without literally just playing out its optimal turns right in a row, all 3 in a row. So I don't know.
Lucky for you, that's both in the same matchup. Unlucky for you is that it's after this one, right? It's going to be Fi versus Sawa-chan first. Fi, we've seen bring Bike Dragon, Grumry Shadow. Sawa-chan bringing Aggro Shadow and Exo Forest. And one thing is for certain, we've seen the matchup between Bike Dragon and Exo Forest. So far, Bike Dragon has taken all the W's against Exo Forest. But there's still a lot to be said with Sawa-chan's Aggro Shadow making that those huge plays from earlier on against Kaito, right? We saw how aggressive Shadow can be. I mean, it's in the dang name. So, Fee versus Sawa-chan. We're going to see how it's played out here in the semifinals in game number 1.
So, looks like he is going first, and we keep an Elf Queen with double Ponder. Huh,
Going
that's
second.
Yeah, double Ponder is an invoke option, but that's a slow start for sure. I feel
It's pretty good though. I don't think it's gonna get too much better than that realistically. Not too bad from Fee either. Procession keep, another procession. That's a lot of card draw, a lot of shadows going his way.
and you can pitch one of these EOs. You usually don't need to play more than one, I don't think. I think that's
Yes, I think I would just start off by
That's the
pitching the
preferable
EO here. It doesn't really do anything in... Well, you could actually pitch the... Well, if you're really afraid of like a turn 1 Walder, you could save the EO.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that's necessarily worth it.
because I guess the other side of the argument is that the Jack Shovel is very unlikely to do much until like
Yeah,
turn.
Jack Shovel isn't really
5.
unlikely to do anything. The EO, if you clear the Walder on turn
Yeah,
1, for example, then they can't actually use it as a bounce target. So Yeah.
You're right. Actually, I'm
I can
keeping the
I can
EO.
see this.
Yeah.
Okay, well that's just a ton of XLs. You might as well play one on this turn just to cycle if you...
I think it's got to be the
Which
Ponder
one?
here.
Strong
Yeah.
Oh
another
my
Ponder!
god!
That's a lot of pondering.
Oh, okay, well, that's certainly a world-class draw there from XL Forest.
It's triple Tanuki. Yeah, so I've been waiting to see EO really like pull her weight because I've seen the card, splash into a few different decks, and
You could argue that if she gets pitched this turn, she's already pulling her weight. She's a 1/2. Like, so a little like glib commentary side. Like some of the cards that get played in that slot are not 1 attack or 1 defense. I think Death Foul is one of them, right? And so Death Foul would get you 1 fewer card in a procession, and that like all of these like little things add up to make EO a great inclusion in the deck. So honestly, being a 2-card pitch is not, it doesn't count for. Don't discount that,
yeah. No,
That's
I mean,
the
I've
consistency
seen
of the deck.
so many different hands where they just don't have, they'll have like a world and like a
Oh my
Milteo,
God.
and they just don't have anything to get the cards that they need for
wait.
their hands to get going.
Sawa-chan is just gaming on him.
He's not showing any signs of slowing down. He's already accelerated like
Pipe down.
This
4
is already
times.
4 accelerates. Could be 5 right now if he wants to bounce the Levon here. Yep.
And he does.
That bounces the Levon. 5 accelerates. The second Walder invoked by turn 3. That is absurd.
And he, with the Aaron in hand, he can guarantee another accelerate.
Yeah. So we're already on deck to have Fairy Flowering active on turn 6.
Oh, okay. Archangel of Remembrance. This is a card that's like a 1 of in Fee's deck, I think. And well, EO did something there. So,
Yeah, there we go.
alrighty.
Both of the weird 2-drops definitely playing out well here.
Yeah, so Archangel of Remembrance is a pretty funny card because if you revive it off the Milteo, it's actually a pretty nice Evo target. You can then get the redraw effect. When it evolves, you banish a card, put it back into your deck, and then draw 2 cards. Getting that off of Milteo is pretty good.
Yeah, and Sawa-chan's now faced with a lot of options. The Aaron's a little too overkill for this turn. He's hovering over the Elf Queen. A reasonable time to get her played. 4/5 Ward is also not the easiest thing, even if not evolved. Because you could go for like Elf Queen, Levon the Archangel, and then Evo face with Walder. Like just using Elf Queen as a body to get in the way, and she draws another Elf Queen. Okay, he's gonna choose to use Elf Queen for the clear. I wonder if he follows this up with Chipper Skipper then.
I think that would make perfect sense for this line. Yeah, this is just the best possible board state that he can make on this turn. Necro
Yeah.
Impulse off the top, not too useful at this point, but surely it's got to be Milteo. Milteo, there's also Jack Shovel, but there's not a whole lot to do afterwards.
And with a Sarcophagus Wraith and Eo already in the Destroyed Followers pool, sometimes colloquially called the Graveyard, this Milteo is not very likely to pull a Jack Shovel out, which would mean taking a lot of damage for a set of follower pulls that's not even likely to clear the Elf Queen. So I think
Fee might be thinking about pitching the Gremry first with Procession, see if he can find a Jack Shovel into Tour Guide turn. That would also be okay. Either way, he needs to set up Rally to have Fearin invoke next turn. I believe it should be active either way with Milteo or the other line, but so Milteo is Rally 5. If he's at 5 already, then Milteo would do it. If not, though, then the Procession first might make sense. Okay, so he just goes with Jack Shovel into Sarcophagus Wraith. Interesting, okay.
You'll limit the number of followers he puts onto the board here a bit, but gets the healing and the draw this way to kind of see what options he gets rid of that 4 or 5 ward on the board. The most important part of all.
Still leaving a few followers here. A little bit of damage is really all you need to get into that like lethal range, I feel like, with Excel.
So that was only 4 Rally for that turn for Fee. Sao-chan is already at 6 XLs. As we mentioned earlier, he was already on track to have Fairy Flowering active, ready to deal damage on turn 6. So as long as he draws it, he is very much in the driver's seat here. There's a lot of options here. He can dig deeper into his deck with Elf Queen. There's Cactus Cowboy. There's Aaron.
Yeah. I mean, most likely he wants to bounce this Walder or bounce a Walder to his hand. Get one in his hand somehow to...
Oh yeah, the Deep Wolf top deck is actually pretty huge. Yeah, that's really nice.
I think he's gonna... Okay, it looks like he's gonna go... One line here might be Cactus Cowboy, get the Amulet, and do a Varmint Hunter set of plays. It seems to be what he's inclined to do here. Does he follow? Yep, there's the Varmint Hunter.
Varmint Hunter, another strong board here. This is very much in line with his previous play.
Okay, evolve the Varmint Hunter. 6/6, not the easiest thing.
6/6 is really, really challenging for...
Oh, okay, bounce the Walder and replay the Walder? Is that... No,
okay, he can just go for
save. Oh, okay.
Save the Walder. I like this play a lot. I like this a lot.
And that's 7 accelerate? So that is... Walder himself is 10 damage plus 1 from the Steed. That is 11 damage Storm that he's threatening. And of course, with the Walder in hand, he can sort of set up the Walder as like a bit of a ticking time bomb. But, you know, as far as ticking time bombs go, Gremory is one as well, and Fee is getting close to being able to play
so
off of Gremory.
he is going to have Gremory on turn 7 active. However, with only 4 Rally from the previous turn, he could not invoke Theron. It's not going to be the biggest deal here, but it's going to be challenging for him to remove the 6/6 and then to actually stay alive afterwards.
Yeah. I mean, just getting rid of this Varmint Hunter right now seems like the biggest issue. That's rough. I mean,
and from that standpoint, I really like what Sawa-chan did, making the 6/6 Varmint Hunter. That is a stat line, right? Like Varmint Hunter is a baseline 5/5. By attacking with the Cactus Cowboy first, making that dutiful Steed the Varmint Hunter. Yeah, and with only 3 out of 5. Wait, 3 out of 5 Burial Rites means you could go for like Milteo Parade. You get 2 Liches and trade one of the Liches in.
Oh, he already spent a 1 play point this turn, so he's only gonna get...
Oh, you're right. You can't parade.
Oh, wait, he droid?
Well, was he running out of time?
It must have been.
Oh, no!
That's it,
boy,
right?
That's
That's
devastation.
a tragedy!
That was such a good roll on the Milteo, but...
Yeah.
Alright.
Well, I mean...
Well, that...
You hate to see that, I guess.
Yeah, oh my god, Sawa-chan's showing no mercy, going for the overkill damage.
Going for maximum damage. Evo Face.
Oh my
11/11 on turn 6 after invoking it for free as a 1/1 with Storm. I love Shadowverse.
It must have been. It must have been a timeout thing or something, or just some ridiculous mistake, because all of the information was there. You saw him bounce the Walder back to hand. You know exactly how many accelerates he has, so you know that it's lethal if you don't take that out. It had to have been like clicking the wrong card,
Yeah, just like
something
misclick,
there.
or
It could have been a
yeah,
misclick,
panicking with low time left. Yeah, it happens for sure.
It definitely happens.
It's definitely a bummer to see it lost that way, though. That was a really cool way to play to the out. You know, getting either the Jack Shovel or the Shootin' Doji were going to at least give you a chance to survive, and you got it.
You know what it might have been? Okay, so that was a 5-1, but he saw the shooting first, so maybe he expected a 4-2, right? And the 4-2, if it was the Jack Shovel, but even then, the 2 could be anything. I don't know.
But then you would just trade over both, right?
Yeah. So,
I mean, EO was in there too. There was
it is most likely a misclick on which target it was.
Well, now you're gonna see a slight switch up. Now you got
Holy cow.
Dragoncraft versus Aggro Shadow coming up next.
Both pretty sick hands.
These are some banger hands here.
One of these players is going first, though.
Yeah. So Dragon is gonna going first. Wait, no. Sawa-chan's going first.
Sawa-chan's going first. Yeah.
Can I just thank Cygames
He finds
again
a 1-drop. And he finds a 1-drop to pair with this. Don't even think about it. We're looking for some pudding.
I think it's gonna be a fast game, one way or another.
Yeah. Okay, and a 3-drop.
Yeah, fast game, boy.
and like, Skullfish is often considered slightly inferior, but like when you're off against the 2-2 like this, the Skullfish Rush actually turns out better than what a Grudge Teller would be.
That
So
becomes really good. Okay, Miltio is a nice card to have later on as well.
What do we have here?
Will we see the Tempo Necro Impulse so that we can have things to bury for Miltio?
it does seem reasonable, honestly. The only thing is you're gonna would you ever pass since your board's so full? Nah, 2 damage is worth it for sure, right?
This wasteland's a fixer-upper.
You can even like trade in the Quixotic to help remove this Reggie, or
okay, that also works. He's clicking, or I guess that's a spectator clicking the Necro Impulse.
I think this is a. He's just gonna
just give him the
Skullfish.
bone pierce.
Yeah,
just going for the top deck another follower. It's fine.
Top deck another follower. I think even if you don't get another follower, you have the advanced
Gold Rush
Ghost
is fine.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
the options are just so good for Sawa-chan here.
Okay, well, it seems like it's our Evo turn. We don't have Georgius.
It's a little unlucky. Oh no.
Yeah, you really hate to see that.
Yeah.
Bahamut, not quite enough. Doesn't fully clear the Miyako.
Just about everything in this hand is not quite enough.
Yeah, the Ghost second card wasn't quite enough. Rage Champion versus...
There we go, it's the blue checkmark difference.
It
Oh,
really is the difference, huh?
Yeah.
Man, I mean, you could ram it. No, honestly, there's just no great option.
Go for
here,
go for the Jitas. Hope it hits the Skullfish. Is that what he's going for? You've got to go. You have to.
I think
you
you
have
go
to pop off
Jita
somehow.
Ramiel? Jita Ramiel?
That's so
Jita
scary.
Ramiel is so awkward, but yeah,
Oh no!
it's devastation.
Yeah, you have
for
to
sure.
hit the pudding and then...
I
Yeah.
mean, at that point, is it maybe not better to go for the Engineer Evo just to keep? I mean, if you're gonna trade over anyway, right? I don't even know if it's called Engineer, whatever that thing's called.
Yeah, it is
The one
Wormfire
thing.
Engineer.
Okay.
I think that's a good point. Yeah, this Ramiel, I don't know. I think
I mean, he's saving it for overflow because then it's just both parts of the card for 1 play point in total.
Yeah.
yeah.
But I mean, he's
but it's save it for next game at
Yeah.
this point. Yeah.
Okay, very cool. Thank you, Sawa-chan. That was some great Shadowverse.
He's showed us what it takes to get a blue check mark. He's got those animated Wolf Grand Prix sleeves as well, you know.
But not quite the same thing that happened to me, but I kind of wish that this is how quickly it ended.
It's like the opposite.
Man had me, you know, like You're on the palm of his hand. I was up in the series, and then I couldn't win with Amatos. Okay, but anyway, a great showing from Sawa-chan. I mean, from the other side, like Fee, I think he did what he could for the most part. There was really just nothing to do in the second game.
Yeah.
Gorgeous, it would have been good, but it still wouldn't have been enough to win the game. I'm pretty sure he did top deck a second Miltio. He could just play Miltio that turn, and then the Necromancy, Necro Impulse would just win the game. So
Gold Rush Ghost into Necro Impulse also is like very hard to deal with. There's way too much stuff to try to survive there, and that's like one of Bike Dragon's weaknesses. I think is like if you go second and you don't have like the right reactive cards, especially Wandering Chef, you can just get snowballed out of the game in quick fashion. Like it's
I mean, especially against aggro Shadow, right? I mean, aggro Shadow getting a high roll is just literally like the fastest that you can die, which is literally there on turn 5, right? Like there's no deck I think that can actually kill you before turn 5. So and I mean, you know, actually getting the kill on 5 with aggro Shadow, I feel like is not that weird. I mean, obviously it's like optimal, but I've definitely done it and had it done to me plenty of times on ladder. So you just gotta be ready for that. And I think that's why we saw some of the other decks running like the fluffy cherub, right?
Fluffy Angel.
Fluffy Angel.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, and you know, just to stop stuff like that, because what are you gonna do?
Well, we see we've seen the effects of that from Sawa-chan. Let's take a look at the bracket and where he's sitting. It should be in the grand finals. As you see there, a quick 2-0, the second one of the day here at Operation Tokyo, but we might get a third. Who knows? We got Paid Actor going up against Mia. I love that name, by the way. It's always going to stick with me for the longest time. So, again, you mentioned earlier in the show, Noir, that Black Dragon never loses twice in a row, so you're still technically on fire with that statement, right? It only lost once in that set. We still count ways.
Black Dragon loses 2 in a row.
Who knows?
I guess we'll see.
We are going to see it for sure. At least it being played out, not necessarily 2 in a row. But Paid Actor is bringing to the table Bike Dragon, Rally Haven. On the other side, Mia is also bringing Bike Dragon and Evo Sword. This is the matchup where we talked about at the start after the break. We were saying this is like the more highly anticipated match between the two semifinals, right?
Yeah. Okay, guys, what's the Rally Haven Evo Sword matchup? Go.
Okay, so actually, it would have been really good if this was like Storm over Reveal Evo Sword, or even like Fortune's Hand Evo Sword, because back then they were always playing Resolve of the Fallen, they were playing Not. These hard removals could have been really good to get rid of the Noah behind a ward. Now they do have Bunny and Baron, but that doesn't go through ward. You can only remove the Noah the set that way. So it's actually really difficult now for Evo Sword to kill Noah behind a ward. And so the Haven does stand a very good chance in this matchup. The early game is it's actually like stronger than Sword's early game. And then the West Wind is just such a power play. Without the hard removal that goes through the wards, it's going to be super difficult. And I think if Paid Actor is able to hit turn 6 West Wind, there might not be a lot that Sword can do.
Wait, so are they really not running Resolve anymore in Evo Sword?
They're cutting it significantly. Like I don't think
there's no room. I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think Mia is running it at all. A lot of people play 1 copy or maybe even 2, but I don't think Mia's playing it at all, which is understandable.
Yeah, and I think also notable is no copies of Not in Mia's deck, right? So like that's like the ideal solution. Not cost 6, not enhanced cost 6. Well, Goddess cost 6. Goddess comes with a full board. Not would, you know, the Tyrant's Order would clear everything, but it's not there. Like what?
Wow.
You can't do it if you don't have it.
I never thought I'd see the day where Not and Resolve are taken out for Baron Bunny. That's a weird world we live in, but that's a cool card anyway. So I'll take it. And I guess we're just gonna have to see, right, how it plays out.
Absolutely.
Now I'm thinking about it. I definitely viled Baron and Bunny not too long ago. Dang it. I was like,
Tell you how many times I've done that. I've been like, this card is great, and I make it, and then people stop using it, and I'm like, okay, nobody's using this card anymore, and I vial it, and then it comes back. And I'm like, okay, time to make it again.
It's the
Dude, that's the
free-to-play
worst.
tragedy.
Yeah.
I think I've done it like twice over thus far.
You just
Like,
never value your cards.
you say that, but I don't know, man. It's hard. Sometimes it's a little difficult to like match up with the current meta with the amount of vials. At least I have, right? I'm trying to grind games out on ladder, but for the most part,
Yeah.
it's just interesting to see how often things could change up. So if anything, if you were to actually vial cards, I think Temple Storm has a very good like guide as to what you should be vialing up. For the most part, don't just do it just to do it. Okay,
Wow.
be sure to check it out. Here we go. Get yourself ready for semifinals 2, game 1 between Paid Actor and Mia. We've had a lot to say about Paid Actor, or at least the casters have. Mia also with a very impressive start in the quarterfinals, getting a 2-0 game. Let's see if he can reproduce those results against Paid Actor here in the semifinals, game number 1.
Wait.
Oh,
This is
here
the
it is,
matchup.
David versus Sword. Like a Sword going first, I'm not sure how much of a difference that makes. Maybe they can set up a board and then
Well,
if they can possibly clear the set on board with like a Kagemitsu setup plus something else surviving, then Buddy and Baron can come in and clear the Noah.
Yeah, I gotta say, sorry, Nor, there is also no Bunny and Baron in this deck.
Oh.
Oh. Okay, well, and then I guess we just
We're just
just-
hoping to keep up. I think it's gotta be like Aliaska, and you have your Exterminus ready. You got a
the
first
player-
fair against the MVP.
That's the big difference.
Oh! Hold on a minute.
Okay, now look,
Can you-
guys, if
you
Evo
just turn one
Sword
Kagemitsu
can't
in
win
this match?
this game, then that's when you know the deck is
Wait.
really doomed.
So is it possible to just turn one Kagemitsu? I like the Rally
Yeah,
Haven deck.
You could.
I think
Absolutely.
they have almost no punish for it, right? Like
Yeah.
they want to play everything. I think you do it, especially with the second one in hand.
Yeah. Just YOLO it. You're playing Sword, you better have no fear, my guy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, well,
Resident Sleeper. Okay, I mean,
But then again, he could play one turn 2, and it would
Yeah.
accomplish much of the same thing.
yeah, like, getting them out a little bit later in the game is gonna be generally a little bit stronger as far as how you use the Kagemitsus. However, you might need them to deal with the early game,
I
potentially.
think the strongest argument I have for playing a Kagemitsu right now is that with the Fluffy Angel.
Oh, that's
right,
the
there
punish.
is
Oh,
Archangel.
Monka Christ.
That would be the punish. Oh, we're. You know, that's why these players are here, and we're.
It really is, huh?
I completely.
I
I
honestly,
can't
that would
believe
have been
I
a
can't
pretty,
believe I doubted this, man.
Yeah.
Imagine if flaming Evo Sword all day, but this guy is in top 4 with Evo Sword.
Yeah. Now to see Kagemitsu, you can. You know, Kagemitsu on 3 going first is actually not as strong as on 4, right? And so you could actually like Fluffy Angel to. Okay, he's never mind.
Yeah.
Hey,
just slam it.
just slam it. You have another one in hand. This is the best card in your deck. All right.
I think that's like a 1 of major prayers. I don't remember how many. I think he only plays 1.
Yeah, it's not. Oh, but it looks pretty
Okay,
good going
nice.
into this.
Revolver Eagle counterplay against the Kagemitsu. No trade
Mhm.
target. No setup for the second Kagemitsu.
Yeah.
Do you tempo out like an Outlaw Gunner, Fluffy Angel?
With the Outlaw Gunner in hand, you either just play the Outlaw Gunner for stats here, or you play some more Rally. I think it might be Fluffy Angel here. The exact amount of life you have tends not to matter in this matchup, right? When you're taking damage, you're taking huge chunks of it.
I think the other thing to consider though is that the Outlaw Gunner is summons a thing, right? Or is that a rally?
At Rally 5.
Okay.
He's
okay.
currently at Rally 2.
All right. I almost got ahead of myself there. I almost thought for a moment that this card was good.
And the other thing is that Outlaw Gunner is an officer, and so like with the Amelia in hand, you do want to keep a 3-drop officer to pair with Amelia. Now, no, you'll still be at Rally 4, unfortunately, but you know, you gotta.
Yeah.
Also, Fluffy Angel could technically, if that 2-1 that I don't know the name of wasn't
Oh.
there, it might be a ward that protects your Kagemitsu a little bit better. potentially making them have to play two things and waste the bike. And
Yeah,
stuff.
well, with the bullet bike, yeah, they'd have to have something pick up the bike.
Yeah, and then
So-
Evo something else. So
Okay, so he's gonna run out the gunner here. Interesting. Opting for more stats because I don't think he has any copies of. Right. So if we were really angling for 5, some sword decks run Mordred, who can be fetched via Arthur. This deck does not run that either, which means we could not hit Rally 5 next turn in any capacity. So yeah, based on all of that, Mia goes for the Outlaw Gunner, saying, "I'm not going to bother trying to make a vehicle with this one."
Is there no shield phalanx in this?
Because he doesn't want to play Shield Phalanx this turn, right? Next turn, right? He almost certainly wants the Amelia turn 5.
Yeah, I think that's true. Yeah, I don't know. I was just thinking about potential
Mhm.
getting to round.
Oh yeah. I think that's a perfectly reasonable
Theoretically.
way to think about it. Yeah. All right. Paid actor. I think he really wants to get the value out of the. That's really tempting, but the his whole hand looks so good here.
Yeah, there's too many good options. Exotic first.
Quixotic, and to trade over the Kagemitsu.
Trade over and then play Chef and then pre-evo the Chef.
I like, pre-evo Chef, the Regal Falcon? Is it Regal? I don't think it's Regal Eagle. That rhyme would be a little too. Okay, no, he's gonna say the Chef.
Regal Eagle.
Regal.
Or it's some kind of like, it's a bird.
Okay, so we're maximizing card draw here. We're really looking for Westwind, which is the most important card.
Yep.
There it is.
Oh, nice. Okay. And we have a 3/4 storm popping the next turn.
Speaking of shield phalanx, but
Yeah, nice call there. I see you're picking up the ways of making the called shots as well.
I know. Curse for better or worse, I guess.
Okay, so I think for Sword, your plan here, you want to play Kagemitsu on turn 6 so that it's coming back after their turn 6. So you maybe have some semblance of a chance of clearing the Westwind board. So I don't think you can play Kagemitsu yet.
No, I don't think so either. This would be a great board to have Mordred, but all right, I'm gonna let Sleeping Dog slide there. Wings looks convenient, but it's too slow, I think. And Amelia's awkward because you don't have a great follow-up. Both of these followers threaten to hit a big chunk out of your life total. But you might have to go for it. Oh, nope, just kidding.
He does go for the Kagemitsu here, and then I guess he's going to Evo some... Whoa.
Wait a minute.
Okay, yeah, he can Evo the Arthur. Yeah, that's fine, too.
Evo's Arthur? Does he have Mordred in his deck? I'm looking.
Wait, summon Mordred?
Yes.
Oh, you don't need one in your deck. Yeah, summons the Mordred who does 1 damage. Okay.
I also thought that it, like...
I thought it was a tutor from the deck for a second. Yeah, that's my mistake. Okay.
Yeah, understandably, I mean, this is not exactly a matchup that requires that much knowledge right now, but...
Yeah. Alright, so
well, those cards have, like, paragraphs of text on each of them.
Yeah, well, they mostly just summon each other and they do stuff when rallied. So.
Yeah.
Still got far to go.
Okay. Well, that's pretty... But, this is a pretty tough board to get through with Kagemitsu.
There's another Arthur.
Yeah. So with Goblin Queen, there weren't really any great subs for Mia. Even if he had gone for like Amelia or something last turn, even if he does hit the Gelt, for example, and then tries to play Kage this turn, that's not too great against this Goblin Queen board.
Mm-hmm. A nasty amount of rally that paid actor has managed to hit here as well. Just playing all these followers out. All right, so Amelia here. Oh,
Radical Gunslinger.
Hmm.
It's actually a little unlucky because tempoing it out doesn't really do a whole lot against that goblin.
You can you can discount your Outlaw Gunner here. Have her generate like a bullet bike, right?
Ooh,
and then
yeah.
Radical Gunslinger can then ride the bike.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Now ride the bike into the 5/5.
Yeah.
It clears the this is like the appetizer, right? This is not even the real
Yeah.
board.
This isn't the main course. You gotta.
Okay, so he's hanging onto it for the following turn.
Okay.
Okay, so now, so we have something like On Wings of Tomorrow into a Radical Gunslinger on the bike, maybe.
Mhm.
No.
Yeah.
Oh,
Paid actor, no hesitation.
I'll do
But yeah,
whatever
that's,
this is the
you know you're
Westwind.
gonna do it.
Yep.
Yeah.
10-10, Noah, pretty good. Just a little bit short off the auto evolve, I believe, as well.
Yeah.
But it's
But I
not
think-
like it matters all that much.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you use your Evo point here. You Evo Westwind over the 3-3.
Westwind over the 3-3 sounds pretty good. Preserve as much stats and everything else as possible. Does he conserve his Evo? Because his hand does lend itself to preserving Evos. So maybe
Yeah,
he
you
just
could
takes it a little
even-
slow here.
You could even trade. Okay, but imagine trading Keck W. Okay, so we're gonna Evo over, push 3 face with the Regal Falcon.
And this is even if just the set dies, this is still presenting lethal, right? That's the upside to making
know,
this line.
I lied. G-Dubs does 10, so actually being at that exact number is kind of a potentially big
Yeah,
deal. But
but it's completely random.
What? You are a champion.
Dude, like he didn't even show. He didn't even show hesitation. He just went in like
First fairer?
first
I-
fairer.
That's gotta be an imposter line from there.
Uh,
Oh my God.
But
so fast,
that's-
he's like 1 in 4 to lose. Done. Go.
yeah, but 1 in 4 to no 3 and 4 to lose, but 1 in 4 to win, and
Oh, yeah.
you just gotta hone
This
in
is
on
a
the.
full clear. You Evo over, you get
Yeah.
into the set, and then you trade into the 3-2.
Yeah, well, you were wondering how Sword clears this, and I guess you got your answer, huh?
Just 1 in 4.
wow,
No
huh.
big deal.
It's just the exact 10-10 Noah hit the 1 and 4 into having the bike on board from Outlaw Gunner that we're running for like the toy car scenario with Seofon.
Yeah. Oh. Well, that's what we
Okay, but
assume,
from
but
here-
maybe. Oh, okay. The Raw is
But
active.
do we even win the game from here? We don't have Ada in hand.
Oh, we have no resources.
Oh,
This is a disaster.
sucks.
Yeah, no more Evos available to Mia here, so.
We can't even clear the Raw.
Oh
We could clear the Westwind board, but we couldn't clear a 5-5? You gotta be JKing me,
no!
man.
His sword. Wait, we can do
That's sword,
something?
man.
Yeah. Okay, he's playing Wardhaven now.
Oh god.
We've
It's
seen-
tragic.
We've seen Loxus Forest as Wardhaven in a previous metagame, and now we're seeing Sword being Wardhaven.
And we've also seen Wardhaven as Wardhaven.
Yeah, that's true.
Surprisingly.
Looks like paid actors. Like, all right,
Yeah.
that was a pathetic display.
Someone's
Let's go.
a paid actor
He-
for sure.
Paid actors like you can go for the 1 in 4. I'm gonna
I'll
go for
show
the
you
1
the
in
real Wardhaven. I'm the one with Raw sitting on my board.
3.
I would have actually really liked to see the chef before the bike and then a second chef.
Oh.
Oh yeah, he could have done that.
Well,
and it
only
would've-
no, he has no Evo points, right? So he can't buff both of them. I don't think.
Well, no, he had
Oh,
one
dude, we're
bike,
so
so he could have
close.
played chef and then a bike and then the second chef. And then it would trigger both of them. I would've fulfilled
No,
it.
no. It would only trigger one, right?
Oh, it's not if and if. Yeah, you're
no,
right.
no,
you're right.
it
It's
has
only
to be
him.
that
It-
chef getting buffed. No, that's okay. All right, so you hold on to this area and
So
hope
with
for
the
another
honorable
Evo.
thief, we're at 6 Evos. He has to float to 7 play points here.
Oh
Goblin
my
Queen,
god!
but let's draw 2 cards. Eris's Pure Air.
Yeah, and then
Oh!
Masker's Raid. Oh, another Noah!
Ah!
You have
But
to
we
just
don't
save
have
it to
enough
hard
play
play,
points.
right?
Yeah, there's not
Yeah,
enough play
save
point.
it.
That was almost super deadly.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
What
Wait,
is
but
this
it's
board?
winnable though. It's winnable. Top deck Amelia.
Wait, top deck. It's turn 10, right? Top deck Ada would be really nasty. Okay, that's not.
Oh
bad.
no.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, this is so sad.
He's
You know-
gotta just.
Oh,
You have to area it. Yeah, there's no way around it.
Sag.
Oh, Sag.
Oh no. Honestly, like, what a way for Sword to go out. You have the exact setup to clear the Westwind board, but then your deck is so
Interesting.
it's so like just so lacking afterwards that you're literally dying to 2-drops being tempoed out.
Yeah, we could argue that he also is in the spot because he went first with one fewer Evo point. And he didn't hit the magic 7 threshold.
Yeah, but then you
a lot
want
of
to set up for Westwind.
Yeah, you know.
Oh, wait, that's a value card.
Rebellion Bandit.
Rebellion Bandit with the rare enhance. You almost never see this.
Just pull up that rally count.
I don't. Are we gonna see this? This is too nice of a Noah. Noah has a pretty sweet fanfare here.
Play Noah, yeah. Oh my god!
1919.
21.
And
oh my god.
It's pretty strong.
Yeah. You know, Noah's also one of the cards that can deal with
that was just
Seophon.
lethal
Well,
anyway,
we
okay.
didn't see it anyway. Yeah. Any,
You guys are so
wow.
caught up with that stat line. You're like, oh yeah, Raw still.
Evo Sword.
Yeah, totally forgot about Raw. Full honesty. I was like, all right, let's see what the draw is, but there was no draw.
What a way for Evo Sword to go. That's like just the perfect way for it to line up. Like, it's so funny. Like, it clears the strongest turn 6 board that you can make in the current meta. And then it just, the opponent's like tempoing out like 3-3-2-2-2-2, and then you die to that. Like,
You're
are
like,
you serious, man?
Guess
Come on.
Guess I'm dead.
Oh my god, that's so sad. Only Sword would do this. Only Sword can get away with losing in this fashion.
Yeah.
And it was like one Evo off too from being super.
Yeah.
Like,
It was
just
so
one-
sad. But that's exactly what Sword is. It's just sad.
Or-
I'm really looking forward to the Sword running it back in the next game.
yeah, I hope
Oh,
that's what we
boy.
see for sure. Like,
I mean,
oh man.
we're gonna have to see it eventually, right? Mia still has a chance with another game to play at least. Does have Bike Dragon as well, so maybe we'll see a Bike Dragon mirror match. Maybe not. We might see the Evo Sword go up against Bike Dragon. Who knows? We still have possibly 2 more games to play, unless Paid Actor can pretty much clutch it out from here on. We'll see what happens, right? Again, Bike Dragon has that reputation thus far, never being able to lose twice, according to Noah.
That is true. But I would rather see, the Sword run it back. But
Yeah.
longer series is always nice to see as well.
Well, I mean, yeah, we're gonna have to see the Sword if Mia wants.
If
to
Mia wants a
continue
shot at
through.
victory. Yeah.
But I gotta say, just looking back on that last match and the set before it, I am really liking this Rally Haven deck that I was not familiar with. I mean, it feels like it has a really strong early game and it has a really strong late game. So I'm curious to see how it does for the rest of the tournament. If
You know,
there
one
is a
thing
rest of the tournament, technically.
One thing I like about the Rally Haven deck is one of my complaints about Ward Haven is that one of your best cards you have to have on turn 1. With Rally Haven, you don't have to have that card until turn 6. That's a lot more time to draw your best card.
Yeah, and I mean, like, we joke about it, but that is a huge deal. Like, it actually makes the deck enormously more consistent. And the other neutral cards that you're playing, like, they're not bad cards by any means. Unlike, the literal, like, 2/2, like, veteran Lancer that Wardhaven basically plays. So, actually, a really solid deck.
Yeah, and I mean, it. What was I gonna say? I totally lost my train of thought, but the fact that it has the ability to not only like win with the gigantic threats that you have to be planning for, but also exactly like we saw in that last game, like sure, yeah, you can deal with this gigantic board and you can deal with the early game aggression, but like Raw was ticking down. It's like, wait a minute, there's more to this. Like, there's so many different like avenues that you have to deal with, and so far it's shown us a few of them.
Unlike, I remember when we first saw Raw, one of the main things was like, all right, this is a great card for like, a controlled kind of deck, right? That you just play this and eventually it wins you the game. And that was in a metagame where a lot of decks could kill on turn 10, but Haven did have the tools to survive. I think Control Haven deck started showing up soon after that. But, Raw in an aggressive deck, a 5-mana 5/5 is not like an embarrassing stat line by any means. It's got Ward as well. And like, you see it in like Wardhaven, although Wardhaven starts playing passively because the followers don't do much. Right. In Rally Haven, you have ginormous followers that your opponent has to deal with while you have that Raw taking down. I don't know. Maybe this deck is the future.
This deck could be the future. It could be a paid actor's future. Could be his ticket into the grand finals.
Maybe. I mean, he only has one more game to go, right? It's already been signed by Noir. It's been co-signed by the rest of us, saying that I'm gonna say it over and over again. Black Dragon can't lose twice. This is it. This is it right here. Paid actor up one game against Mia. We'll see how it pans out here in game 2.
Oh, but paid actor's going second here. Mia's going first with a really strong hand. You have the Oracle into Razia.
Oh, Oracle into Razia and also the Chrysotic as well. Paid actor solo kept the Chrysotic. Double Dark Prison.
Oh, the double Dark Prison. You don't want to see that. Not, especially now that Mia, not that the paid actor sees this, of course, but Mia has the Georgias. That is a harsh counter to any kind of early Dark Prison play. Oh, jeez.
Oh, no. I see where this is going, and it's not looking good.
Well, there's definitely a Bike Dragon deck that's losing this game. I can tell you that
Okay, well, thank you. Okay, so Razia could be the play here, and then On Wings of Tomorrow is already the consideration if you're thinking about, like, Tempo Dark Prison on 3, which, it can be useful in some matchups, not this one if they've ramped already.
No.
Okay, Vagabond Lizard.
Vagabond Lizard, paid actor.
Now we're gaming.
This is the first turn 3 Vagabond.
He's not a
Lizard
quitter.
It's the first turn 3 Vagabond we've seen. But still going to be an excellent time to play On Wings of Tomorrow for Mia.
Wait. Hello? Is Reggie off the top? He has a ramp option or Wings of Tomorrow. I don't know, man. This is a little.
I mean, honestly, you could Quixotic, play Reggie, swing the Razia into their Quixotic, and then if they tried to trade in with, they'd have to Evo, I guess, to take out your Razia without trading in their Lizard. Maybe.
Yeah.
That's a thought. I don't know.
They are gonna have to Evo. I don't know what you go for here. There's so many options. The Wings is really nice too, but the Razia is gonna get Evo'd over. Okay, this is a bit more disciplined.
Please do not click Gita.
Please do not use Gita. No.
I mean, he definitely hit the right target. We know that.
Oh yeah. Wait, I've hit a 1 and 4, 1 and 2. This is child's play.
Yeah. This
is called playing to win.
This is a. Okay, so it is Grand's Resolve. Okay, it's too nice of a clear to pass up. The Reggie can be used for more damage later on.
Yeah, and going first, like if you can get the first damage burst off, you are going to be in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, he's already ramped as well, so you don't have to be too greedy. Especially with the Georgius play lined up, like you could do this is a nice lineup into Georgius Quixotic. Although paid actor, he's not one to just sit by idly. He puts out a 7 attack Razia. That's not much.
That's a hefty amount of damage, but thanks to the clash effect, it does go down to 3 defense, making it the perfect target for Georgius. We could go Georgius Evo, set up the Quixotic for Reggie next turn.
Yeah.
I mean, perfect target, but still, that's a lot of damage.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
However, paid actor is still only on 5 play points. He hasn't ramped at all. So it's going to be hard for him to actually capitalize.
Yeah. Georgius Quixotic looks too good. You want to get this Quixotic set up. Next turn you have Reggie Dragon Rearing as an option. And if you draw another Storm next turn for Mia, you're already looking very lethal. And you already have a board that paid actor still has to deal with as well. So.
Yeah, with 5 playing points, how are you going to deal with this 6/6? It's actually super difficult.
It is. You might have to go for a Jita's here. Oh god.
One way to full clear, you could play Quixotic Dark Prison, trade the Dark Prison into the 6/6, and then Evo over the other 2/2.
Yeah, that's gonna be a lot more reliable than going for a 50-50 on Jita's, especially when you don't have to. But
You cannot out.
Oh, there he goes!
And he knows he's dead. Okay.
There.
Yeah, he's
well,
not.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Yeah, it is over.
A man knows. He's just trying to keep it spicy.
I don't disagree with that line though. I think he's got to look for a way to win, and using up a Dark Prison just to defend like that. it doesn't look winning.
Right.
I feel like mentally
Understandable.
also, you gotta go for it, right? Like you see your opponent do that same card to 1 and 4. You gotta be like, okay, I'm just as good at hitting my random targets. Like, you gotta like challenge them, right? Like in like spirit.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that's not how you do it. You don't get the 50-50. But yeah, I mean, it was a tough situation anyway, right? Like you were going to be trading off, like most of your good chance to win just to survive, and yeah, it was bad.
And I think especially you're going second, you're behind on ramp, you're behind on just about every metric aside from like exact damage to the leader. You have to look for something to like sneak an advantage in. Well, that's Shadowverse sometimes.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. Like, what comes next for Paid Actor now, right? It's all tied up, one apiece, between these two players, Mia and Paid Actor. Well, what could possibly go wrong afterwards, like after that set, right?
Wait, so it's gonna be Dragon versus Sword, right?
Sword, right.
All right.
Now that is also a matchup that Sword could win, just by not allowing the opponent to ramp. So you have no way to actually do that. Just you have to interfere with their draw order, and then set up the turn 8 Ada and just hopefully win on board that way.
Yeah, Sword does carry a decent amount of healing, so not the hardest deck to stall out on. And Paid Actor's version of Dragon is the more aggressive one, with less ramp options, and he's going second. So.
Ooh, Kagemitsu in hand.
And Kagemitsu.
Really good.
Yeah, Kagemitsu and Radical Gunslinger. These are really strong early game options.
See how it turns out.
Yeah,
it's gonna be
a full toss from Paid Actor into a much more playable hand. Okay.
It's gonna be pretty hard to tell what's gonna go down between these two, right? It's gonna be like what the fight. This is the final game, and what better way to pretty much end the semifinals here between these two?
I don't think we've seen Gonagoza actually do anything this tournament.
So we kept the Radical Gunslinger.
Yeah, is he gonna turn 1 her?
So what? Huh.
Because
we really want to contest the early board, I guess. Knowing that Paid Actor plays cards like Vagabond Lizard, that might be the thought process there.
It might be play it after you set up the Kagemitsu to prevent like weird setups. No, he just passes. Okay, so he kept 2 1-drops and didn't play either of them on turn 1. That is justifiable. But
yeah,
it looks funny, but I think it makes sense. You want to hit some value targets. Okay.
So then I'd assume you're just passing again at this point.
Yeah, it's even worse to play.
It's even worse to play here. Yeah.
Because you can hope to snipe a Quixotic with your Kagemitsu.
Whoa. Okay.
Whoa. Okay. Paid Actor. He's going for the. This looks like
he's
a
going for the
like
really aggro line. Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Outlaw Gunner versus Kagemitsu here. So if you play Outlaw Gunner, even if they play like no matter what, Kagemitsu will be decent next turn, but he does go for it right away.
Yeah.
Kagemitsu will be a guaranteed answer for Reggie if it's
if it's Reggie, but I think there's a case for Dark Prison here. Ooh. And then you can Reggie evolve next turn. That's a little risky if there's nope, just kidding. Paid Actor's like, I'm not doing that weak stuff. I'm just gonna run out the Reggie.
Lamp right away. Understandable. Yeah. But the Dark Prison could have been really good. There's not really a way for a Sword to deal with the ambush follower. The Kagemitsu doesn't get to trade into anything.
So, I mean, that's interesting to me, just sort of like from my own personal perspective. Like, why would you not go for like the Dragon Oracle there? Are you just saving it for the draw? Because you're losing the bike and the Reggie for 1 ramp, right?
I think it's because like if Mia here were to have like shield phalanx, right? Shield phalanx is a consideration. You don't actually hit into the Kagemitsu, and like that grows if you can't deal with it. So letting Mia get away with too much time on the Kagemitsu is its own like danger. So I think a paid actor now is going for a sort of line where he's trying to like set up more burst in one turn. He's preserving his storm options. It took a bit of a slow turn to get some card draw going.
So paid actor could actually go for a double ramp next turn if Mia Evo's just on turn 5, as you would expect from Evo's sword. Because if Mia Evo's here, then the Ramule is actually going to ramp.
Yeah, but your deck is Evo Sword. Would you ever not Evo just to deny that?
Absolutely not. Just slam it. Why would you make considerations while playing sword?
He's actually going for the Gelt. Okay, very, very standard.
Yeah. Okay, but now the Ramule is on deck.
Mm-hmm.
You can leave the Amelia on board. We've seen the sword not being able to capitalize on 19 damage on board. Six damage is nothing.
It's sword. We don't worry about. Oh, okay. Paid actor going for.
Oh, there it is. That's so much ramp, dude.
He went for. So I guess the answer, Chef, is that he wanted to play more ramps in one turn later on, since playing Dragon Oracle floats a play point. Whereas Reggie always costs 3. If you sequence all your ramps together like this, especially in a scenario where your opponent gives you the Ramule a turn later, you can chain more cards together, ramp twice, and make for more power plays down the line.
Right. Yeah, it would have been 1 play point away had it gone the other direction. So yeah, totally makes sense.
Kind of awkward he didn't hit a Georgius. I think he should have. I would have liked to see. If I were playing the Dragon deck, I'd be happier with a Georgius than 2 Razias. But maybe this can work out. Does have a lot of Vagabond Lizard to pair with the Razia. Mia got to be a little suspicious of that slow turn. Well, slow on the board, but ramping twice. Whew.
Yeah.
And if you don't answer this Ramule, she could ramp again. He's answering the Ramule.
Yeah. Throw anything at it.
Yeah.
So paid actor is gonna ramp into 9 play points next turn. Gandagoza is there, but you probably don't want to play him right away. There's double Razia in hand. Not a lot of ways to set up amulets besides the Vagabond Lizard, which is a little bit slow.
Radical Gunslinger Evo does damage, but Ramule would not be affected by it. I'm gonna see the Radical Gunslinger Outlaw Gunner.
The Thief with Taunt?
And +2 and with 2 buffs on it?
Oh, wait.
Was that a mistake there? Was that supposed to
No. You traded in and then
he's gonna trade it in, yeah. He wanted the horse to make this thief as chonky as possible, I think.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
This is a really strong board actually, and there's no Georgius anyway, so
yeah, well, Georgius couldn't clear this on his own, right? That's the difference on the stat line there. 6-7 is one over Georgius' stat total.
Exactly, yeah. So Mia managed to set up a board that's strong into Georgius, and there's no Georgius anyway. Do you ever go for Gandagoza here and just try to set up lethal over 2 turns?
I think I like it. It's a pretty straightforward play. There aren't the usual suspects for punishing Gandagoza aren't there. This cards like Scion of Desire is the big one, but yeah, I mean that's just not in the sword deck. World isn't even in this deck, and it's too early for sword to really have their healing options. So I think if you're looking for a chance where you're not going to get punished severely for the Gandagoza, they only have 9 damage and you're at a healthy 14. You're fine.
How many Evos are we at for Ariette? Is it 4 right now?
It is.
I believe it's 4.
It is 4, yes.
4, yeah. The Thief and the Kagemitsu +2 manual Evos.
Right.
Yeah. So it could be possible to top deck another Thief and then get the heal active.
Well, Seophon would use up too many play points. Okay.
Oh, we can Evo into the... Evo the Razia into the 6-7.
Dark Prison's going to eat one of our play points. Evo into the 6-7. That's... Okay, 7-6.
This is more damage. This is a little bit better. You'll have lethal through
Ooh.
ward. The important thing
Yeah.
is you want lethal through ward on his next turn, not necessarily through heal, because it's
Yeah.
not super likely for that to happen.
Ugh.
And there's no way for him to heal on this turn. That's
There's
too many
no-
Adas.
Yeah, it's got to be like all he
Yeah.
can do here is ward, right? Like Ariat.
All you can do is ward, but then Ganagosa just wins the game.
Are we gonna
Gandagosa
do-
wins the game.
Seriously, gonna see 2 games straight of Sword where it loses because it's 1 Evo short?
Yeah, it's sword. I mean,
I mean, well, that's just how it is, I guess.
yeah, I mean,
And
sword is strong on
again-
turn 8, but this is turn 7.
Yeah, again, though, if this was going second, then
Yeah.
there would be that 1 extra Evo, and it would be enough. Obviously, the whole board situation would be different, but
Yeah, I think if it were going second, the game would already be over. So we probably because it would be Dragon going first. Yeah, this is too little, too late.
Hear our song.
What once again, the irony of that, right? This board looks really massive, but
Incoming.
you're already dead.
He's already dead.
Well, paid actor.
Playing sword, and not for long though. Paid actor can advance to the grand finals.
The trend continues. A Japanese player and non-Japanese player in the grand finals.
it is
And
impossible.
Dragon doesn't lose
I,
twice in a
I
row.
can't believe it, man.
Well,
Also,
technically, a Dragon deck lost both of those games, just not the same
true.
one.
That's
Not the same
how
player.
It works. No,
Not the same
you can't
player
do
on
that.
Dragon.
Now,
Okay,
now,
let's go
now
with
you're
the same
reaching
player.
zones. Keep it down over there, will you?
remember at the start of the set, I said
Exact wording.
Gandagosa hasn't done anything yet today, and then
Yeah.
Gandagosa
True.
won the set. So
It's very true.
Whenever we call something out, as usual, we're gonna see it.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully we can take a look at the bracket and see how it all panned out. But for the most part, Paid Actor is moving on to grand finals. You know, the trend is continuing with everything that's been said. I highly suggest the casters just keep it going at this point. They've been on fire through each and every one of the matches and calling out before the matches happen themselves. So you guys have been killing it, honestly. Like even the storylines have been 100% on point and are continuing to do so. And luckily for you guys, we actually get to see the third place match this time around because we've been going
Oh,
pretty
nice.
quickly with these matches for the most part, right?
Yeah.
As you kind of mentioned like earlier, one of the topics of conversation was like in the beginning of establishing the meta for like certain expansions, it kind of tends to go towards like it would be favored towards like aggro decks for the most part, right? The speed of every single game thus far has been very much so like short, like on average, I think when it comes to previous Operation Tokyo's, even Shadow Mania, like all those long days, right? We're seeing 2-1s all across the board because again, it's only 2 decks, but we've seen some pretty decent 2-0s over in the quarterfinals and in the semifinals, right? And that leaves us with Sawa-chan going up against Paid Actor in the grand finals. But before we get there, we'd have to see the third place decider between Fee and Mia.
Mm-hmm.
Which means more sword. Woohoo!
More sword.
Even more Swordcraft gameplay, I guess we love to see it.
we did get the maximum amount of sword gameplay, right? We could have seen, I guess, one more game in theory, but this is a lot of sword. Maybe we won't be 1 Evo short this time. Oh, hoping for Mia.
Maybe we won't keep Radical Gunslinger in our opening hand going first.
and not play. Yeah. But honestly, shout out to how Paid Actor played that game. I think like he made a lot of decisions I don't think I would have made in those spots, and they culminated to paying off. Like he took he basically optimized his ramp sequences like to be as much over 2 turns as possible instead of maybe focusing on one big tempo turn. And you know, by taking an alternative, he might have been blown out by some possible tempo nullifying plays that Sword could have. Not sure what those are off the top of my head, but by going for the ramp, he just outpaced what the Sword deck could do right before the critical turn for Swordcraft. So very nicely navigated.
Yeah, it was a play that was really thinking ahead, like to like multiple turns in the future, as far as just like using your ramp for like its absolutely maximum value. So super cool to see. And I mean, it's weird to have. I mean, So obviously all these players have played a lot against Evo Sword in general, just because it has been around for the past few sets. But to be able to think about that in its current form, where you might not have as much experience against it, is pretty impressive.
And now we're going to see, I guess, the matchup coming up, Fee versus Mia. You're looking at both players bringing Bike Dragon to the table. Fee bringing Grummery Shadow this time around, and of course Mia with the Evo Star that we've been talking about for pretty much the entirety of the second half of the show. But Grummery Shadow, right? Fee saw a little bit of success with it right off the bat in the quarterfinals match. However, in the second match against Sawa-chan, did not manage to clutch out any sort of wins against the likes of Axel Force. But you're looking at it now, Grummery Shadow versus either Bike Dragon and Evo Sword. What are your thoughts on it? Or at least the matchup, right?
Is this Grummery Shadow? This is the Grummery Shadow player, right?
Yes.
Not aggro?
Yes.
Yeah, this
Did I
is
say
the
aggro?
third place decider.
No.
Well,
You said
Sawa-
Grummery.
Sawa-chan brought the aggro shadow, so
Yeah.
Yeah, I felt like we didn't see the Grummery Shadow in the last set. Am I? Oh, it lost really fast. That's right.
We didn't see Grummery activated.
It just passed away.
Yeah. We saw
Yeah.
4 turns of Grummery Shadow, right? That was the matchup, I think. Yeah. So that's why I was really confused. I was like, wait a minute, that's the deck? Okay. Well,
yeah.
we're not going to see it.
We're not even gonna see it. We're not gonna see it just yet.
This is the Bike Dragon mirror. Fia is going first. Now, in this kind of position, I think I'd like to try to keep the Reggie. She's just one of the best cards you can have.
boy.
Threatens a lot. It's a little too greedy to keep the rearing with her. Oh, Jesus.
my God.
Okay, while I'm talking about
Oh,
what Fee should
my
do, Mia just
Shadowverse.
mulligans. He's like, you know, I gotta show that I can ride a
personally,
bike too.
I would only solo keep Reggie going second, maybe,
Okay.
because you can Evo it on turn 4. But that's a lot of ramp. You love to see that. Okay, well, drawing Ramiel's going first is not quite what
Not-
you're looking for.
Not ideal, no. Oh god.
Oh my God!
Jesus, what is
Please
that?
stop.
Dragon Oracle on 2. Dragon Oracle on 3. Let's do it.
Oracle. Yeah.
And he has Wings of Tomorrow. It doesn't clear the Ramiel, but he has a lot of card draw. If he
Yeah.
hits, call after that, then
Oh,
You've been chosen.
we pitched the Reggie and she came back. Okay.
Tempo Reggie threatened the Gabriel. It's not even
Tempo
in the
Reggie
deck.
threatened the Gabriel. I mean, Dragon Rearing is like not the most embarrassing thing to play on a Reggie the turn after, but not the ideal. I think. What would you do here?
Well, the thing is, if you tempo the Reggie, how does he even get cleared? It doesn't, right?
No, I don't think the Reggie would get cleared. It's okay if you have a buff for her.
Right. Like if you're gonna ramp with her anyway, you
Mhm.
could tempo her out here. It's not bad.
I think it's okay. Yeah.
It does
You're not
depend
worried
on the
there?
rest of their hand, and I can't see it because Dragon Oracle is covering it.
I don't know if that was an issue on my side, but yeah. That's what the Tempo Reggie does. Like I was like, I don't remember there's a Dragon Rearing in the hand or not, but it would make a lot of sense if there were.
Like, look, I love Dragon Oracle, okay, but that's I've seen quite enough of that already.
There is.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, oh, there's the Dragon Rearing. Okay, all right.
Okay, marvelous.
Thank you. Okay,
Ooh, Georges.
you've got to take the ramp here, right? Like it.
Yeah, take the lamp, and then I don't know if you do anything else.
It's a little rough to play another Ramiel out because the opponent could have a Georgius on their turn 4, and that would be a really hard punish to just play another Ramiel out. But, at 5 play points, you could have Wings on the mind. These are like this is a pretty tough decision point. I think the rearing is like a sure thing. Like you just have to do that if you're staying in the game.
Yeah.
You trade off your entire board into this Razia because she's broken. Nah, she's just really good.
Okay.
I'm
pulling
not
the
complaining
play
about balance.
points there.
Yeah.
I think that is okay. Well, there's a few lines here, but
You can Dragon Oracle, Warm Fire, and get the.
There's even
bite.
an argument for Wormfire before the second Dragon Oracle, which might look a little weird because you're not saving play points, but there's some lines where having the bike in hand can be useful. Usually it's going to definitely be more efficient to Wormfire after the double Oracle though. So that might be a little too spicy. There's even an argument for just wings here, or possibly Oracle Dark Prison. Oracle Dark Prison unfortunately plays into Georgius, so you'd have to pre-evo the Dark Prison to stay away with that, or at least it forces a wings.
Wait, does Fee play Jerva?
Does Fee play Jerva? Oh my god, it's been so long. Let me check real quick.
Well, either way, if it's Oracle Dark Prison, it would get cleared by Jita
Georgius.
potentially.
Or Jita, yeah.
Even if he pre-evos. I think he was mousing over the Wormfire Engineer. He's considering that line as well. Just double Oracle into the Wormfire Engineer. The most straightforward play, and really, it's quite good.
Yeah, it's definitely solid. No need to pre-evo here. Well, actually, there would be an argument for pre-evo because Fee does play Jerva, right? And so you could try to get some. Oh no, the Jerva just doesn't trade.
Probably not. Just you can evo every turn from here on out, and that'll be fine.
Yeah.
So then, what are the options on the other side? Wings? I don't know. This is awkward, kind of.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Your opponent...
this is looking a little bit more like my Bike Dragon experience.
You had to use some quality cards before overflow. You just take the grands here.
Yeah,
there's a case.
So slow. You're 2 play points behind going first.
Yeah, you could also Georgius here. He's a 6/6 on the board. You know, not automatically cleared by wings.
You have to save it for some kind of clear later on, though. Otherwise,
Okay. They're just gonna take the grands here. Now we're 1 turn away from the free bike, so we're just gonna hold on to the Wormfire. All right, and Mia.
Okay. Well, good thing you didn't play Georgius. Otherwise, we could have ramped with Ramiel again.
You're right.
But now, again, another somewhat awkward turn.
Well, technically you can ramp with Ramiel again, but that would be a little too much on the hand there.
Oh yeah. That would be a spicy play for sure. I don't know if it would even be that bad, but I think getting the 2 draws is definitely
I think you
normal.
just need more. You need more cards in your hand.
Evo face, just do it. Just give it to him.
Just Evo face.
Yeah,
the D ramp is a little awkward with the Gondagoza in hand, but like
it's okay. You're looking for lethal over 2 turns here. You have plenty of time. The opponent has shown that they don't have anything.
Showed a lot of signs of weakness. That's for sure.
Oh, that's for sure.
All right. The world.
So 1 damage off from lethal, right?
Well, not.
Oh wait, no.
Oh yeah.
Oh wait, no. I forgot that the Dark Prison actually has
Dark Prison
no Jordan.
ramp.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and you can't really set up 2 buffs at once.
Rolla. Wait a minute. Wormfire Rolla?
Wormfire Rolla. Just go face?
Just do it. Just jam.
Just go.
But do you die to a Reggie Dark Prison?
Oh.
You might. Wait, but Rolla.
What if we Wormfire, and then like Rolla, and then just
wait? Does it
look at what we
ping?
No, it's 2 pings of 3, right? So it's a 50.
Right. So you can Evo the 1/2 into the 5.
Yeah. No, he's just got.
Wait. No, dude. No. What have you done?
I mean,
wait.
There are 8 cards in hand. That is such a huge assumption that 5 damage isn't going to be the end of you with a bike on
Reggie
board.
Exotic Dark Prison?
I mean, there's 7 damage represented on board, so you need to find 11.
Reggie Exotic Dark Prison has to be it, right?
Yeah, that's 4 plus 6. And then you Evo the Reggie.
Oh my god, no, dude!
Jesus.
No, dude! Oh, why? Oh, you had 1 job!
The punish!
You're kidding me! You're kidding me!
Oh my goodness!
No, dude!
I mean, the other thing too is that even if he'd evoed the engineer and traded into the world, it still would have been lethal with Ganagoza, right? Like it's not like the 2 damage change.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. So what was
Mia went
even
for
the
way
point?
too much damage. Oh, jeez.
What?
Why?
This is your brain on swordcraft. Are you kidding me?
Oh, jeez.
Okay, look, I'm gonna say, up until now, we've actually had a really well-played tournament. I think for the most part, even in the one-sided games, the losing side did what they could. There weren't any like obvious misplays, and sure, the games ended quickly, but it was well played no matter what. Until now, that was. Oh,
I think
no.
that was the most. I think that was the most obvious inaccuracy we've seen.
Yeah,
Like,
for sure, for sure.
yeah, yeah.
I mean, that was just outright. That was a throw.
That's unfortunate. I mean,
yeah.
they've been playing for a really long time. You know, I mean, they're not.
It is.
It's like
9 a.m. Japan.
The last 2 losses on Sword must have been a tilter, even if
Yeah.
he won one of the sets anyway. But if Dragon doesn't lose twice in a row, then Mia still has a chance. But bringing it back with Sword in a game 3, that would be like cool adjacent, I guess.
Wow. He could pivot. He could pivot to Sword now and just deny us the chance to see the Dragon 2 in a row. That would be unfortunate.
Yeah, but that would give himself a chance to lose, though.
Yeah, well, I mean, you got to take the good with the bad, right?
I mean, if you're gonna go out, at least go out with the cool deck that you brought. Is my thought, right? I mean, you gotta win with it anyway. Just do it.
You have to win with it, so yeah. I think you should play the Sword deck. Let's see what he does. Oh, I'm not quite sure yet.
Yeah, Fee has still got the Gremory Shadow, right? Okay, Gremory Shadow on deck. Mia, go ahead.
Sorry. I'm saying that's a tough matchup for Sword, like any Shadow variant, but especially Gremory. Oof. All right.
Yeah, honestly, like, you can make that argument for both aggro or Gremory. They're both, like, really tough. And I struggle to think which one is even tougher, if I'm going to be completely honest, because Gremory might brick. And we know Sword can beat decks that brick. When they brick.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
No, I'm not sure.
Well, we'll see what happens here in game 2. It's going to be Fee versus Mia.
I will teach you a lesson.
And it's not going to be the deck we were anticipating, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, he's giving himself the chance, right? He knows Sword. I mean, Dragon doesn't lose twice. He is going first, so, you know, the cards are falling, or the chips are falling in his favor already.
All
Okay,
right, so
from Fee's side, I like Parade plus Psycho Pomp. A good combo.
yeah, but you do like often you want to keep the slash going second, but when you have Parade, maybe you can get away without doing it.
You don't necessarily have to, and then especially if you're keeping Parade already, that's going to be 2 spells in your opening hand, and we've seen what happens to Gremory when they draw too many spells.
Oh god!
And not enough followers. It's not a pretty picture. Honestly, Sword's early game is just straight up not scary.
Well, this is
like Slash is not too
Well, this is Dragon. This is Dragon.
Oh
though.
my! You can't. He solo kept Wormfire Engineer going first. That's an interesting line.
Well, you know, he's just want to get as much damage in as possible. You got to play a Goblin on turn 1.
He just wants to jam.
Yeah.
Okay, well, see, he drew another slash anyway.
Yeah, that was a full
forehead.
keep from Fee,
Yeah,
right?
I honestly don't like keeping slash there. You don't need it against. Oh no, he's not playing Sword. What am I saying?
No, this is Dragon.
Yeah, it is Dragon, but he's still like.
Yeah. I think.
Okay, I can see it. I can see it because if he plays like Reggie on 3, for example, then that would be.
You need the slash for that for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
Understandable.
Yeah, I think the full keep makes sense because you know you're gonna Psycho Pomp into 2 more cards, and if they're also spells, I mean, maybe you just weren't meant to win. You know, Slash is playable. Slash is playable without spells in hand. So if you're keeping Slash to kill the Reggie without you lose the burial right, but you're still killing the Reggie. You know, like let's be a little. We're gonna be a little optimistic. You know, look on the bright side.
Okay, that's World. So that's
a slashable card.
That is a slash target if I've ever seen one. You can revive it off Miltio with a 6/0, and then you can't evo it.
Oh no, that sounds terrible. But this is actually kind of tricky, right? Like, you really want to Psycho Pump the skeleton, but you also want to slash before you take too much damage. Ugh.
I think I'd rather just jam the Psycho Pump here.
Okay, that makes sense. Your opponent's probably going to value trade their 1-1 into your 2-1, and so you're not going to take that much damage off of it. And being at 18 is okay when you're playing cards like Sarcophagus, right? That get you that chip amount of healing.
Oh,
so.
another Psycho Pump. We have the famous combo Jack Shovel into Psycho Pump on turn 4 or 5.
Is that famous?
Yeah,
now
it is now.
Yeah.
Psycho Pump, very nice addition. It's like
Yeah.
kind of guilt.
There
Also-
are times when she's a little more awkward than Guilt, but like there are also times when she's better. So
Yeah.
Yeah, most of the time she's not better, but it will take what we can get.
yeah.
Ladies,
People were worried that we wouldn't have any kind of draw to effect in Shadow, so it's definitely better than that.
I mean, that was not likely. Okay, double Georgius,
Yeah.
good cards to have in hand for later on in the game. Now,
Do you ever tempo? No, it's got if you tempo anything out, it's the Razia.
it's good, it's the
right?
Razia for sure.
Yeah.
And it's not too bad. You can set up the Razia, go face for 4.
Mm-hmm.
You've seen one slash from the opponent. It's not super likely that they have another. So you don't expect them to be able to clear the 4-3.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, he does have another slash. Gonna have to use it right away here.
Yeah.
Draws another world. That is gonna be... Wait, we've drawn all 3 worlds already.
Wait.
Oh, wow.
That's good though in this matchup. You want to... you actually want to heal.
Yeah.
However, drawing them this early might not be good because you don't want to then discard them with Miltio.
All right, I can tell you. Oh, okay. Now that's
Oh,
interesting.
here's a line. What if we bullet bike Dark Prison?
That's what I was gonna say, and then even pre-evo it, because your opponent
Maybe.
can't world on 5 play points.
Yeah.
Yeah, is there anything that they could do to get rid of it?
Not get rid of it, no.
No,
Oh, we've seen so
He's
many
gonna do
decks-
it. Let's go.
he's doing it.
We've seen so many decks.
Do you necessarily have to pre-evo it though? I think it's good though. I think it's good. Okay,
I think. Yeah, I don't think
Let's
there's
do
a
it.
down. And then. Yeah, is there a Fear and Invoke here? There is, so that's a full board lock.
Full board lock.
The Georgius next turn is so good here.
Yeah, this is devastation.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Wait, is he gonna Necro Impulse just for
Impulse is 10 damage altogether, I think, right?
can't?
6, 10, yeah. That would be 10 damage total, and it would threaten lethal next turn. So you'd pretty much have to, I think.
Oh, this is so interesting. But then on the other side, if we top deck Oracle, then Reggie has Storm, and that's lethal.
Yeah.
I mean, also, Georgius answers the entire board if you do that, one way
Right.
or another.
Well,
Right.
Georgius already answers the board, just has to trade. Okay, so Necro Impulse for extra damage. I
Maximum
like
damage.
it.
I like it. Now, an often overlooked part of Necro Impulse is that the buff just stays there. So in situations like this, it's actually surprisingly good. Okay, Ganagoza
God.
doesn't do anything, but it's gonna have to be Georgius Evo trade over the 5-4.
And now there's one shadow. Well, it's going to be more than one shadow, but currently there was one shadow on the side of Fee, which is pretty low.
This is threatening lethal. We gotta hit in with our Dark Prison here.
Yeah, hit him with the Dark Prison. World, it's been active, but you can't clear. Oh no, you can with the Fear and Evo. You
Oh,
Evo
wait,
Fear into
and-
the 6-1,
Yeah.
and then play World. You're at 9 HP.
Oh my goodness. Is V stabilizing?
Double
Is it
world.
double?
where the wind blows. Haven Storm.
Okay, and so he clears the Georgius. Now Necro Impulse is threatening lethal.
But there's not enough shadows.
They don't need the shadows. The opponent's at 9.
Running off the top doesn't do too much.
Oh, jeez.
And you're too far away from Gandagoza.
Yeah. You can't really like try to ramp with Reggie here.
Oh no, wait, you can. You can play Quixotic Reggie, but that's
Quixotic Reggie.
clear.
But it's not. It's,
Oh, no,
it doesn't.
yeah.
Yeah, you
it
really
doesn't
need
do
to
everything
clear
that you
here,
want.
Do you have to Quixotic Georges just to clear? I think you have to,
Quixotic
right?
Do you even
Georgia.
want to clear? Do you just pray that he doesn't have more healing?
I think,
Or like
Is this
more
a-
damage rather?
is this play to win? Are we
Reggie face?
Reggie face?
I mean, we've seen that Mia has zero fear.
We've seen
Literally.
that.
I mean,
Yeah,
I don't know
a
what
little
other line there
too-
is. I think you have to settle this by next turn.
Yeah, your opponent found the one way to get through your setup. So, okay.
Okay, so in retrospect, the pre-evo on the Dark Prison was not very good.
Yeah, well, so that's how it goes sometimes.
I'm not sure how much difference that makes, but
Yeah, if we had another Evo here, it would have been kind of nice.
All right, it's a respectable choice, right? I mean, you gotta set up lethal. And
another world. We saw one world getting discarded earlier, but now to see two more come into play is definitely going to be a tilter for Mia.
Yeah,
Value
but
trade, and then I would imagine you play out the. I mean, I don't know how many variables we have so far, but
Parade to threaten. So if you think about, no, Parade doesn't add that much more to the board, but I think you still just Parade anyway.
just have a party. You're about to win.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, so
yeah.
I don't know what sequence of draws is going to get Mia out of this one. That is certainly not it.
That's not it. Gondagoza hit World. At least, I mean, he's dead to Necro Impulse. He's not dead to the board. Well, he is dead to Trio. Yeah, I mean, well.
Oh man. Oh, that was a good. That's good too. Playing Parade makes you have lethal with just the no Necromancy trio.
Yeah. Well, I guess that I guess that breaks that rule, huh?
Dragon lost.
Dragon lost. Yeah.
Your champ.
rest. Every single loss that Mia's had has been like just short of standing a chance. Ugh.
Yeah, I think that's partly due to how this just how this format plays out. Like every deck, often just needs that little bit of oomph to get to the finish line. And the pre-Evo Dark Prison, I think I kind of like that line, but like. Yeah, it ended up using up too much resources that he needed to compete with the rest. And, I think also good on Fee for finding the right way to counter that pressure. It's really hard to make the decision to, like, give up your Gremory setup and any of that. But, like, just playing the Necro Impulse there, getting that extra damage was like, a pretty harsh punish onto Fee. Like, you have to, right? Like, it contests the board that Fee... better contest the board that Fee leaves, gives you time to use your worlds and just... Or not that Mia leaves, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, that does mean I guess we know who our third and fourth place finishers are. And I mean, it's still really impressive to see that Sword got that far, right?
Oh yeah. This one of the. It was literally at the top of the show where we were thinking about it. Like, how did Evo Sword make it up until this point, right? We've seen the power of it in Mia's hands, doing pretty well in the quarterfinals. Felt just a little bit short in the quarterfinals. We had a slight switch up in names for those of you that haven't noticed yet. Paid Actor, aka Styx, has finally revealed himself as the final boss in grand finals, going up against
I was
Sawachai.
content to keep calling him Paid Actor, but yeah, okay.
Oh, that's him. He's no longer a paid actor.
He's of Team
he's
Twilight
already been
Knights.
paid. He's no longer under the contract, right?
He's just real now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully he still gets paid nonetheless. Either way, it's going to be in a pretty good position to get paid, right? Again, going up against Sawachan, this is going to be very, very interesting to see. Paid Actor bringing in Bike Dragon, Rally Haven, right? And Sawachan bringing in Aggro Shadow, if I'm not mistaken, and XL Forest.
Yeah, Aggro Shadow, I think he was the only Aggro Shadow in the top 8, made it all the way to the grand finals, which was very impressive. Same thing for the Rally Haven. Both of these, one of decks getting all the way through. A Sword sort of almost made it there, but Aggro Shadow is still showing just how powerful it can be, despite all of the text. I mean, honestly, like Sao-chan, he went first, he had the nice curve, and he piloted it very well, but The power level is just it's there. You cannot deny it. And same thing for the Westwind Haven. Those boards, even if you clear it, we've touched on this earlier. There's multiple layers to the deck. There's the early game aggro curve. There's the insane turn 6 board, and then there's the raw tick. You have to deal with everything while still, putting your own win condition together. It's very difficult.
Mm-hmm.
And so
we haven't seen how it does though against a deck that can potentially out aggro it, right? So I'm curious to see how that matchup's going to play out. If it does end up happening, hopefully it does.
Personally, I would want to see again Rally Sword, or excuse me, Rally. Dang it, I almost did it. Rally Haven go up against Aggro Shadow personally, but again, we also have that diversity between the two new decks that we've been seeing. Bite Dragon being one of them, and then Acceleration Forest or Accelerate Forest on the other side too. So again, you've mentioned so far that there's been very big diversity in the entirety of top 8. A good amount of decks that have been brought since Eternal Awakening. It's been very enlightening to see some of these decks being played out, because I've been going through ladder and still getting bodied by other decks, but I haven't seen it as consistent as what we've seen today. And this is the only time we get to see it, or at least the earliest, right? Operation Tokyo bringing it to you with the grand finals between Sawa-chan and no longer paid actor. It is Sting. So here we go in the grand finals. It's game 1.
Form.
Going first with Rally Haven into Excel Force.
To come.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of different 3-drops here. I'd imagine out of these you would only keep Vagabond Lizard, if anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Maybe it's Revolver. Nope, just kidding. It's Vagabond Lizard. It's just JK.
It's the best 3-drop, especially going first.
Yeah, there's the Wandering Chef there as well. Well, kind of awkward going first, but 2-2's respectable in any case. And Sawa-chan still deciding on his mulligan. I'm assuming he might try to look for Levon. You can probably keep a Ponderer. Because I don't think Haven plays any followers to the board turn 1, so you can spend turn 1 cycling. Okay, and he does keep the Ponderer. Elf Queen is going to be a nice comeback on the board for him.
Yeah, this is a matchup that we saw earlier, and this is the one that we saw.
Double Axel setup for turn 2 potentially.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he's going for it, huh?
Looks like it.
Yeah. You keep the Ponder and don't play it just for this setup. Okay. A little banter between the players here.
Only one way to find out.
Yeah, and we're just going to tempo out the Wandering Chef. I think in this matchup... the Walder drawn, but in this matchup, the Haven is probably the slightly more aggressive side. So a Wandering Chef, when you go first like this, you got to make plays, and tempoing him out is just fine. And I believe this is going to be a Walder trade. Yeah. Okay, you took one of the Walders out from the opponent's deck. That's that's pretty good.
Yeah, and it's probably nice to see that it wasn't 11 too, just so you know that they're not getting that win condition started.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely nice. Like you're a little worried that you play into Levin because he's so efficient at dealing with these early game followers that have exactly 2 health or less. But yeah, we're not seeing that. It's almost like not being punished, basically. So.
Walder, Ranger of the Forest.
All right, another Walder. I think this is going to be Wind Fairy, Chipper Skipper to invoke out the 3rd Walder.
Huh. That's a weird setup, though. You still don't really answer the board exactly.
Yeah.
But I mean, it feels like you should push as many cells as possible with this line of play, right? I mean, it's like your only win condition at this point, and you already got a fairy, whatever it is called, in hand.
Yeah, you have a fairy flowering in hand.
Fairy flowering, yeah. What does that even mean? But yeah, you've got a fairy flowering in hand. You've got your 3rd, or your second. Yeah, you've got just a whole bunch of stuff for excels. But yeah, what does fairy flowering mean? Figure it out. Is that how they
to commit the act of flowering with a fairy?
That doesn't help.
To flower, to bloom, to produce flowers.
Can we stay in bloom?
To
to be in or reach an optimum stage of development. So the fairy is getting, maybe getting +2/+2 in Storm and free evolutions is the optimum stage of development for a fairy. That's what that means. So,
What? Okay, I mean, I guess.
Good. That's pretty good, yeah.
That's not bad. I mean, I wouldn't mind having that kind of evolution myself.
All right, there's another Vagabond Lizard out from Styx.
Choosing to play out the seed afterwards to buff whatever he plays next turn.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and
Could be a
trading
6/6 Raw. I feel like, well, the Raw might look tempting on turn 5, but there's a very good chance that Styx is going to go for the Archangel to find his Goddess of the West Wind. He has, he can draw 4 cards next turn with this hand. That might be reasonable.
Yeah, and the nice thing about setting up the amulet afterwards is that it's gonna buff the Archangel to be 5 attack once it evos, so we can actually trade over this Elf Queen, which was surely the expectation. Well,
there's actually another option here, right? Because you could go for Major Prayers and get the Meowskers out of it in addition, and then Archangel afterwards. I don't know which one is better, honestly, but
well, surely that has to be the line now.
Yeah. It would be a 6/4 Meowskers? Huh.
Yep.
That's really strange. All right, well.
Sawachan, considering how to use his last play point here, is it the Tanuki or the Chipper Skipper?
Or even the Xeno Sagittarius? No, definitely not that one.
No.
Oh wait, no, that thing's
We
way
have
too
to
good in this
save
matchup.
that. That's our win condition. Hang on.
That's our board clear. Just kidding. A little too caught up in that.
We haven't even seen it used as a board clear all of today.
I mean, we haven't really needed it. A Varmint Hunter and Elf Queen usually are enough, along with Lionel, but against this deck, I think Xeno Sagittarius is a little bit too nice.
Yeah, when they make like a 2020, Xeno Sagittarius shoots it down all the same.
Yeah, shoots everything down. The 2020 and the 2/8 and whatever it's 5/5, I think.
Yeah, and this is why I subscribe to Xeno Sagittarius. You never know when you're gonna run into a 2020 Noah.
Yeah. It lines up really well with the okay, so he does go for Major Prayers first. Now, I would definitely fear and respect this Major Meowskers. Jeez. Little awkward that he can't quite get through the Elf Queen here, I think.
He can, right? With the Bandit and the Evo?
Okay, yeah.
Okay,
yes.
now we're playing Shadowverse.
Okay, we're giving up on looking for a Goddess of the West Wind here. We're just going for 7 damage from Meowskers. Jeez.
The alternative win condition. I kind of like it.
Yeah. Okay. And this Bandit on board also kind of demands some attention too. Definitely a huge threat with Gabriel and other forms of buffs. So, okay. And just buying this kind of tempo also just gives Styx more time to find Goddess of the West Wind, even if she won't be on curve. And you could also just play for the top decks.
Yeah, I mean, if it's the very next card, then it won't matter if you play Arcane.
Yeah.
This is a really weird hand to deal with this board, actually. I mean, you don't have any accelerates, right?
So
you do now, but
Fairy Flowering to draw a card. I think.
Ooh, that's tough.
So it's tough, but you can technically deal with this board by playing Fairy Wisp and then Chipper Skipper evolve the 2/2. Yeah, there's a couple of lines. I think it's just on Sawachan to find the best one here. If you go Wisp, Chipper, Skipper, you have 2 play points left, right? So then you can follow with Kokoro to offset all the cards that you've pitched into this line. So it's not the worst. Yeah.
It's gonna be exactly the line that he goes for with the Kokoro draw first.
Yeah.
Pipe down.
Oh, we found Lev.
Well,
a little late, but who else can kill giant Noahs? Levon. Not the rest of the board, but all right. Not a Goddess of the West Wind here for TK Styx, but I think he'll be okay with. He maybe not the most happy with a slightly slow turn, but he gets a chance to look for Goddess here. So
Forgotten dreams.
And the Archangel gets rid of a Walder at the same time.
Oh, no West Wind anyway.
You know what's a little funny is this is a bit anecdotal, but indirect anecdotal. That Walder, that was a Fairy Wisp that was banished. Okay, I was getting ahead with Walder. But sometimes when you're thinking about followers that get destroyed, and you check the destroyed tab, a banished follower can catch you off guard. Fortunately, that wasn't a Walder, so never mind. I got a bit ahead of myself again.
Aaron's
I was
a
getting
pretty
too
good
excited
top
here.
deck. I was about to say, like, Styx probably wants to force out the last Evo point. So that even if he draws into Westwind, then there's no easy clear with Xeno Sagittarius, but
Yeah. Oh, and the Deepwood Wolf. That's
this
too
is
nice with
so
Xeno
good.
Sagittarius. Yeah. We could just reclusive Ponderer here to reclaim the Evo point, right? It's not too big of a priority to deal with the full board, I think. Because the bounce for Xeno Sagittarius is insanely good. With Xeno Sagittarius also does the one ping when it leaves play, or is it returned or leaves? It's returned. So yeah, okay. But he,
right?
yeah. Okay. Sawa-chan decides against that. He's okay with evolving into Xeno Sagittarius if he has to. Yep. All right.
Wants to prevent as much damage as possible.
Yeah. And it can be pretty reasonable to play the control role in this matchup when you have a deck with so many control tools.
This is rough. Do you just set up Raw this turn? Another weird turn. Nothing for the Gabriels. No Evo for Goblin Queen. Yeah, looks like it's gonna be Raw.
Yeah. No, wait. Not being able to get rid of the Aaron, I think is... Oh, no, just kidding. We can get rid of the Aaron this way. Yeah, this is the best way to get rid of Aaron. And you have to get rid of Aaron with the bike, so... Whew, okay.
Wind Fairy, that's another way to bounce, potentially.
Like, do you just set up the...
Slam the pasture.
Slam the pastures here?
I love giant pastures.
Yeah, you can pastures and, like, also use the Tanuki for another accelerate. Nope. He's going for Elf Queen Fairy Flowering, I think?
Yeah.
It draws another one. Okay.
Well, that's pretty OP.
That's really strong. I don't know if he's gonna stack them up.
Honestly, I didn't know that it was active.
Yeah, I think
the Fairy Flowering.
I've been trying to count. I think.
Yeah. Now, so it's at 7 now.
It's a 7. Accelerate twice here, and just pump the Walder in hand.
It's just.
And he still has an Evo point for Levon for Lionel, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, or he could even Fairy Flowering and Evo that way.
He's really holding on to the Reclusive Ponder. That's interesting. I think that maybe that's just a follower that he can give Fairy Flowering to, I'm guessing.
Wow, this is rough. Think there's no way out of this. Just didn't draw any of the key cards.
Yeah, if it were one turn. Oh, all right. The sword is swinging.
The sword's already out of here, but
the execution is what's in play here for TK Styx in this game. Okay, Gabriel has more stats than the Elf Queen. Could this matter?
No, I don't think so. Right? You've got Walder, you've got Evo, you've got.
You can Xeno Sagittarius Fire Flowering. Wait, that doesn't.
Wait a minute.
No, I mean, you just Walder Evil, Lionel swing it. Wait, that's not enough, is it? Wait.
Yes.
Oh, that is enough. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Evo, Lionel, and then trade Elf Queen. You can also use Levon for this 2 damage.
Yeah.
Don't even have to use your Lionel.
Excellent.
Oh wow, amazing.
Oh yeah, seriously, what a weird game. No Noahs, no
Yeah.
What's it called? The West Wind?
Goddess of the West Wind.
Goddess of the West Wind.
No Goddess of the West Wind. So this time
sets.
we saw Haven finally go down from 100% win rate. Taking an unfortunate loss there against Excel Force. I think Excel Force is a pretty favorite matchup, especially with Xeno Sagittarius. It didn't even come into play because Westwind was never drawn. But even outside of that aspect, you saw how well Sawachan was able to take control of that board pressure, and while still pushing really hard towards his own game plan. And then, like, the stronger followers, the Elf Queen, comboed with the Fairy Flowering, all of these combinations are just way too powerful for the neutral engine of Rally Haven to deal with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even if there was a Gods of the West Wind, like you said, you know, it would have just been immediately like, we're trading one turn for one turn. I'm bringing out the Sagittarius, and you're done so. And then they have to deal with that too, which is not a small body for sure.
Mm-hmm. And in some respects, we're seeing the power of Excel Forest. Like, or maybe just the core cards in Forest Craft. This 4/5 Elf Queen made it really hard for Styx to get both the draw that he wanted and the tempo of hitting Meowskers in face. You know, all of these speed bumps added up to give Sawachan just the edge he needed to grab that win before Styx could convert any more stalling power, you know, to get more damage from the Raw. So, and that's game 1 to Sawachan.
And now Sawachan kind of has the chance to do so again in terms of building up momentum very quickly with Aggro Shadow and being able to pretty much conclude the match before Styx could even get started. We've seen that happen in the first time, or the first match we've seen in quarterfinals. Is Sawachan gonna do it again with Aggro Shadow? We'll see what happens in this matchup versus Styx here in game number 2.
All right.
Okay. These
Oh,
are some good cards, but Sawachan is going second, and that is an amazing go first curve for TK Styx.
yeah. Do you just pitch the Grudge Teller here, Sawachan, or do you just one of them maybe?
I feel like having a 2-drop is so important.
Yeah, but you are going
Yeah.
second, so you're going to have more chances to hit one. He does toss
Okay,
both.
he agrees with you. He
Okay.
pitches both.
Yeah.
Doesn't no
I
2-drop
think
yet, but
yeah, tossing all is definitely reasonable there.
Mhm.
Noah on turn 1, because why not?
Yeah, well, I mean, this is an aggressive matchup. We just gotta play everything we can. Oh, the one of
Yes.
The Ghastly Assault.
okay.
Great card.
Question mark.
You can combo the ghost from that with Necro Impulse so that you actually have 5,
Yeah, it's
which
also
is like it's actually very good.
it's also a follower that can be pitched to Milteo.
Yeah.
Or which is kind of funny because then you can get a ghost out of. I think you can. No. It's still Burial Rite. I think still kills it off because it doesn't have its ability. It's so weird. And then but it's also something Abysmal Wraith can use it as well. So a lot of utility for that random 1-of card.
Yeah, I
We're gonna
really
see
like
it
Ghastly Assault personally. Instead of cards like Forced Resurrection, especially in the type of build that Sawachan's playing,
Yeah.
it is a more mid-rangey aggro shadow with Chef and Sarcophagus Wraith, so Ghastly Assault perfectly fits in there.
Yeah.
Adds so much utility, as you mentioned, both aggressively and just be able to play your cards. This turn,
Yeah. Do you
it's
actually
either
assault
gonna
here?
be Chef or Assault? Might be trying to save Chef for another turn. There's a lot of great ways to use Chef, even in this deck. And tempoing him out as a 2/2 might not be the best way, so I do agree with using the Ghastly Assault here, honestly. I think it's
Yeah.
perfectly okay. You have Bonefish to remove anything if you absolutely need to.
Yeah. Oh, wait, the major prayers here draws 2 cards.
Oh,
and
it is active.
Gives you that
take the-
You need
2/4.
OP? It's an amulet. Wow.
It's an
That's
amulet.
pretty cool, honestly.
That
I
results
kinda
in
like
3
that.
damage phase. Major Meowskers as a 2/4, but I think this makes a stronger board.
Play the Vagabond
Because
first,
you
of
got to be
course.
cognizant of like Skullfish, right? That would be an end to the major himself. So
Well, also this sets up the 3/3 maskers, which is just that much better. Of course.
that's true. We could be. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
A double trade from Sawachan. He did just draw another Necro Impulse, so that's a total of 3 Storm cards in his hand. Oh, I guess
Yeah.
like 3.5 with the Ghost.
Oh, set. That I don't think you play set yet, but that can come into play in Force later. Now, Styx can decide between. It's
Set
gotta
up
be
the
Steed. Yeah.
And then next turn he can play the Bandit or something. I wonder if he's gonna go face with this line.
I am also curious about that because he can play a little bit slowly.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. He plays defensively. Yeah. I was actually also thinking whether or not he plays the Bandit out there just for more rally on the Noah, but like this is the same stat buff from the Steed that the Bandit would offer, and the Bandit can be more valuable later. So, yeah, just makes a lot of sense.
Is it edible? Only one way to find out.
Oh, the Wandering Ship. This is, these decks both have potentially really strong openings, but they've kind of settled into playing to the board. Not the most standard line of play you see for aggro decks, and Miyako picks up this APC buff. That's pretty hard to get through.
Yeah, that's pretty good. But we're already seeing Sao-chan's hand really dwindle down in terms of resources. He has there's nothing but storm cards in his hand. It's looking like he might have to ditch the ghost with Abysmal Wraith at some point.
And
He's feeling hungry.
Gobby's feeling hungry.
Gobby's feeling hungry. Yeah, he's not feeling threatened at all. Even though I don't think he can kill off the Miyako here, the Goblin King is going to be at the same time also pretty hard to deal with, and he just pings off of Miyako's shield here. Okay.
Yeah,
But
and there's
still,
no real good way to use the chef ability right now, which is
Yeah, I think the only buff that Aggro Shadow has to trigger Chef is the Necromancy on Necro Impulse. We're not close enough to that yet.
Right.
So.
Oh, okay. So Sao-chan is going to be thinking for the multiple turn lethal setup here. At this point, you just give up on any sort of stabilizing on board. It's all about the lethal damage over by turn 7, something like that. So could be looking at something like Skeleton Dreamer, Evo, maybe, to trade into the 5/5 with Ward.
Then, or you could Ghost, then Skeleton Dreamer Evo.
Gotta follow
Yeah. Ghost before the bike hits play. Right?
Yeah.
Or
and then
oh no, he's just using the Ghost here. It
Oh,
could even
he
be a Necro Impulse.
Random Impulse.
Oh, no.
Necro Impulse.
Okay.
I mean, the Ghost
Okay.
first.
Ghost
Yeah,
first.
Necro
and is this
Impulse,
Necro
yeah.
Impulse? Okay.
Okay, Evo faced with the Miyako. I like that.
Is he going face with everything here?
You better go face with everything.
He's got it, yeah.
This is the line for sure, right?
This is the line. Okay. Yeah.
So
And that.
he doesn't necessarily have 9 damage in hand right now, but
Ooh! Wow. EO.
oh, EO that's kind of devastating with set as well. With
EO
the accelerate.
EO set. Yeah. I mean, Styx has basically seen that.
If you want
Sao-chan's
to have
committing.
like a more clean clear, you could even raw Evo over and play set,
Mhm.
and then the raw is a ward anyway.
Yeah. That. Styx has so many options here. You could. The world is his oyster. He's gonna go for raw. And I assume he's gonna follow this up with set.
Yeah, he's
This is just too
certainly.
nice. All right.
That is going to be a little bit too much for Sao-chan to deal with, I imagine.
Yeah.
Necro
A
Impulse.
third Necro Impulse. Now this card is amazing when you draw it later. Yeah. And he passes, or when you have the resources. But yeah, he passes. He knows.
Yeah, this
All
one
right.
was just the cards really did not line up there for Aggro Shadow. We did not
No.
need Goddess of the West Wind at all. The early tempo, the neutral package, especially the turn 1 Noah coming out as that a 5/5 on like turn 5, I think.
Yeah.
Definitely was a big deal. Allowed Styx to close out the game, as quickly as possible with the raw as well. Being a ward and the set accelerator, just everything came together very, very nicely, even without Goddess.
Yeah, it's weird. We've seen some different lines from that deck, but so far it had to play 2 different times where the main goal of the deck didn't really play out. But regardless, it worked out. But I have to say, so every single, I've said this a million times, but every single Operation Tokyo and Shadowmania has been Japan versus not Japan in grand finals, and Japan has won every single time. So there's a chance.
There is a chance. I think most of the time it's a 2-0 for Japan as well. Now, I don't remember if all of them were 2-0, but we're already going on to game 3 where a paid actor, or TK Styx as he's now known, could be making Operation Tokyo history here.
Yeah. Bike Dragon against Aggro Shadow. This is just go first.
That's all it comes down to, right?
It is like a favorite for Aggro Shadow, I think. Even going second, there's just too much damage versus a potentially slow early game from Bike Dragon. But I think Styx is also playing Vagabond Lizard in Dragon 2. So that will definitely help him out in the early game against Aggro Shadow. His list is about as good as it can get for this specific matchup. So it's going to be really close, I think.
Yeah.
Right, we see.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot's going to be first, second, hands. Just wait to see.
We'll see what happens.
All right, where is it? Host goes first, yay or nay?
It's gonna be it, man. This is it. Final game. It's gonna be Styx versus Sawachan. Here we go.
Oh my god, this hand!
Quixotic Vagabond, that is so good!
Quixotic Vagabond going
Georges
first
to clear
into
the board.
Georges.
All right, all right.
I'm
Oh,
pause champ.
Sawachan? What's your
Okay.
answer to this?
Surely Sawachan, you just have to toss all in this situation.
You toss
Look for the one drop, the 1-2 curve. Sawachan, of course, it does have the check mark. He's the Rage champion. TK Styx, he's a CO
MVP, I think. is what
MVP
they,
or something.
Yeah.
Okay, so he solo kept Grudge Teller in this matchup. Interesting.
Yeah.
Tossed Grudge Teller with a one drop against Haven. Solo kept it going second against Dragon.
Maybe he expects to get more use out of the Grudge Teller here, or maybe he just thinks that he can't afford to miss Grudge Teller on 3. Oh, okay. Draws another 2-drop option.
Yeah. Probably feels better than Gold Rush Ghost, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's an aggro matchup, so I really don't know how this.
Honestly, it's really close because Chef can be really good in this matchup. If you draw Quixotic later on, right? You can play Chef afterwards, and then that can be really useful. The 3 heal can definitely make a huge difference because a lot of the time when Dragon does win this matchup, it's off the back of ignoring some of Shadow's board and then pushing a lot of face damage and setting up a very narrow victory with that direct damage. And so that 3 healing can completely throw them off.
Well, we are going second, and the Evo effect from Gold Rush Ghost is not. It is pretty good.
That effect will heal you for 2 as well if you don't roll it at a bad time.
Yeah.
But the APC is also really good, so.
Right.
Yeah. Well, hey, technically,
both
Gold Rush
of them
Ghost
give
also
them an
makes an
APC.
APC
Oh,
eventually.
yeah, that's true.
So if we're thinking about Evo value, Gold Rush Ghost ekes out a little bit there. But if we ever get a Quixotic...
If you play Gold Rush on your first Evo turn, and then if they have Georges as a follow-up, okay, well, he's going to play it first. But if you got, like, the Lurching Corpse right away, that would make Georges really bad, which is kind of funny.
Oh, but...
Wow.
So TK Styx has curves into Reggie with no immediate answer.
Face, let's go.
And then
Let's
next
go.
turn, we
No immediate answer. I lied.
Oh my goodness! The one of Ghost Ghastly Assault. Get rid of the Reggie. That's so.
Oh.
That is really good. And he's going right back at it. I like it. Just go face.
Is he pitching in the 1 damage?
Oh my god!
What is
Okay,
value?
that-
We're racing.
That's. Wow.
That's nice. I think there's another way to put it.
Yeah.
Vagabond Lizard. Is Styx gonna get rid of this Gold Rush? Okay, yeah.
Trade over. It is going to be his Evo turn, so you can expect some strong board swings from the side of Aggro Shadow, especially with Chef. That could have potentially been like a double clear with the 2-2 surviving, so he doesn't want that to happen.
Right, and I mean the Gold Rush Ghost Evo itself is also worth a bit of value, so it might have been like Abysmal Wraith Gold Rush Ghost Evo, and suddenly he's like, suddenly TK Styx is on the wrong side of the race there.
Okay, so Abysmal Wraith Evo face, but what do you toss?
What do you toss? One of the Milteos?
Milteos? Maybe.
You're very
I
unlikely to
think
play
so.
both, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't really think anything else here is really a better play.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the only other play to consider, I think, would be Necro Impulse Evo face. Oh. We saw that hovered for a second. That was pretty
I mean,
scary.
we're gonna get a lot of shadows off Milteo, right? There's no way. It's not gonna be there.
I think it's got to be Abysmal Wraith here. And Milteo, if you get a 4-2, for example, you can get like another Abysmal Wraith out of that if this one dies. So, What are we pitching?
So we are going to
Milteo?
pitch Milteo, yeah. He's just like planning out every single contingency over the next several turns. Might as well. This is the final game, and you're playing Aggro
final.
Shadow. Now, not everyone takes their time with this deck. Some people do, but I think if there was ever a time to do that, the final game.
Oh, absolutely. Okay.
That's an option. So if you give the steed to Razia, it's actually going to survive after hitting into the 6/6 here.
Yeah, and she becomes a, let's see, 3, 5, 6, 7?
Yeah, that's just going to be pretty massive.
Looks like what he's going for.
It's just too good, right? That's really, really strong. And that sets up the damage. We have Dark Prison in hand. The 3/3 is going to set up a bike even if it gets cleared. At minimum, we're looking at another 8 damage from hand just with George's Dark Prison Evo.
And even if it does go one turn, even past that,
Oh,
the Gonda goes is there.
And
yeah.
our champs are going from pause to
Oh man, what does Sawa-chan do to get out of this? Can he?
I don't know if there's any way. Like Goblin Queen is just too slow. Wandering
Milteo.
Chef, there's no buff. You have to play Milteo. Just hope your opponent doesn't have anything. But
Yeah. Oh god, you're gonna take
my
7
God.
from Razia. Okay,
You're
wait,
gonna
the ghost? Can we get the heal off this ghost? Is that what he has to go for?
It's 7. You trade. But do you even trade? Can you afford to trade?
Can you afford to trade with the Abysmal
I think you
Rapier?
have to trade, right? It's
You
just
have
too
to trade.
scary.
Yeah.
But
Okay, what?
That's-
the APC? That's
that's
not ideal.
more than enough damage.
Oh, yeah.
It's already 10 damage
That's it.
even without the bike.
Yeah, just Evo.
All right, well that's it.
That's it.
That's it. TK Sticks.
TK Sticks. He's masquerading as a
He is
paid
a
actor
champion.
until now, but
You can call him a paid actor. You can call him Crystal Wave or whatever you want. But in the end, he is acting to get paid. And get paid he will. The champion of Operation Tokyo 4. Congratulations to TK Sticks.
he broke the trend. He's the first non-Japanese winner.
He is the new hope for... He's not even a Western player, but I'm going to claim him as one of our own. He's...
We've expanded
on our
the West.
side now.
We've expanded the West region again. Is what it was. What's happened, right? Is that what you're telling me?
Extended family, really.
It's just everybody against Japan at this point, you know?
And at least we get to put the trip for 2 to actual good use, right? So like an effective use. Now that we actually have somebody traveling
value.
to there, right? Value trade. Good value trade, if you ask me. No longer under NDA, paid actor, turning into TK Sticks, our Operation Tokyo champion. Big congratulations to you, man. Again, a long fought battle amongst everybody in there. Almost about 600 or 700 entrants, right? Just about. It was like 684.
80 or something. Insane.
Something along the lines of that. So big ups to paid actor. I'm gonna call him paid actor during the interview too. So that's pretty fun. But overall, as we get ready for our winners interview, your overall thoughts, not just Operation Tokyo this month, but just that last performance between Sawa-chan and TK Sticks.
That was a great final match. Whoa, there's a fly by me. That was a great final match.
Oh,
The
no.
bug's attacking me. I know, it's random. That was a big fly. Yeah, so anyway, that was a great brawl of a final match. Like, that was so aggressive from both sides. Like, they just went down to their just aggressive decks, and they were like, all right, let's do it, you know? Like, there was no hesitation. They just went for damage. It was sick.
Yeah, I loved the lines that both players took. They went as aggressively as they could, squeezing out every bit of damage while trying to sort of stay at the edge of not taking too much from the opponent at the same time. But TK Sticks, with the nice early game plays on both the Rally Haven without Westwind, and of course on the Bike Dragon, pushing so much damage with the Razia setup on the Steed as well. Just very, very well played. Just killed him too quickly.
Yeah, and I think, like, you know, what I really liked was seeing 4 different classes and 4 different decks in the grand finals as well, and seeing how they matched up against each other. We got to see the Excel Forest, punishing some of the slower turns from the Rally Haven, but then the Rally Haven is saying, "Oh, hey, you didn't set up in time as Aggro Shadow. Just prepare for a pummeling." And then, Aggro Shadow's like, "All right, I gotta be able to take it out against Bike Dragon." But no, like another huge ward gets in the way. Razia just says, "Hey, I'll do my Ward Haven impression too," and just it all comes back to wards. But like, I think the interplay of all the aggro decks, aggro sometimes gets a bad rap, and it is really hard to play a variety of decks into aggro, but what if there's just a huge variety of aggro decks that you can choose from? That's not always the you're not always restricted. You can
Isn't
play
that the name of this expansion? It's like EA Eternal Aggro.
Eternal Aggro.
I could have sworn it was something like that.
Bunch of
Well,
memers,
it's
all of
looking
you.
like it so far, at least. So my MVP of today is not a player, but it's that Rally Haven deck, because I was just waiting to see how it would do when it didn't draw its I guess the goal of it, and it still played really well and it managed to win, right? So I think that's a deck that we're going to see more in the future. I'm really curious to see what its like big weaknesses end up being.
I would
Yeah,
say
I think we saw one of them. I think Excel might have been it, but
Yeah. Excel Forest with the ability to clear, and also, just having a consistent, stable game plan will definitely beat just the neutral part of the deck.
I would love to see that matchup in a little bit more of a consistent draw for the Haven deck, because again, there was no Goddess of the West Wind, there was no set, there was no Noah like at all in that entire set, which is really, really weird, because that's like 3 full cards that you're just totally not drawing. So I would like to see, but it definitely seemed like there was the answers, especially with Sagittarius, right? So also, if there's a list that isn't playing that, how does that list do up against the Rally Haven? There's a lot of questions and evolving options and decks, and I just want to see how they all pair off, I guess.
Yeah. And from what we've seen so far throughout the entirety of Operation Tokyo is that Styx actually prevailed over XL Forest the entire day. But I guess it's like the closest thing to it in terms of like countering the deck, right? For the most part.
I think
I'll
one
get
of
a
the
couple of notes
trends.
on that one if you guys wanted to
One of
do
the
that.
trends. Well, one of the trends with Excel Forest is to cut Xeno Sagittarius, right? I think a lot of the decks have been removing it to make room for Varmint Hunter and Resolve. So you might see a reversal of that trend if this is the deck that you have to beat with Excel. Go back to playing 3 Xeno Sagittarius. How do you lose this matchup now? I mean, don't answer that one, but you increase your matchup favors.
Yeah,
right?
but going beyond the Rally Haven matchup too, I think one of the big reasons why Sao-Chan was able to make it as far as he did was because we've seen Xeno Sagittarius be used as a bounce target for those early accelerate bounce cards, and you have to be able to stack up those accelerates, but you want the target. Levon is nice, but sometimes you need a little bit more than that. Bouncing the Xeno Sagittarius does draw you the extra card, and it can help you smooth out your early game just a little bit. You don't need it most of the time, but I think it might be enough just to justify having it as a one-of, which I think is pretty cool.
And so as we were getting ready for... Actually, I want to let Wonder Chef, finish out his thought first before we get into it.
Oh, no, that was basically it. I was just going to say that we saw a lot of opportunities that actually the Xeno Sagittarius had the opportunity to get bounced and then didn't, because there was something else that was more prioritized. So it just ended up kind of being like this safety net against this Haven deck in a way, which didn't even end up need to be used as. So I don't know, just more discussion on the deck. We'll see as time goes on, right? We can only guess so much.
Very excited to see it. And I'm glad we got to see like a tidbit of what we can expect in Eternal Awakening. In the meantime, I do believe we have the brackets ready to kind of give you a glimpse of what went down here at Operation Tokyo. From the quarterfinals over at the top left, Fee versus Arita-kun. Fee took it down 2-1. Sawa-chan took it 2-1 over Kaito. Moving down to the other half, you had Styx versus Kaeru. That was 2-1 as well. Mia going with the first sweep of the day against Kuge. Moving on into the semifinals, Fee falling short against Sawa-chan 2-0. And then the other side, Styx taking down Mia 2-1 in a very close set. Sawa-chan, or actually, let's move on to the bottom right where we see the third place decider. Very unfortunate ending for Mia. We saw kind of like a huge misplay there from Mia, leading to a 2-0 victory for Fee. So that's going to be your third place winner. And of course, you just witnessed the grand finals between paid actor TK Styx versus Sawa-chan 2-1. And usually we have a post-game interview with the winner. However, considering the time zone difference from Styx, he currently has a class happening, a morning class happening in about 20 minutes, probably less than that, like 10 minutes now. But he had this to say so far. Arita-kun actually gave him a suggestion. He's like, hey, say something like, the West will not stay silent. But that wasn't what he wanted to say. He actually says in the Discord, originally my lineup was not going to be Dragon and Rally Haven. It was actually going to be Rally Haven and Control Carol. His teammate was working on a very good list. Shout outs to them. He had to change it at the last minute because he doesn't think he could pilot the Carol deck at full potential. So Dragon was going to be his go-to deck for the climb, the comfort deck, if you will. He says the tournament overall was pretty good. He got to meet a lot of players. There were some games where I was really struggling in the Swiss format, but he's very happy to have made it into top 8. He says shout out to Sawa-chan, he's a very great player. If he didn't go first the last game, he would not have won, is what Styx is saying. Also says looks up to him a lot. Saw him playing in the WGP. He's given a lot of shout outs to DB Crimson for practicing with him the day before the tournament. This is his second experience overall. He pulled 2 all-nighters playing in this tournament and has to go to school after this. So pretty ridiculous so far. His first ever real experience was in the first Operation Tokyo. So he does thank everybody involved in terms of putting this all together. He shouts out Tempo and all the casters and whatnot. So big shout outs to Styx for pulling through all the way to this entire weekend for Operation Tokyo, and I guess good luck with your class in like 5 minutes, he says.
How did he possibly have enough time to write all of that? Was he writing that like when he was in the last set? He's like, yeah, I'm gonna win, so I'm gonna start writing my shout out.
He literally he sees the go first card. He's like, all right, here's my
we can prepare the statement. He's a paid actor with prepared statements. I mean,
it all fits together. It's just that easy.
Now you understand the power of NDA, right? You're limiting his power until he's freed up. So that's very, very strong. Very good lore to go behind. So
I'm sad that I didn't get to ask him how he felt when the Mia like 1-4, like immediate 1-4 hit him. I would have loved to know his reactions to that, but oh well, next time.
I'm sure this is not going to be the last we see of said paid actor, aka Styx. But in the meantime, we do thank everybody that's participated in Operation Tokyo. We're glad that everybody tuned in to the entirety of the tournament. Again, it's always exciting to see how it plays out with a brand new expansion. And for the casters, again, you guys did a fantastic job. It's always fun casting with you guys. Any final thoughts as we conclude Operation Tokyo this month?
Yeah, it was the first broadcast of the year, so I'm really excited for another year of Shadowverse. Last year was kind of my first one delving into it, so this is gonna be a sick one. You know, we got the dates for World Grand Prix. I'm super pumped to watch that, even if I have to stay up until like 6 a.m. to do it because I'm usually up at that point anyway. But yeah, here's to another good year of Shadowverse, basically.
Yeah, you never sleep.
Yeah.
So.
I am definitely, I echo that sentiment. I'm looking forward to another year of not just playing and competing, but also casting with you guys. It's been a great experience. I love like fleshing out these different sort of skill sets within the sort of esports sphere. I think that's really, really cool. And it's just a great way for me to grow individually, which is something that I'm going to be focusing on for the rest of 2021. And then as for this tournament, I think it was, really well played overall. There was that one misplay, unfortunately, in the third place match, but overall, it was a really high standard of play. And if I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna be really happy when Dark Prison Dragon rotates out.
Jeez.
Yeah. And yeah, I gotta echo a lot of the same sentiments as Noir. I'm also a much more recent sort of joiner to this community, and I really love also getting the chance to do these casts with experienced host, Vicious and Wonder Chef. You really guide us along. And Noir, your gameplay experience and casting experience. I feel like for my part in the journey, I've managed to get a lot of on hands time as well. Seeing really great players do well, right? Like the technical level of play, the only one glaring error, and Sticks, someone that like we as players hang out with pretty often. Seeing a friend win a tournament, that's exciting. You see that in Shadowverse Open a couple of times. Seeing it here. Not that I'd like to be friends with the Japanese players too, but there's a bit more of a barrier there. So
not with that attitude. That being said, though, I do share the same experience, same sentiments as well. I do thank each and every one of you that have been tuning in from the get-go. I think it's been like about a year for me being on board. So happy New Year to each and every one of you. We're looking forward to plenty more Shadowverse to come, and hopefully, if you haven't done so, please press that follow button. Be sure to follow Temple Storm on all social media platforms for the latest and greatest updates in regards to the Shadowverse community. So again, with that in mind, everybody that's been killing it this entire year, we appreciate you guys, and looking forward to plenty more. Until then, everybody stay safe, be safe, keep playing Shadowverse, and we'll see you for the next one.